everyone, and welcome once again to the stream. Like I told you yesterday, I'll be here all weekend. And I'm starting to think this is a good idea. I had fun yesterday. I had a lot of fun on my stream yesterday, right? I'm considering switching up the stream schedule slightly if people don't mind. I know it's so hard to find me, right? Because I'm always switching up the schedule, but I feel like I'm coming close to figuring out, like, you know, the best times. And like what I love about the weekends is doing it on the weekends leaves up some weekdays for me to take care of business, right? Because I'm thinking about going back to school. I don't know. We'll see if that happens in the spring. Kind of hoping. Ice storms, that doesn't sound good. How is everybody doing? Are you enjoying this festive music? Sam Cedar, what a nightmare, right? Wow. Dragon's Marine, thank you for becoming a member. Vibes are immaculate. We are ready to blast off today. I mean, I'm sort of ready. I don't know. I apologize for being so late. This is the only bad thing about the weekend. I am one of those weekend sleeper inners, right? I tend to sleep in on the weekends. I know it's not good, but I do it. I do it all the time. Let's pop out that chat. Get down to business. Yeah, Morbius Dragon is responsible for that gift membership. Thank you so much, Morbius. I appreciate your support on so many levels, both like physically and psychologically. That support is what keeps me coming back to stream, and it really doesn't matter whether that support is you know, financial in nature, which, you know, I need, or whether it's just hitting that like button, which is more powerful than you realize. And if you think you have no power to positively affect the stream, no power to positively affect my day, you do. That like button, it's immense. It's not just an ego boost either. It's like, it's bringing new people into the stream, which we very much need. And we probably will have some new people in the stream today because we're talking about Deep Fat Fried. I always say their name wrong, right? This is the TJ Kirk, Paul's Ego, and Scotty Don't Know. Scotty Don't Know is also part of Deep Fat Fried. And it looks like they got in a little kerfuffle with a familiar face to us, right? Mr. Dylan Burns, the purveyor, the moderator of the hippy dippy, yippy skippy panel. Yeah, it's the hippy dippy. They're not on the hippy dippy. They're just talking about Ukraine, and I guess Dylan, being the expert on Ukraine, had to chime in. And oh my god, I feel like my music's too loud. It's at least too loud for me. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to stream. Oh my god, what is even going on with this? I can't tell. Are these real? I think the first membership was real, and these 5 I'm not so sure about, but maybe they're real. We can celebrate these provisionally. This is Schrodinger's monetization. These are Schrodinger's memberships, right? We don't know if they're real or if they're just an illusion of my streaming software. There very well might be new members. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope so. I don't know. It could also be just a very generous person that is donating anonymously and does not want to be named. Ukraine's greatest warrior. That's right, Dylan Burns, right? So, yeah, you know, when you're commenting on Ukraine, you know, expect to get checked by Dylan Burns, right? The expert. So we'll interrogate how much of an expert Dylan really is when it comes to foreign policy. And what Deep Fat Fried had to say about this. So I'm solid in my decision to stop my stream. Oh, anti-corporatist. I didn't mean to. I wish you guys were seeing this flooding. It's wild. Damn. I'm tempted to see that flooding too. It does sound wild. We've got a lot to get through today, right? In fact, one of the things I don't even have on here, the main thing. Dylan gets DFF'd, which sounds lovely. You know, getting DFF'd, right? That sounds, it sounds like a thing anyway, and it sounds like a thing that Dylan's about to experience, that we're about to experience, right? And if you're here for the first time, if maybe you're a fan of the Deep Fat Fried ones, welcome in. Welcome in. Glad to have you, right? I thought we'd change stuff up because we've been talking way too much about Vosh, way too much about Destiny. Like, he keeps on being relevant, and this Hassan thing keeps on going, but I don't want to stream about the same thing all the time. Also, I haven't even talked to you about Mama Max. I think I teased it. I think I teased the Mama Max content. But this is just like it's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't even know how to explain Mama Max. Mama Max, I think I've heard it described as if, what is it, Chris Hansen crossed with they're real. Anti-corporatist says they're real. I can't tell. It doesn't show up on fan funding. That's why I suspect that they might just be an illusion of the light. But either way, I appreciate the support. I thought Christmas had passed. I mean, kind of, but it's still cold. It's still that, like, it's not holiday season. It's more like just winter season. So, you know. We should do a collab sometime. I can ride shotgun? Anti-corporatist, can I go like... Can I metaphorically, can I virtually, can I be like a VTuber in your cabin and go... That's my favorite thing about trucks. I know that's silly. I know that's really silly. My gamer Super Saiyan rage has gone down a bit. Really? Wait, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Right, I can relate to this, right? Listen, the Saiyans are a very highly competitive people, okay? Saiyans are hard to deal with when they come to your planet. They tend to destroy anything and everything. Do I want to know about Kat? Yeah, tell me about, well, I mean, tell me what you know, right? Because I know very little. Yeah, I mentioned this in my last stream. This is something that Rashid, the guest that Hassan had on, was talking about in terms of, you know, what happens when they commandeer one of the ships, right? And of course, Vosh and Destiny assume the worst. These people get gulagged or something. They get mistreated. Bad things happen to them. But in reality, the vibes were immaculate. The vibes were immaculate. If we can figure out how to make one YouTube channel read another, we could do a raid. Yeah, true. I need to figure out how to do that. That's you've chewed it a lot in your life, right? So yeah, one of the questions that that people were asking was like, how much people said it was a stimulant, but it's like a mild stimulant. It's like the kind of stimulant that relaxes you. It's twigs from a tree, loses its potency after a few minutes, so you have to get it fresh. Ooh, I see. So it's got to be like basically picked off the tree. So that's different than some other inebriating substances I've heard of that you know are like leaf based. I was assuming it was a leaf, but it turns out it's a twig. So the twig is where it's most potent then, I guess. A cross between a cross between THC, MDMA, and coca leaves. I gotta be careful of what I say on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't like for me to talk about inebriating substances. But if I can talk euphemistically, they're just fine with it. It's the bark. Oh, the bark or the leaf. I see. Interesting. Yeah, for me, I feel like the only inebriating, substances that I've ever tried are ones that are fungus-based, if you catch my drift. Ones that are the buds of flowers, if you catch my drift. Or ones that have fermented to become more potent. I don't know. See what I'm having to do? I'm having to dance around what I'm saying. But if you can read between the lines, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. Do people know what I'm saying? Do people understand what I'm talking about? Neighbors' Christmas decos are under 18 inches of snow. Oh my God, what are people dealing with? Are a lot of people under snow? We chew a few types. Red long twigs called mira, and am I pronouncing this right? In Kenya. Interesting. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, I think I have had the kind of leaf, the famous leaf from South America, right? And I mean the leaf, not anything else, not like the concentrate of the leaf, right? But in the form of tea, right? Somebody had a tea and they served it to me, and it was made of the leaves. It's called Mashamba Chafu, which means dirty farmers. Oh, there's a few short versions where the leaves are more potent. Our roads are straight ice right now. Yeah, depending on where you're living, right? I'm lucky enough to live far enough south that in the southern regions of the country that I don't have to deal with a lot of snow and ice, right? It's a rarity. It does happen. It can happen, but it doesn't happen all that often. But you know what does happen really often? Far too often? I bet you're guessing already that I'm going to say yes. The bottom. Oh, the bottom of the hour ad break. That's right. It happens every hour, and it happens twice an hour. It happens at the top and the bottom of every hour. It's the kind of thing where you can get out of that ad break. You can get out of that 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads pumped to your eyes with the use of a Twitch Prime. If you have a Twitch Prime and you use it on me, you will no longer see those ads. You will also not have to pay anything, and you will put money in my pocket. You will put rice in my bowl, and you will take money away from a big evil corporation. I won't say which one. You could also pay that big evil corporation $5 to get a sub, or $6 if you're on mobile, or if you're lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub, which can happen and which does happen, you're more likely to get that gift sub if you're active in the chat. There we go. It's actually going to be massive in the West as an antidepressant. If we can get it in... If we can give it a chance. Interesting. Well, I feel like a lot more people have been exposed. A lot more people are aware of the existence of this thanks to the Hassanabi interview, right? That went out last week. Madison, Wisconsin is under an Arctic vortex, right? So that's like the worst. Because, I mean, that I know about the Midwest, especially the upper Midwest, right? The Midwest can be bad. It depends on where you live. If you live close to a lake, if you get the lake effect snow, and that can be pretty rough. But if you live in the northern plains of the United States, oh my God, I don't know how people deal with it. Like, I see the temperatures, and it's like -5, -10, right? And then they show the wind chill, and it's like, it feels like it's -25. It feels like it's -45. It's just like unbelievable. And I don't even have a good coat. I don't even have, I need to get one of those puffy coats. You know what I'm saying, chat? Like a North Face coat, right? Because I do run into times where I really need to be more warm than I am, right? As much as I say it doesn't get cold in this part of the country, it never rains, supposedly. in in this part of the country, right? It does. It happens. Weather's weird. Weather is really weird, and everybody seems to be getting weird weather, like weather that's like uncharacteristic for their part of the world, and that's one of the bonuses behind global war. It's not a bonus. It's a negative bonus. Hassan, cool. Yeah. Hassan. Vibes were immaculate. Vibes were absolutely immaculate. Unless you are a debate lib on Twitter, in which case you're just really mad. You're just really mad that Hassan had that conversation, and you think that he is bad. Your open attitude towards Kat is nice. The Yemeni hot dude, yes, really opened up a debate. I mean, yeah, opened up a debate. And the thing that sucks about it, though, is that so much of that debate has become about Rashid. And Rashid just wanted to talk about Palestine, right? That's what the conversation should be about. Or secondarily, especially if you're in the United States, should the United States be using your tax dollars to pay for bombs to drop in Yemen? Or should the United States be using your tax dollars to work the diplomatic angle and get a ceasefire? Because that would take care of so much, right? And it's what we should be concentrated on, right? Instead, all the priorities are out of whack and everybody's looking for a dunk on Hassan. Even some streamers that I try to be open to. Chat, this is a problem. So recommend other streamers to me, recommend other YouTubers to me, because so often like I find somebody and I'm like, yeah, you know, his takes are pretty cool on this, that, and the other. But then it's like Hassan comes up and they're like, Hassan bad, actually. Hassan really bad. He is a pretty humble dude and doesn't want, yeah, he didn't really want to talk about he wasn't there to talk about his DMs. And honestly, that's his business. That's his business, right? I think people out there calling this kid, oh my God, no. That's terrible. That is terrible. So yeah, what do we got today? We got to cover the Dylan Burns talking to Deep Fat Fried. Steven Crowder, I don't even know. That's a long one. Steven Crowder's got like a whole video talking about why he wants his fans off of social media. And I suspect it's because there's some more revelations coming down the line, right? He's just trying to get his audience and take them like off platform as much as possible. Either he's worried about getting, and I don't think he would be. I don't think he'd be deplatformed on Rumble. Rumble's not a great platform to begin with, right? It's hard to grow on Rumble, and he's had a lot of trouble. But he just like either that or like there's more revelations coming about his divorce and, you know, the way that he treated his ex-wife, right? That's an entirely possible thing. The Verbalize thing, maybe we should start with that. Maybe we should start with that. You know what I really ought to start with, though? The thing that I'm always forgetting to do, including this time. Which is make a Twitter thread. Yeah, I gotta tell people that I'm live. We're going live. We're live and alive, right? So, but yeah, a lot of people have found me through the streams I've been putting out. A lot of people are watching the streams even after the fact. So if you're a new viewer, welcome. It's really good to have you along with us for the ride. It's going to be a bumpy ride today because we're talking about what I'm imagining is going to be a contentious back and forth or discourse between, we've got TJ Kirk, we've got Paul's Ego, we've got Scotty, and Scotty don't know, and against Dylan Burns. So like, you know, the old school, some of the old school atheists that turned out to be less reactionary, talking to one of the supposedly progressive streamers that strangely turns out to be more reactionary. I don't know how this is gonna go. What happens when you mix OG atheists with a next gen Destiny clone. I don't know, but we're about to find out live on stream. Join us. There we go. That's a good tweet. I feel like that's a good tweet. I feel like that's a strong tweet. I feel like Twitch is experiencing its ad break just as I'm making this tweet. Oh my god, I want to put my music back on though. Yeah, this is the drawback of streaming on the weekends, is that like I tend to sleep in, especially when the Vanguard boys are going. Like I see Vanguard on and I'm like, oh cool, I've got more time today. I can stream later, but I don't want to stream too late because it is a Sunday. Some people like to get to bed early so that they can, you know, not be super tired when they go to work on Monday, so. So the last thing we need is that address. There's the address. I think that's the right address. 74 ends with 74. Does it this one end with 74? It does. Okay, so there we go. There's the post, right? This is gonna potentially chat. So I just want to point out, okay, if I get in any sort of drama in the next little while, right? It's probably gonna be because I poked the hornet's nest, right? We've been talking about Destiny a lot more than I usually do. The last time I caught Destiny's ire, I got ratioed. Destiny ratioed me on Twitter. Destiny, like, he's just like, no quarter. I don't care if you're a random small streamer chick and I'm literally like the OG debate streamer. I'm gonna light you up if you criticize me. And we've been criticizing Destiny a lot. Seen what he does to other people, seen how hard his community goes, seen how they focus in on people. So, you know, I don't know. We might expect some of that. Maybe not. Like putting his name, though, in the tweet, totally unnecessary on my part. But you know what is necessary on your part? Texas border? What about the Texas Roadhouse? Yeah, we gotta cover the Texas Roadhouse. Unfortunately, that Texas border story is tragic, right? So what we're talking about here is the Texas National Guard, which is controlled by Greg Abbott. I almost said Rick Perry. It's not Rick Perry, it's Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, marginally, you know, technically in control of the Texas National Guard, right? And they have taken over Eagle Pass, which is an area where people sometimes cross, right? If they're crossing the river to get to the United States, they'll cross there, right? So as like, I don't know, a flex, I guess? A flex on the federal government, Rick Perry has sent his National Guard down there, and they are preventing the Border Patrol from doing their job. One of their jobs is to make sure that, you know, refugees that are coming through there are safe, like are not, you know, and Texas seems bound and determined to make them unsafe, right? They've done weird stuff like wrapped barbed wire around barrels and put that in the river to try to discourage people from crossing over. But I mean, the people that are crossing over are desperate. They're crossing over for a reason. A lot of times that reason has a lot to do with the United States foreign policy as it impacts, you know, the global South and particularly Latin American countries, right? And so you get the situation where desperate people are put in dangerous situations, and the border guard would normally get them out of those dangerous situations and at least make sure that they're safe. Unfortunately, the Texas National Guard is not allowing them to do that. So Greg Abbott really Makes me miss the good old days of Rick Perry. Yeah, all Rick Perry. No, wait, I'm trying to remember. Rick Perry. It wasn't Rick Perry. It was Ted Cruz. Was Ted Cruz the one that goes to Acapulco when Texas gets really cold? And sometimes it does. Sometimes Texas gets really cold, right? And sometimes their power grid goes out when it's really cold, and a bunch of people are like freezing, right? Sometimes freezing to death. And Ted Cruz doesn't give a damn. He's gonna go to Acapulco. He's gonna vacation. He's gonna send you a nice postcard. He goes to Cancun. That's right, Cancun cruise. What did Rick Perry do? What was Rick Perry? Rick Perry was he the guy that was running for president? And he was like, I want to eliminate three departments of the U.S. government. And he was like, Department of Education, Department of Energy, and there's like one other, and he couldn't remember. That's what he's famous for. Marco Rubio, little Marco, famous for drinking a glass of water right in the middle of a very nervous speech that he was making. What is it about Texas politicians that they all seem to embarrass themselves? That's him. Okay, I got it. I know my Texas politicians. I know my Texans. You'd think a Canadian like Cruz would be able to handle it. Yeah, right? You'd think you'd be built for the cold. Apparently not. But yeah, we're... Okay, so yeah, what I was trying to tell you is that you can help me out on Twitter. That is the thread if you want to click on it. If you want to help me out in spreading the word that we are live and alive and bring more people into the stream, because I always love to have more people in the stream, even if they don't agree with me. Right, we had some Destiny people in here the other day that very much did not agree with me. And look, I might make fun of you a little bit, but you're allowed to be in here. You're allowed to disagree. You're not allowed to say anything racist. You're not allowed to be, disruptive to the stream or make anybody else's, get in the way of anybody else's enjoyment of the stream. But you can disagree with me. Like, I have very few requirements for being in here. So, was Rick Perry on Dancing with the Stars? I think you're right. I feel like a lot of these people have been on Dancing with the Stars. Big doofus behavior. When you said big doofus, it reminded me of that channel Doofus Goobus or Goobus Doofus. You know what I'm talking about? It's like an animated channel. Oh, speaking of animation, we got to talk about Verbal Ace, right? I was going to give you a review of Hasbin Hotel, okay? Because I gotta admit, I was kind of excited for the premiere. But right as it premiered, I started to find out more and more things about the creator of the people creating Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss, and it's worse than I thought. It's worse than I thought, right? Like I'm okay with people are edgy. I'm okay with edgy humor, even a little bit of deep fried humor, as long as it's not like punching down. It's I don't think we're gonna get into it, because like I said, Hasbin Hotel has a rabid fandom, and these fans cannot stand when anybody says anything bad about Vivziepop. So we're not gonna be talking shit about Vivziepop today. We're actually gonna be talking shit about Verbal Ace. Verbal Ace, a animation creator, the creator behind Beatbox Battles. Is that what it's called? Beatbox Battles. And so this is like epic rap battles of history, except instead of just rap battles, it's like boom, boom, beatbox, right? It's beatbox battles, so the same thing, but with beatbox. And it banged for a while. Like, people loved those beatbox battles, but things have kind of dried up, and his channel's been getting less views, and he's been making less money, and he's been, that's an understand. Like, I understand that anxiety. There's a lot of anxiety. And I have seen it do some pretty bad things to, people I consider to be pretty good people, right? In terms of all the pressure that's on you as a YouTuber. There's a lot, right? But yeah, Verbal Ace, when things were going really well, he was just like, let me spend some money, right? And apparently he spent, the story goes, $50,000 on a piece of fan animation of himself getting chased down and bedded, like borderline SA'd by the protagonist of Hasbin Hotel, who I believe Charlie has a girlfriend. I believe that Charlie already has a girlfriend, so I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna cover that too. And we're gonna cover Mama Max, that I can't even explain Mama Max. Mama Max is somebody, oh my God, how do I, yeah, Chris Hansen, right? That's the frame of reference that I'm gonna give you. Imagine Chris Hansen is younger and is a YouTuber and is really performative, like really gets into his content, like really wants to make like some kind of cinematic thing of his content, which, you know, I mean, you know what Chris Hansen's content is, so. Eel Pit, you want to go to the Eel Pit? Should we do the Eel Pit? I feel like I've got a lot of like random content that I want to share with you. I do want to show you, so if you don't know, Save a Fox Foundation, this is a animal sanctuary for foxes, for, I'm trying to remember what all they have. They have foxes, they have a bunch of different animals there, but mainly foxes, right? They got a jackal. A jackal has arrived. No eels. Looney Tune LT9K is not here for the eels. I understand that. The eels can be a little bit slow, a little bit phlegmatic. Anyway, again, beatbox battles. In the early stages, it was created through school music class outside of the classroom. Many teachers tried to get it banned because it went against the grain. Wait, what? Wait, you're saying that, oh, they used the school equipment to create those videos? May I ask you, if you do less American-focused stuff, you're global and we ain't all from the US. Oh, if I could do less American-focused stuff? For non-Americans, when you go on and on about all these non-entities nobody knows about, it's such a turnoff. So you're talking about, like, what is your, I'm curious, like, what is your ideal, like, subject matter? I get what you're saying, right? Is that there's a lot going on in the world right now, and it's very dicey. And yeah, it's hard to concentrate on things that don't matter, like a YouTuber that spent $50,000 to see his avatar get chased down by a Has-Been Hotel character. And yeah, that's right. Has-Been Hotel, maybe not so big outside of the US. It's kind of a niche thing. It's very popular here, but yeah. Love to hear my view on Europe, Asia, and Africa. Zara, does he try to catch a predator? I know a few YouTube channels that do that. That's what they do. That's what Mama Max is doing, right? Is like exposing predators, right? And sometimes exposing people that there's not a lot of real evidence that this person is a predator. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna be talking about Ukraine today. Like, that's the main focus, is a disagreement between Dylan Burns and the creators behind Deep Fat Fried over U.S. policy in Ukraine, and really, like, the Ukraine war, which has been going on, you know, for years now, and, you know, whether it should come to some kind of negotiated settlement, or whether, you know, it's worth it to go on with all the lives that are being lost, all, you know, and like, right. So I do have some Hasanabi content for you, though. I don't know. Osmanjaro, and please forgive me if I am pronouncing your name wrong. You can correct me. Feel free to correct me, because I want to get people's names right. Student was creating it and the teacher did not like it. Not musical equipment, just off grain, against the grain. Oh, okay. Kind of like Footloose. Yeah, the Footloose. I kind of get that. I've never seen it. I know what it's about, though, right? Is Footloose about, like, a small town where dancing is not allowed, and some guy comes in and he's like, I want to dance. And everybody's like, you can't dance. And he's like, I'm gonna dance. That's all I know about Footloose. And the song. The song's kind of a banger. Can we watch the Verbal Ace video on repeat for 5 hours? You want to watch the... I mean, I can't put on the music. You understand that, right? So the Verbal Ace video, the video that he commissioned, the video that he supposedly spent $50,000 on, which kind of, to me, it kind of looks like it might have been traced from Has Been Hotel. I don't know, right? It featured copyrighted music. So that's the one, that's my kryptonite, right? That's my weakness, copyrighted music. I gotta avoid that. It's Kevin Bacon from Footloose. Did Norm Finkelstein say something? Wait, what do you mean? On what? He spent $50,000 on an NFT of himself? Kind of, but it's an animation. It's a 3-minute long animation. If you don't know, animation is very expensive to create, right? Depending on how you do it, especially if it's drawn, you know, that's a lot of drawings that you're commissioning, and not just commissioning drawings, but you know, getting somebody to put the drawings together to make that animation, that animated form. So you don't need the music, you just want to see it over and over again. Okay. I've never seen Jaws. Everybody knows Jaws, right? Does everybody know Jaws? Hey, actually, I gotta ask you, Osmanjaro, is Jaws a cultural reference that you're familiar with, right? The movie about the shark that swims around and ruins people's beach parties by eating people, basically by eating people. Basically the same, just it was a time that everyone was pushing traditional creations. Phoenix Dragon, thank you for the raid and welcome. Welcome streamer, welcome raiders. Good to have you along with us today. How are you doing? So Jaws is a cultural reference that, yeah, I never know. The thing about like American culture is that I don't know which aspects of American culture like have reached beyond the borders of the United States. In other words, of all the things that are popular and that are cultural references that people in the US get, right? I don't know which of them people from different parts of the world get, which like One Piece, right, is a great example. That's what Hassan and Rashid were talking about you know, part of what they were talking about, right, was, oh my god, now there are freaking communists invading radicals in my chat. Welcome in.
Because it was so peaceful.
Oh, welcome in again.
Communist invading radicals.
Double TCTTV raid? Nice. Well, welcome. Everybody go follow Phoenix Dragon if you are not already. Good to have you with us. Good. We're about to get started here. So yeah, if you can see, I've got my Twitter thread up. There it is right there. If you want to be on screen for a moment, this is your time. This is your chance. Oh my god, everybody's... There we go. That's what I'm talking about. It's gonna be a banger, right? So, I think do we have the... I don't think I penned the tweets. There we go. There's one penned. And then... hide it from myself. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to have you here. My flatmate did animation cell. Animation is mad expensive for a solid reason. Yeah, you want to pay people that are doing, there's so much work in it, right? And so that's why it's so weird for somebody to commission this wasn't anything that he wanted to use, right, on his channel. It would have been weird to use that on his channel. It was just purely something that he wanted to have. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to Kazi V. Kazi V now has a gift membership and access to all the emotes and lots of exclusive content thanks to the generous gift of Morbius Dragon. Bitingale, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my god, it's so good to have everybody here. My flatmate did... I need to pay attention to Twitch more, right? I've been hanging out in YouTube more and more and getting to know more and more YouTube streamers and content creators, but I feel like I've left Twitch, you know, I don't know. I haven't been paying enough attention. Senator Rubber Skunk, thank you for the follow. Good to have you with us today. Good to have you all with us. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. If you're not already, I'm not sure. Vitingale, did you? Carlos Wild Ride, you raided us too. Oh my God, welcome. Welcome in. We got double raided by Phoenix Dragon and Carlos Wild Ride, who should probably go check out their channels. Be sure to refresh. Yeah, I appreciate you refreshing. I also appreciate you over on YouTube hitting that like button, right? Even if you can't support me in any sort of monetary way whatsoever, I appreciate those likes, and those likes are more powerful than you know. It basically convinces YouTube to send the stream to more people's feeds, so more people will have a chance to come in here and see what's going on. Wait, you'd pay top dollar for that repellent? Wait, what repellent are we talking about? Oh my God, I'm trying to keep track of two chats at once. Two cats at once? Oh my God, you spent 14 hours on stream? That sounds like an epic stream, Phoenix Dragon. But yeah, go give both of them a follow on Twitch. He did Ratatouille. Oh wait, I still need to, yeah, okay, so here we go. YouTube, there's the link that I told you about. Spam it again, and then just make it get pinned. Okay, so yeah, this is your chance to appear right up there on stream, just like Vamps did, with a safe for work. That's the key, right? A safe for work image, right? A safe for work GIF, especially if you want to, you know, build the hype for us. So let's see. We got my magic playlist here. You want to start off with some Hassan? We've been covering a lot of this guy, but just to kind of wrap up the whole Hassan versus liberal streamers, liberal Twitter, people who thought that they were leftist, maybe back when Bernie was running, but have decided that they really like U.S. foreign policy. They think it's good, right? They think that the enemies of the United States are bad people, and anybody who disagrees, they're just America bad. They're just saying America bad by reflex, when in actuality, we know what the real reflex is. The real reflex is to see any country in opposition to the United States of America as the worst straw man of like the Soviet Union combined with East Germany, combined with, you know, any other authoritarian government or supposedly authoritarian government that you can think of, right? That's how it gets portrayed. You know, you had these streamers like just being like, well, of course, if they're commandeering vessels, they're subjecting the crews and the captains of those vessels to all kinds of, to some kind of gulag, some kind of primitive gulag. They're being put in Yemen, and it just like, I don't know where that comes from other than racism. Other than racism and America good knee-jerk reaction. So let's get started with Hassan dealing with all the shit, right? It's starting off with one of my favorite liberal Twitter accounts, and by favorite I mean like I find them funny. I find it hard to believe that they're not a parody. This is well, anyway, I'm not trying to light them up. Chat, don't harass anybody, okay? You can see their name. You've probably seen this person making cringy threads on Twitter, but that's where we're starting off. Arvash is starting to realize what Hassan truly is. 1, deeply racist. 2, pro-terrorism. And 3, a Russia shill? No, Hassan is dangerous and a deluded extremist. He is a demagogue and a cult leader. A cult leader? That's a weird thing to call somebody. Is Hassan a cult leader? Anyway, who is poisoning the minds of young people watching him. Okay, that's right. Just like NCC. You want to visit Yemen someday? Yeah. What's up, my dogs are goth? Welcome to the stream. Wait, what? Wait, what's the question? If social media is how you gauge your life, you are missing a majority of reality. Yes, yes. I mean, some of this stuff is just terminally online, right? Some of these reactions are terminally online. And some of it is American exceptionalism mixed with a little capitalist realism. And, you know, what it's not in any way is leftist. So in some ways I can cut Destiny more of a break for doing the kind of content that I'd expect somebody of Destiny's political persuasion. I don't know what you want to call Destiny, like a center-right liberal or something with a just deep and abiding affinity towards Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes and far-right accounts, a deep love of owning the lefties, of shitting on the lefties. Hasanabi, all the Hasanabi heads are his followers. That's right, that's right, it's a cult. The cult of Hasanabi. Let's see what Hasanabi's got for us. I think we're about ready to blast off here, chat. How is the thread doing? Oh crap. Whoa, Zara, jump scare. That's hello, chat. Yo, is that like a backrooms entity? That looks like some backroom shit. That is some true analog horror. But yeah, you got a little bit longer. Oh my god, I'm gonna like all your posts. All your posts. I'm liking them all. Thank you for giving me this bump on Twitter. It really does help a lot. It helps us blast off. And it helps more people know that I'm even streaming, which is important. Oh my god, should we do this? Should we risk it? Let's risk it. Let's see what's going on in the world. We did this yesterday. It was good. Why is Marianne Williams trending? Why is Marianne trending? Okay, so Marianne Williams added UBI to her presidential platform, making her the first and only 2024 presidential candidate so far running with UBI policy proposal instead of just a UBI pilot proposal. So what's the difference between a pilot proposal and a policy proposal? Pilot proposals are like rolling out a UBI, but that means universal basic income. The idea is that you get a certain amount of money no matter what. It's not based on your job. It's not based on anything. It's just like, you know, and a true universal basic income would be essentially enough to live on. It would be deciding that there's a basic level, like a almost like a safety net that everybody should have. Now, these things can run in vastly different ways. And you know, I'd have to like dig into her proposal to see what kind of UBI we're talking about with Marianne Williams. Andrew Yang famously floated the idea of UBIs, but it was with the idea that we can roll out the UBI and then we can cut the social safety net. So it's like they're giving on one hand and taking away in another. I think that a lot of Americans really liked when the government was you know, cutting checks for people during COVID. Since you couldn't work, you're being you know, paid a certain amount of money. And part of the economic hardship people are experiencing is the withdrawal of not just that, but like everything. Some people made out like bandits with the PPP loans. You're talking about businesses, mostly not so small businesses. So yeah, I mean, I guess this is a good thing. So a pilot proposal would be like on a small level, just like with a few people, try it out, see if it works, study it, right? A policy proposal for UBI would be, yeah, make it a policy, make it you know, a universal basic income. So I mean, I guess that's something. Let me read this. Okay, as president, says Marianne Williams, I will support a universal basic income program to do just that. When we pass my UBI plan through Congress, every American will receive a monthly check that will keep them above the poverty line. I sound so far so good. Let me be clear, monthly cash transfers cannot on their own solve economic hardship. True. There's a lot more to think about with this, right? You know, this happens and landlords are going to be looking for a way to raise the rent on you, right? To capture as much of that UBI as they possibly can. We need other policies too, from universal health care to free public college to affordable housing. How about housing for all? How about housing for all, right? We don't want to give people cash just for it to be swept away all in one medical procedure or one college course. True. For that reason, UBI is not a cure-all. However, by giving everyone a guaranteed income, in addition to treating things like healthcare and higher education as public goods, we will abolish poverty, end our crisis in economic despair, and finally have a population whose economic life reflects the prosperity of our GDP. Yeah, that's the gross domestic product, but it's not representative necessarily of, you know, most people's economic conditions in the US. Modern democracies like ours, like our own, are supposed to have a social safety net that keeps people out of poverty and economic disaster. However, the modern American safety net is wholly inadequate and allows far too many people to fall through the cracks. With my policy agenda, we will close these cracks and finally build a social safety net that keeps everyone above water and allows our people to live decent lives free from the tyranny of economic necessity and debt, right? My UBI plan is separated into 3 programs: one for children, one for seniors, and one for working age adults. For children and seniors, there are existing programs that I would like to modify. For working age adults, I would like to create an entirely new program. So now here's one, I'm gonna throw some cold water on this, all right? I'm gonna throw a little cold water on this, right? The Democrats aren't really running a primary, right? There's Cenk Uygur, there's some kind of debate. Yeah, what is this? Dean Phillips, Marianne Williams, and Cenk Uygur talking, right? Marianne Williams has been calling for a ceasefire in Gaza since October. I mean, that is what we need. That is what we need. Unfortunately, the Democrats, I mean, there's not even, like, if you run a primary, there's a chance that the presidential candidate will feel the heat from the primary candidates nipping at their heels, not necessarily lose the race, but that maybe some of these policy proposals might be taken on by a Biden administration. There's a lot less chance for that to happen given the way that the Democrats are running the primary. Let me go ahead and I need to kill this music, all right? Let's kill this music so we can watch and see what Marianne Williamson, is she Dr. Marianne Williamson? I feel like she has a doctorate. She has a PhD in something.
In retaliation for the fact that Israel is bombing Gaza. The way to get that to stop, the Houthis are attacking those ships in retaliation for the fact that Israel is bombing Gaza. The way to get that to stop is to stop bombing Gaza.
So that sounds like you're justifying what the Houthis are doing. You're basically saying...
No.
That sounds like you're full of shit, Dan Abrams. That sounds like you're presenting a false dichotomy. Right? What she's saying she supports is a cessation of bombing in Yemen and a cessation of bombing in Gaza. And that is what any decent person supports.
I'm not.
You're saying they are doing this in response to Israel.
But that's true.
They are responding to the fact that Israel is bombing Gaza. That's why they're doing it. That is their stated intent. We should not be supporting the bombing of Gaza. The Houthis are...
Or the bombing of Yemen. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Obviously, Dean Phillips here does not agree, I don't think, right? Dean Phillips is kind of a conservative, from what I can tell. So it's kind of a good thing he's not talking in this clip. So there we go. Marianne Williamson, you are trending. Congratulations, right? Even if you're not, even if you don't have a chance to really compete at the primary, you're at least having your ideas heard, I guess. It's the 51st anniversary of Roe v. Wade, right? Roe v. Wade was the decision which gave pregnant people access to reproductive health care. This got, overturned under the Trump administration. Oh, sorry. Actually, I mean, technically under the Biden administration, but with the judges that Trump had put in place. President Biden, on the day Roe v. Wade was overturned, I vowed that I wouldn't back down in the fight to ensure women have the freedom to make their reproductive health care decisions. Today, over a year after that promise, I mean, if you say so. But I think this is trending because I think it's because it's the 51st anniversary of the Roe v. Wade decision, which was then overturned under the new conservative, I guess, supermajority. Is it a supermajority? It's like 6-3 conservative to. Gavin Newsom is trending. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Donetsk is trending. Due to a civilian casualty event in the area. This is one of the breakaway oblasts of Ukraine. I think that Russia is occupying, and you know there was. I'm not going to click on that, right? Because one thing that Twitch will not allow me to show is any kind of violence. Ron DeSanctimonious has dropped out. If I had the clip, I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, we got him, but instead we just gotta say, weasel. He's a weasel. Weasel. And when he dropped out, he said, fucking pronouns. And then he endorsed the guy that said, I did everything right and they indicted me. And the whole world said,
this is going bad.
They did not like this.
Dingus Gambit.
And they were like, there we go. We string together so many sounds. Trump says that he has officially retired the name Ron DeSanctimonious. What the? Oh no.
Name is officially retired.
So he stops calling you mean names if you drop out.
Okay. He just said, will I be using the name Ron DeSanctimonious? I said, that name is officially retired.
What about Meatball Ron? Is that one retired too? I call him Pudding Ron. There he is. There's Meatball Ron. Oh my god, he's every face. They've shipped his face into everything. Okay. So he's ended his campaign. Now, what does this mean? In the short term, right now, people are going to tell you different stuff about this, right? They're going to say, he endorsed Trump. This is a good thing for Trump. I don't think it is. I don't think it actually is. I think that him pulling out right now gives a greater chance for Nikki Haley possibly to win New Hampshire. Now, don't get excited. You shouldn't be excited about Nikki Haley. You know, from all we can tell, she's another vessel for Project 2025. She's not gonna, you know, she's gonna carry forward the MAGA agenda as far as we can tell. I don't know that she'd be any different than DeSantis or Trump, right? But you know, she's also probably not gonna win the primary. What we're looking at is her running even. From the latest polls I've seen, she's running even with Trump, so she's got a decent chance of maybe winning New Hampshire. Now, normally in a presidential primary, especially one that doesn't have an incumbent, there's no incumbent on the Republican side, right? There's no incumbent. The Republicans are out of power, so there's no incumbent. This should help her get some momentum. It's not going to happen, though. She's not getting momentum from this because the next state is her own state, South Carolina, and she's got no chance with that, right? And even though there's no incumbent, Trump is functioning as an incumbent. Trump has captured the Republican Party, and that's part of the reason that Meatball Ron is getting out of it. He has bowed down, he has kissed the ring, so he can stop being called Ron DeSanctimonious. So yeah, now it's a race between what I think it's just Nikki Haley and Trump. At least those are the viable candidates. Those are the candidates that matter, to the extent that Nikki Haley even matters, and Meatball Ron is gone. Meatball Ron is no more. Bridget is trending. Why is Nintendo trending? Pal World. Has anybody heard of Pal World? It looks kind of like... It looks like Pokemon. I don't know anything about Pal World. Wait, that is literal. Isn't that a Wooloo? Wooloo clone. Okay. Nintendo brained people are wild, man. That is a sheep. Have you ever seen a sheep? It's a Wooloo. Steam's newest hit, Pal World, has been accused. Oh, okay, I see it. It's not about. So this isn't brought to you by Nintendo. This is brought to you by Steam. It's a lot like Pokemon. I've seen a few people playing it. Yeah, it seems to be a popular game now. Anyway, we're not a gaming channel, but I just want Newsom. I gotta look at Newsom. What is Newsom saying? Gavin Newsom. In a matter of weeks, Ron will bend the knee and endorse Donald Trump. He was proved correct. He was proved correct. Newsom is a disgrace. Yeah, I mean, he is gruesome Newsom, right? That's, I mean, Republicans obviously don't like him, but he is a very centrist Dem. Oh my God. Oh my God. Republicans going, okay, so this is just more. So I think he's trending because he got the prediction about Ron DeSantis, right? He had a debate with, here we go.
Neither of us will be the nominee. But there's one thing in closing that we have in common is neither of us will be the nominee for our party in 2024. And in a matter of weeks, Sean, he'll be endorsing Donald Trump as the nominee for the Republican Party. But there's one thing.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you got it, gruesome Newsom, you got it. Now maybe try to do something about maybe do something for unhoused people, right? But he won't. Okay, president in 2028. What is this about? JFK Jr. I'm going to be voting for JFK Jr. for president in 2028. JFK Jr. One problem, chat. Do you know what the problem with JFK Jr. Q Patriot says? I'm going to be voting for JFK Jr. in for the 19th president. Oh, vice president. Okay. He will be vice president again in 2028. Wait, what the fuck is this? Anyway, he's dead. JFK Jr. is dead. But don't tell that to the QAnon patriots out there. They think that he is secretly alive and he's just been in hiding because the evil deep state is after him. Vice President Kamala Harris must be elected in 2028. Vivek, they like Vivek. They want him to be president in 2028. Okay, I think it's just about Don Jr. President Trump's son won't rule. This is Don Jr., Donald Jr. running into it. Won't rule out a run for president. Wow. See, and I was talking about this the other day, right? In my mind, Don Jr. is a joke. Don Jr. is a goddamn parody. But I guess I don't know how Republicans see candidates. And, I've been wrong before, right? I didn't think that Ted Cruz could be a serious candidate. And he almost got the nomination. He was very close to being president in 2016. So apparently, what do I know? Not much. Not much at all. Don't count on my analysis of who can and can't be president. I guess this guy's got just as much chance as the rest of these jokers. So I think we're through now. Let's go back to the notifications. Let's see what's kicking there. Oh yeah, we're vibing. Princess Layla, we are vibing. Vibes are immaculate. Vibes are immaculate. Let's get started, right? I teased you before with the Hassan content. Did the Hassanabi laugh? Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. Let's get into this. Let's wrap up this this discourse on Hassan and his interview with Rashid.
Platforming Hassan. This is Scarlet Red said, we need to study the brains of these people, find out how this happened. Giving tonebacks to the terrorists, uncritically praising the Houthis, the crazy racist shit.
Wait, okay, so what that is... So, yeah, a Scarlet Red quote retweeted Socked Him Lad, who himself seems like a parody. Like, right, I can't take this guy seriously. We need to study the brains of these people, find out how this happened to them. Yeah, right? It's capitalist realism, I guess.
He says in Turkish when he thinks no one is listening. The crazy racist shit he says in
Okay, so chat, do you know what we're talking about here? Here, let me switch us over, right? It's time to get down to business. For me, I reckon Trump is the litmus test showing the accepted and funny internal racism of your country. Yeah, Donald Trump is a great example of that, right? Another person that I did predict in 2016 that he could not possibly be president, right? And I didn't count on, I knew Hillary Clinton was a historically bad candidate, a historically charismatic candidate. Not even I could have predicted her, not even going to Wisconsin, taking so many states for granted, taking so much for granted. She had a primary candidate in Bernie Sanders who nobody foresaw, and she took on like zero policies from him, right? She misread the room. The American people in 2016 and in 2020 and in 2024 are not looking for an establishment candidate. They're sick of that. And that's what allows Trump to be viable. Trump is also, I think, a historically weak candidate. And he's only enabled by the fact that the Democrats, all they can marshal is Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, right? They can't come up with their own, anti-establishment candidate. There's no way in hell that Bernie or even Marianne Williams is winning in the Democratic Party. And so until we get past this two-party system, which I don't know what it's going to take, ranked choice voting maybe, a third party building up a base in terms of smaller offices, right? I don't know what it's going to take, but yeah, we're doing some Hassan again. I hope you don't mind. We've been doing a lot of Hassan, but he is literally at the nexus of this whole thing. But so do you hear what this guy's saying? And by this guy, I mean, I shouldn't assume it's a guy. It's from the Arvash subreddit. I don't know who posted it, right? The crazy racist shit he is saying in Turkish. So Hassan, born in New Jersey, speaks Turkish, is Turkish, and is Turkish American, and it sometimes gets Turkish chatters. Sometimes, talks in Turkish to his family members that might be there. And this racist piece of shit here thinks that he's saying awful stuff because it's the whole thing where, somebody speaks in a foreign language that you don't know and you assume the worst because of racism. That's what's going on here on Arvash. This is just a exposition of the racism of Arvash.
Turkish when no one is listening.
Yeah, correct, Valerie. Dems voted against ranked choice voting. They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want a third party. They don't want to have to compete. They don't even want a meaningful primary, right? We were just looking at Marianne Williams, and I'm telling you, even though she's talking about some good policies, she's got no chance. They're not even I don't just mean she's got no chance like Nikki Haley. Like Nikki Haley's going to lose the primary. There is no Democratic primary. They basically cancel the primary. Let me cancel this bad lighting. We got some bad lighting that I need to cancel. Oh my god, that's bright. That's even more bad lighting. Let's make the lighting good. I prefer lighting that doesn't suck, don't you? All right. There we go. We don't. Something like that. Yeah, we just got to get rid of that dark shadow behind me. I'm good. I'm good. All right. So let's go. Let's make this happen. Blasting off.
Brother.
Turks speak a whole language and have a culture that's much older than America. He's seen as an outsider, but you guys pride yourself on being a nation of immigrants. Yeah, we used to. Yeah, that used to be a great point of pride for the United States. Unfortunately, it's been supplanted by this America first mentality that's just, I mean, America's always been very self-focused, even when, there was talk of the nation of immigrants, even when there was, that kind of rhetoric played, right? And now they're all talking about closing the border. Oh yeah, I think I should mention this. I'm going to cover this later. I think I've got a video that speaks to this, right? But you have got, with this border policy thing, oh God, I knew there was one story I missed on Twitter. I knew that I missed something on Twitter. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so we gotta look up Dan Crenshaw. He was trending earlier. Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw. Do you remember this is a guy that's related to Hassan? Hassan debated this guy back in the day. And I think it was actually about, strangely enough, it was about Yemen. He's going to go into this a little bit. So this is a good prep for this. But so here's the situation that we've got, right? There is a bill bouncing around the House, right? And it is a bill that would tie immigration restrictions, Trumpian immigration restrictions, that Biden has caved on. Biden has agreed to. Biden is like, yeah, let's, all that stuff that Trump wanted, let's do that. Let's do that. Why does Biden want to do that? He feels like he's losing on immigration because the Democrats are always on defense about that. There's no attack. There's no, talk about DACA. Nobody talks about DACA anymore. It's all defense, right? And the defense that he wants now is to make the issue go away. How does he make the issue go away? By caving, by giving the Republicans nearly everything they want, right? And tying that bill to aid for Ukraine, which most of the Republicans have given lip service to. I mean, there is the MAGA contingent that loves Russia and they don't want to give money to Ukraine because of that. So in other words, Biden's got something that he wants. He's willing to cave on immigration for that. He also, let's just say it. He wants to lead. Yeah, our political process is so effed up. And I believe we're at the 14th anniversary of Citizens United. That's a big part of why our political system doesn't work, right? Citizens United, considering corporations to be people and allowing them to make contributions to our political process, right? And that any restriction on those contributions is akin to denying them freedom of speech, right? So they've literally perverted the concept of free speech and turned it into free corporate spending. And it goes back before, like, Citizens United. It goes back to the 80s. There were reforms made, or the Supreme Court decisions prior to the Ronald Reagan election, which allowed dark money into politics. And, things have just been really shitty ever since. So this is Dan Crenshaw, and he's mad because he wants his border restrictions. But the rest of the Republicans, they're acting like they're going to vote against it. Why are they going to vote against it? Because they'd rather have immigration as an issue than to get the policy that they say that they want. They think that they're going to not pass this. They're going to defeat Biden. They're going to get Trump in there, and they're going to get some even more cruel restrictions on immigration. Even more, like, just legalize the crap that Greg Abbott is doing, right? I don't know what they're thinking, but Dan Crenshaw, the guy that argued with Hassan, this guy's right wing. This guy's right wing. This guy's not good. But he's like, what's going on? And look, I mean, like, in some ways, I don't know. This is not... I'm not entirely mad at the policy results of this, which are that the immigration restrictions aren't going to get passed, and it looks like the aid to Ukraine is not going to get passed. But it's just kind of fucked up how it gets that way, and it shows you how dysfunctional our politics actually are. Let me hand it over to Crenshaw.
Border policy changes, and for whatever reason people come up with, they don't want it anymore. That's going to be a pretty tough position to stand by. So
they're the dog that caught the car.
A couple things, right? Well, we'll never vote for it if it's attached to Ukraine. Really? Like, we get meaningful border policy for Ukraine aid? You're not going to vote for that? So you want Russia to win more than you want border policy changes? That's a tough. You defend that. Some people say, oh, well, Biden wants it now because it's helpful to him politically. Okay. I want border security. That's what I told my constituents that I would do for them.
How weird is it that the Democratic Party, which is supposed to protect immigrants, which is supposed to advocate, like the Democratic Party has thrown a big part of its constituency under the bus for political expediency, and they can't even do it. It's reminding me of the grand bargain with Obama. Obama wanted to throw Social Security under the bus to be the historic president who had reformed Social Security, and the Republicans wouldn't take it because they didn't want to give the first black president a political accomplishment. Now, it's not a political accomplishment. It's a bad thing. You pay into Social Security, and the grand bargain would have had you not get that money out of your Social Security. But yeah, it's just another example. It's hard to keep track of. It's like, it's confusing. It's mind-boggling. Okay, this is terrible audio. I hope you could hear that. He's talking about United Airlines. But yeah, this is the guy that Hassan said that maybe he was missing an eye because of the actions of a brave Mujahideen fighter. If you remember way back to that, that's where Dan Crenshaw. Anyway, Hassan's going to talk about Crenshaw in this. I have been edging you long enough. Let's actually get to the content. Okay, but thank you for whoever reminded me of Dan freaking Crenshaw.
Half the Turkish motherfuckers on this platform hate me now because I rip into them all the goddamn time in Turkish. You just don't know what I'm saying in Turkish, so you magically assume it must be scary because you're a racist piece of shit.
I've seen racist people do this like in public, like, right? If people are talking in Spanish and they don't know Spanish, they like get angry and assume that the people speaking Spanish are like talking about them behind their back. It's both paranoid and racist. And we're a paranoid, racist country, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, when I yelled at like some Turks in the chat for their anti-Arab racism, and then they decided I was a Turk hater.
But how messed up is it that, like, they hear Hassan speaking a language they don't understand, and they, like, assume it's racist, terrorist shit, whatever the fuck they mean by that.
Mm-hmm. Running cover for the ethnic cleansing in Ukraine. Yeah, totally. If he were pushing any of these positions on the right, he would almost have been banned ages ago. Rather, he's been allowed to remain the primary vector of misinformation on the left. I think there needs to be a serious combo about banning him from Twitch and YouTube. Otherwise, in a year, we're going to get a story about a mass shooting inspired by his rhetoric. Yeah.
Now look at this. This is a Vosh person, Dreamleaf, right? Kind of a Vosh stan account on Twitter, arguing with Sokdim Lad and saying the last part kind of sounds like a DGGer. What is a DGGer? For anybody that doesn't know, that's a Destiny person, right? The way it works is that DGG was the rotten tree that produced the fruit of Vosh. The rotten fruit of Vosh, that's VGG, right? These are websites. DGG being Destiny's website, like that's separate from Twitch, that's separate from YouTube, that, you know, he just embeds the stream into, and he's able to, you know, receive any donations on that website he receives fully instead of getting YouTube or Twitch to take the cut, right? So it helps him, you know, it's a business thing, right? Vosh thought neat trick and got his sysadmin White Nervosa, or maybe White Nervosa did it by herself, to steal the code, which was public access or public domain, right? It was public domain code, and fork off a version of the code that's called VGG. That's Vosh's site chat, and so that's why you have Vosh and Destiny as like that's a big part of why Vosh and Destiny are the dominant streamers on the website. Now with VGG, Vosh also is able to bring other people into that, is able to use like his hosting and the size of his stream to sort of, you know, I don't know, basically subsidize this for other streamers which agree with Vosh. That is why the left is so dysfunctional, and you know, with Vosh, you know, leftism is so dysfunctional, is because this inordinate power from a liberal masquerading as a leftist. So it sounds like a DGG. They're saying this sounds like a Destiny person. This doesn't sound like, this is not one of ours. This is a Destiny person. This is a Destiny plant. Yeah, but so what? Hassan is truly dangerous. He has way too much influence. He's pretty bad, but the mass shooting thing is a bit hyperbolic. What did they said that, what did they say about mass shooting? Otherwise, in a year, we're going to get a story about a mass shooting inspired. Okay, so wait, they're saying, yeah, they're trying to get Hassan banned. This is usually a third rail. If I right now said that Destiny's rhetoric is irresponsible and, you know, right, which I'm not saying, Right? I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not, trying to deplatform anyone, because I know that if I did, I would get my head cut off. Not literally, but figuratively. I would get destroyed. I would no longer exist as a streamer. I would get harassed off the platform, right? For saying that. You can't say that about people who are truly harmful. You can say that about Hassan, because Hassan bad, I guess.
Racism. And then they decided I was a Turk hater. Running cover for the ethnic cleansing in Ukraine. Yeah, totally. If he were pushing any of these positions on the right, he would almost have been banned ages ago. Rather, he's been allowed to remain the primary victim.
So, like, this is wild, right? Hassan is anti-Russia, anti-Putin, anti the invasion. But he's also nuanced about United States foreign policy and NATO policy and its contribution to the situation that we're in now. So because Hassan offers a historical perspective rather than just the, rubber stamp of American foreign policy, he gets accused of being a Putin simp.
Misinformation on the left. I think there needs to be a serious combo about banning him from Twitch and YouTube. Otherwise, in a year, we're going to get a story about a mass shooting inspired by his rhetoric. Yeah. Your haters are writing their college theses on why you should be deplatformed for real.
Yo, like, wait. Now, I think that's a joke, but it might not be. It could be real. Haters writing college theses, I guess, on Hassan Bad. I wouldn't put it past them.
Ridiculous. I love the liberal mind, though. Like, a person like this is just no different than a right winger. And it is most likely a right winger that calls themselves a liberal at this point. Because, I've been saying all of these things for years. I do love this guy. I think he is like a right wing guy who just calls himself a social democrat.
Wait, which guy?
Vosh is starting to realize what Hassan truly is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, Sogdim Lad. So that's what Hassan is saying, is that he appreciates Sogdim Lad on like a parodic level, because he seems like he's got to be a parody. He's not. He means it. I don't know whether he's like a right wing infiltrator into Sogdim circles. Yeah. I mean, but it wouldn't surprise me though. Like, a lot of the so-called left, especially when you're talking about fans of Vosh, they're not leftists. They're liberals masquerading as leftists. Maybe this is a right-winger masquerading as a Sogdim. I don't know.
1, deeply racist. 2, pro-terrorism. And 3, a Russia shill. Hassan is a dangerous and deluded extremist. He's a demagogue and cult leader who is poisoning the minds of young people watching him. The guy said that he didn't have quotes of you being racist, but you were racist against Kurds and Armenians. Yes, that is no different than motherfucking Andrew Tate. If anything, a lot of Turkish people yell at me because I'm not racist towards Kurdish people or Armenians. Why don't these guys talk to a Kurdish person or an
the allegations that he's racist against Kurds, unsubstantiated
Armenian person and hear them if they think my position is racist towards Kurdish people or Armenian people? I have literally brought people on this broadcast that I'm good friends with that went and fought in Rojava. Okay? Multiple times, as a matter of fact. You are out of your fucking mind. It's just weird because, like, back in the day, we could just regard this as being schizo posting and move on. Nowadays, there's enough momentum beyond it. It's not simply just schizo posting, but instead, everyone is turned into a schizophrenic person. Not to disrespect the schizophrenic people out there, obviously. I should stop being ableist in that regard.
Okay, so this is the thing with Hassan. Yeah, like, that's ableist language. I mean, there's different ways to say what he's trying to say without making it like a mental health thing, and without, like, the problem with this ableism, right, which might sound like, right, if I get on you for calling something a schizo post, you might be like, you fucking hyper SJW, what's even wrong with you, right? That's normal people speak, and you are policing, right? What's wrong with that is that it is suggesting that every single social problem in the world is the result of mental illness. And if we could just separate all of the mental illness, if you know what I mean, from the rest of us that are normal, then everything would be better. That is freaking eugenics, okay? That is bad, right? But ableism is so just like integrated into the words that we say, into the thought process that we have, that it's the kind of thing that, like, I gotta call that like normie ableism, right? Most people, don't really have a problem with that kind of speech. I get that when Hassan says it, he's not trying to further put a further pejorative on mental illness, but yeah, it is. So my policy for that, right, and you take it as you want, right? I don't come down on other people for normie ableism, because I would be chasing after people like all day. But I try to eliminate it in what I say. I try to notice that, and good on Hassan for noticing that is indeed ableist. So that's the difference between Hassan and Vosh. Hassan will notice his ableism and be like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Vosh will be like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What, I can't call somebody the R slur for disagreeing with me. Of course they're the R slur if they disagree with me, right? So there's a difference.
But this is like, you're hallucinating, okay? Let's just not say schizoposting. You are hallucinating. It's like a mass hallucination.
It's hard to get it out of your vocabulary. It's hard to get it out of your mind. That's why look what Michael Brooks said, right? I buy into on some level, right? Be gentle with people and ruthless with systems, right? That's
hygienic. Your tweet made the front page of Reddit on r/get noted. Bunch of bloodthirsty warmongers saying how they hate you without any self-awareness. Yeah.
Which tweet was that?
Reddit has become a absolute bloodbath of far-right rhetoric, oftentimes being dished out by liberals who don't even recognize how much of a neocon they are operating as. It's genuinely scary. I see the momentum. I see the change in attitudes. I see the cultural change that is happening right in front of my...
Oh, yeah, Shakespeare, I think you showed me that. Yeah. Shakespeare showed me this handout on all the words, the normally used words that like reinforce that idea, right? Which, taken to its extreme, leads to eugenics. And it's a lot. A lot of the things that we just normally say without even thinking of them, it's ableist. And look, like, I'm trying to get to the place where I notice when something I say is ableist. And if I can get a little further, I can find other things to say. But, there's a certain, like, if somebody's calling people the R slur, yeah, I'm going to say something, right? That's, can we at least get the R slur out of our vocabulary? Especially if you're like a 40-year-old dude like Chud Logic, especially if you're a Vosh, right? You're kind of too old to be calling people schoolyard taunts, which is what the R slur is. You kind of need to get over that, right? It's not a good look, right? I can make fun of Vosh, and I can make fun of Chud Logic for being cringe. I can make fun of Xander Hall and whoever else the fuck wants to use that. Wait, is Xander Hall off the R slur? I don't even know. I don't even keep track because there's too much to keep track of. I'm liberal with my vinegar on my chips. Vinegar on chips is so good. That's like one of my favorite things. Salt and vinegar chips, or even just like, I used to eat hot sauce on my chips. I don't know, chat. I grew up in with like my family. They love spicy food, and so I love spicy food as well. Even when the spicy food does not love me back, which is often.
And it does definitely, it makes me worry a little bit.
Oh, English chips. Yeah, so interesting fact, right? What we call chips in America, in the UK, are called crisps. And what they call chips in the UK, we call fries, like frites, like Belgian frites. You call them French? Yeah, we call them French fries, even though they're Belgian. Isn't that wild?
Me worry a lot.
I mean, it's close, right? Or at least part of Belgium is pretty French.
It's because more Europeans are on it now.
They also call cookies biscuits.
Yeah. It's been that way regarding Palestine for 10 plus years. Yes, for sure. But having said that, I think this extends beyond simple.
Just plain disrespectful when people shit on disabled people and say that they have it easy. Oh my God, yeah.
Palestine. Bro, people.
We don't really talk about this as much as I used to, right? But you know, there's a lot that goes into ableism in terms of our models of disability. The normie model of disability is called the medical model of disability. And that is seeing disability of like, huh, you're unable to walk. That is a problem with you. You're unable to see. That is a problem with you. Maybe you're unable to hear. Maybe we could give you ocular implants so that you can hear, because you need to be able to hear, right? Instead of making the world a place which realizes that people are, you know, some people can hear and some people can't, some people can see and some people can't, some people can walk and some people can't. Instead of just recognizing that and be like, yeah, there should be ramps. There should be ramps. There should be accessibility. Instead of that, we're looking of like, you know, how can we change the people though? How can, and that's the medical model, right? As opposed to the social model, which says that people come in all different varieties. And it's not that you know, you're against like medical therapy when people want it to deal with their disabilities, but just that, you know, we're not there yet. We're not able to fully deal with disabilities. And in the meantime, how about making the world more accommodating to people who come in, you know, who come with all kinds of disabilities, right? Why not do that instead of just like, you know, superimposing this idea of like, this is what a human being is. You're supposed to be able to see, you're supposed to be able to do this, you're supposed to be able to do that. Like, you know, why not just accommodate it, right? That's the, yeah.
People calling it not a war crime on Twitter is not affecting anything, actually. It's just Twitter shit. No.
Weekend at Bernie's. Wait, what's going on here? Is that like Hassan? Is it Destiny? And wait, no. What's going on here? Oh, this is a Hassan tweet. I shaved. Okay, this is his blast off tweet, right? This is his blast off tweet. Just like we do a blast off tweet. That's Will. It's Hassan. Who's the third guy? Wait. I don't get the reference. Is Hassan supposed to be like not alive? It's Will and Austin. Austin's back from break. That's right. I forgot about that. Austin was on vacation for a while, but he's back.
Me calling it a war crime on Twitter is not affecting anything either. When America does something and chooses not to consider it a war crime, then it's not a war crime. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like I said before, the United States, the buzzword that the United States uses to more or less gaslight the rest of the world is a rules-based order, right? We live in a world, we live in a society with a rules-based order. There's certain rules and you got to follow them. And if everybody follows the rules, everything's good. When people get out of line, they break the rules. That's when the world police, the United States of America, has to come in and drop those bombs, right? And the funny thing about the rules-based order is the rules apply to people that are not the United States and that are not the United States' allies, right? So it's a different set of rules for, you know, depending on your proximity to power. So is it really a rules-based order, or is it just the United States kind of playing fast and loose with those rules?
The point is that
exactly, Osman Jaro.
A lot of spaces that formerly fancied themselves under the Trump administration to be
Vosh live in 30 minutes. Hey, maybe we'll have a conversation. Right? Let's bring Vosh on. Just kidding. We've got too much to cover.
Reactionary ideology have found themselves completely in the throes.
That's right. Roll Britannia, right? Oh my God. Not good.
Of reactionary ideology when it comes to defending American empire. Okay? And also, I mean, I'll give you another great example of this, right? Like this dude, Rashid, got interviewed by BBC Arabic, right? And
So yeah, this we haven't watched yet.
like, obviously, no one is yelling at the BBC and saying that they platformed a terrorist. They just ran up with the notion that this guy is like the most anti-Semitic terrorist to have ever lived, comparing him to Adolf Hitler, comparing him to Osama bin Laden. Okay?
I guess calling an idiot is somehow bad now. Well, I mean, just like think about it, right? You live in a society where that's normal. So I'm not going to call somebody else, you know, out for something that's normal. But I am going to try to change the way that I talk about things, right? And a lot of times when the word idiot is invoked, we don't actually mean that. Right? We don't actually mean that. And that's the thing about ableism, is it's inaccurate. You're using a word that's not really speaking to what you're trying to say, but colloquially we all kind of know it. And like part of this is just like getting your head straight about like what are you actually thinking? Like what are you actually, is the problem with this person that they have a lack of intelligence, or is it, and if they did, would that be like a bad thing? Is that a moral failing on their part? When you're calling somebody an idiot, generally you're calling out some kind of, they're doing something wrong, right? It's not just that you have a prejudice against people based on, you know, intelligence, whatever the fuck that means, right? Because people can't decide what intelligence means. If you look at IQ scores, they don't correspond with, you know, they don't directly correspond with like success in anything. So what are we really saying? Well, we've taken certain characteristics, certain abilities, and we've decided this is intelligence. And all this other stuff that's important too, that really does factor into like, you know, how well you're able to deal with things. Well, that's not intelligence. That's something else. We're not even going to consider that, right? So then you're creating like a biased like measure of what you're trying to talk about, right? A lot of what society and progress is about is moving forward with better descriptions, with better understanding of the world, right? You can say that the sun comes up in the morning, you know, for like, but because it's spinning around the earth. But if you understand that the earth is actually spinning around the sun, and that the earth is turning, and the turning of the earth is what makes the sun come up in the morning, you're closer to the truth, right?
And not like a 19-year-old who has withstood a genocide for more of his life than not. Rashid, not Rashid, sorry. And it's so crazy how many people, it's so crazy how many people just like got lost in the sauce. You try to say that it's because,
look, like I said, you know, I mean, you can like use that, you can use whatever word, you know, like I'm not trying to correct like normie ableism in other people, but I do challenge myself to say what I mean.
people are just yelling at you because you're you. And it's not important in the grand scheme of things. But what you're failing to recognize is that is reactionary. Okay? Like, it doesn't matter if they're doing it just because it's me and they hate me. They're still saying racist ass shit. They're still, you know, the underlying assumption there is that any fucking Muslim dude that you see, you automatically are like, well, he must love, you know, child slavery and sex trafficking and is Osama bin Laden. That, in my opinion.
Yeah, so like Hassan is not denying that certain beliefs like exist, you know, within Yemen, certain beliefs like exist within you know, the Houthi coalition, but the fact that you'd see a random 19-year-old in Yemen and be like, oh yeah, he must believe all this stuff as well, right? That's a stereotype. That's just a stereotype. You're projecting your stereotype of Yemeni people on somebody who is an individual person. And that's what Hassan was trying to kind of get at, right? In talking to him and humanizing him is making people aware that like not everybody in a country like feels the same way. There are bad things that the United States government believes in. There are a lot of bad things that the United States government does, right? I would not like for other people to look at me and be like, she must believe in supporting genocide in Gaza, because I don't, right? Now, I understand on some level if they have that perception, but you know, I would prefer that they treat me as an individual, and as such, I try to treat other people as individuals too, right? Does it make sense?
Is unacceptable. Do you think that some people knew you were talking about Visegrad but saw the opportunity to farm some clout from that moment? I think so. Yes. 100%. I don't know how better I could have like described my position. Obviously, I don't think that like Iraq going into Kuwait was somehow Iraq being a victim of colonial violence, but people obviously like deliberately and voluntarily misunderstood what I said so they could fucking get clicks off of it. A lot of that.
But also, if you're going to talk about, so we're talking about the Gulf War, right? This is distinct from the Iraq War. The Iraq War happened in the 2000. The Gulf War happened in the 1990s, right? And, you know, this is Iraq attacking Kuwait and the United States invading and et cetera, et cetera. You know, there wasn't really like a lot of fighting in Iraq itself. It was, you know, it was mainly just in Kuwait, right? There was George Bush's father that was president at the time. What people aren't connecting to is how did Saddam Hussein get to where he was? How did he get those weapons? Where did those come from? Might they, in some part, have come from the United States support for Iraq to go after Iran, right? Same thing with Osama bin Laden. In a lot of cases, the United States ends up creating its own problems through military intervention and then ends up dealing with those problems later on. So, and that's what people like fail to see. It's really easy to be like, oh yeah, Saddam was a bad dude. He wanted to take over Kuwait and yada, yada, yada. What about when he tried to take over Iran? And what about when the United States helped him? Because they were enemies and it was convenient, right? This is
from, he's not very bright, Twitch not sending their best. And it's like, a lot of this basically comes from people wanting to join in on the farming operation. Wait. I'm sorry, bro. Hold up. There's no way you're referring to Saddam's Republican Guard divisions who spearheaded the invasion of Kuwait, killed thousands of civilians in Karbala, and were
Margaret Thatcher sold him aluminum tubes for that stuff.
Chemical weapons of the victims of colonial violence. Yeah, exactly. No, that's precisely why I'm not talking about that.
And this is why Hassan is bad, right? Because Hassan wants to give you a nuanced historical perspective. He is not saying that Saddam Hussein was a good guy. He is not saying that Kuwait should have been invaded. He is not saying that Ukraine should be invaded. But he's trying to give you a larger perspective on the contributing factors to these events instead of just like always blaming everything on some external enemy and having this idea that America is somehow the good guy in the world, when a lot of these problems are problems of, you know, the creation of, I mean, the United States is the most influential, you know, like military force on the planet and has been for a long time now, right? You don't think that some of those problems were created by the United States?
That's not. I said, no, you fucking dumbass. I'm talking about the original tweet the fascistic at Visegrad posted that was fantasizing about bombing Yemen and turning it into a highway of death.
Remember Rambo 3? You know what? I always get Rambo mixed up with the boxer guy, right? That's Rocky, right? Rocky 3 is the boxer guy. Rambo's Sylvester Stallone, right?
And it's like,
dude used to be yoked. Seriously, Sylvester Stallone was yoked.
It's so stupid.
Oh, it is the same actor?
Trolling to the maximum degree.
You're right. Yeah, same guy.
It's just that the YouTuber who the sub is for made a video and mentioned that you deny the Kurdish genocide and don't support Ukraine, which is being so disingenuous. Yes.
We did a marathon stream yesterday. Like that was it was fun. I enjoyed it, but it was tough. That's why I'm probably gonna have to come back to you on Tuesday. I'm probably gonna have to take a day off after this, right? But I was here with you all weekend, so. Oh God, yeah, Rambo is pure fuck yeah, America.
Redditors and r/map love posting maps comparing when the UK abolished slavery compared to Africa. They've been racist as fuck. Yeah. Think you got to go to Yemen and tour the captured ships now? I would. Why are the viewers dropping? Because a lot of people that previously thought, and by the way, this is like a bait account, right? Like this person,
look,
Houthis for win, 100% is like one of the people I'm talking about that spends all their time in subreddits and came in here and unironically made another new.
Look, I don't want to I don't like painting with a broad brush. Okay, I will admit though, I don't understand Reddit, and I feel like I've gotten a lot of shit from Reddit. I'm sure some nice stuff happens on Reddit. I'm sure there's good people on Reddit, but oh my God, I have such a bad impression of Reddit. Look, this is American foreign policy in a nutshell right here. Okay, look.
Hey, look, I found some oil. Hey,
Yeah, I mean, look, when the Skibidi toilets come into your country with the American flag, it's never a good thing.
sock account, specifically
But
that.
don't worry, they're here to bring you your freedom. They're here for they're here to liberate you.
That's this question.
Liberate you from your oil.
Viewers are dropping across the board on every platform for almost every single content creator.
The general population of Reddit is just Diet 4chan.
I know which community that you're probably coming from because you guys like. I think.
Okay, so look at this. This is a chatter. Now, like, I hate to do this. This is such an online thing to do, but let's take a look. This is Houthis for the win? Houthis for win or something like that. Right? It's pretending to be like a like it's somebody that got banned from Hassan's chat that created an account to sound like, yeah, I like the Houthis too. Like, what's up? Right? And come in and say, your views are dropping. Hassan, you're losing it. You're circling.
My analytics.
They're just trying to rattle him.
More than I do.
Isn't Skibidi a Jamaican dance hall thing from the 90s? Maybe. Oh my God, Skibidi is so hard to explain, right? Because it's like, I mean, obviously it's like the Da Fuck Boom is a content creator from, is he from Russia? I feel like it's not Russia, but it's somewhere near Russia that he's from. And like, he combined, I don't know what was the song? The yes, skibbity bop. Like, that's where like the song came from. And then he decided to like pair that with toilets with human heads coming out of them, like sentient toilet bowls, and a legend was born. Letterhack, good to see you.
I hope that that gives you a little bit of happiness.
Letterhack, I gotta know, what is your opinion of Skibidi toilets? Have you come across this pop culture phenomenon? We were just talking about Skibidi toilets, right? This is the
oil.
the pop culture phenomenon known as Skibidi toilets.
I don't know.
Which has taken the world by storm, much like the eel pit.
But overall, views are dropping across the board for every platform.
The ban was Russian?
The reality is, I think that many people who fancy...
You've never heard of it. You've never heard of it. Like, I'm hearing that from a lot of people. It's like a... It's kind of like a... I was gonna say it's like a TikTok thing. I don't know. Maybe it's like a YouTube short thing. But it's more of like a, you know, it's more of like a Zoomer Gen Alpha sort of thing.
Themselves to be...
But it's so damn popular. You see these toilets everywhere.
Like anti-Trump progressives didn't realize that they were just, you know, joining in on the fun.
Well, I gotta ask you, when you say you're too old, do you mean you're too old to know about the reference? Because, like, I didn't know about the reference until somebody showed me. Or do you mean that you're too old to appreciate the humor of a toilet with a human head coming out of it, singing bop, 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 skibbity bop, yes, yes.
And fantasizing about how, like, radical their...
Wait, the skibbity backpack, yes.
And once they actually had to think about, like, America's involvement in the global affairs...
Raven says the Houthis are the majority government in Yemen right now. Before then, the Saudis were in charge, and they were, it was like kind of a Saudi-influenced... they were starving and they went through a lot during the Civil War. Starving and exploiting. The Houthis came around and were the only... I'm sure nobody here is a fan of the Houthis. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying. Like, right, there's a lot of... I'm not the fan of any country, okay? I gotta be completely honest. I challenge you to find me a country and say, Irene, this country is good. Can you just say that? This is a good country. I can't find one. I can't find one that doesn't have freaking skeletons in their closet or worse, right? So that's why I look, you know, let's bring it back to Marx really quick. All right. You got this concept called the base and the superstructure. This is kind of a dialectic that I'm throwing at you. Okay. The base is the food that I eat. Without this stuff, I don't live. I got to work to produce this food. I gotta harvest, you know, or somebody's got to work, right? The grains have got to be harvested. The vegetables have to be picked. The food has to be cooked. It takes work to get that food, right? And then there's the superstructure, which is ideas, you know, like ideology is an example of the superstructure. Art is an example of the superstructure, right? And these things are related. That's why they're in a dialectical relationship, right? But understand that the base is primary and the superstructure is secondary. So what do I mean by this? What am I actually saying? I'm saying that what's important isn't the United States, Canada, France, UK, whatever, Yemen, you know, what have you, right? What's important is people's lives. What's important is that people have enough to eat. What's important is that people are able to support themselves, right? At a very base level. What's important is that we stop the killing that's going on in Gaza. So I know you didn't ask for a lecture in dialectical materialism, but there it is.
They realize, like, no, I actually do like...
You looked it up and you still never heard of it.
America's involvement in the global affairs. I do think that America's actions are, like, oftentimes for good. And that is a position that...
NCC country is good. Vote for NCC 2024. No, I thought about that. I think I forget who's... I think I was in the Majority Report chat and I was like, you know what? I just got to run for president. That's it.
Is very...
Am I eligible?
In a way, that
maybe not.
Is no different than looking at the current situation with transphobia. And if you're not a trans person... Okay, see? Yeah, I don't even come from subreddits. I used to watch you until you became a full-fledged tanky. My friend...
A full-fledged tanky? What does that fucking mean?
In terms like full-fledged tanky, you made a fake account that you...
Never go full-fledged tanky.
Falsely wrote Houthis for...
I don't know if I'm old enough.
Specifically to, like, I guess, present yourself as like a pro-Yemen poster or something. And you created this alternate persona for yourself to come in here specifically to try and have a conversation with me and, like, bait me into responding to you. And it's like very odd because this is the behavior of an extremely online person. And we all are extremely online here. But this is also
campus, tanky, woke, scold, genderqueer. That's right.
Behavior of an extremely online person. That's, you know, very sad. it's just, you know, this is the type of stuff that I think back in the day, maybe like 10 years ago, we would look at.
You have to be 35?
That's like a mentally ill person behaving this way. Nowadays, this kind of opinion has, or this kind of behavior has been totally normalized. Yeah.
Wait, how old do you have to be for Congress?
Use that energy. I'm sad because you've let go of your old values.
I know, right? Doesn't Tinder career almost sounds cool? You gotta be 25 for Congress?
It's not true. This was always my values. My values always were that America is a burden on the planet. America lies and acts like it's the
What about governor?
Police.
Wait, that's the way, right? If you want to become president, you should become governor first, right? Don't most presidents are governors
Of the world for good. It's you whose values have changed. That's the point. One of my most famous moments that everybody yelled at me, that many people were actually in support of, was when I was talking about 9/11, which is ironically tied back to Yemen. My criticism.
Here we go with Dan Crenshaw. Yes, it all comes full circle.
At that time, directly revolved around Dan Crenshaw refusing to stop arming Saudi Arabia. Arms which
is it Houthis for the win? Is that what it says? Oh, Houthis for the win. Oh my God.
Went to Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda.
I mean, you know, this is just some toxic DGG or something. 30 for governor. Oh, okay.
Which was operating in Yemen, doing a genocide. That
is that for every state?
Change in values. You, and I really hope you can be a little bit more critical of your own personal perspective here. Your values shifted because it was hot to shit on Donald.
So for people who like, and I feel like there was a lot of people commenting on the discourse, you know, commenting on the interview, and obviously commenting on Hassan and his platform without really a lot of knowledge of what goes on in Hassan's stream. Now, I don't know how he does it, but this guy streams for like 8 to 10 hours, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week, right? I don't know how he does it. But he does, right? And you know, this is the kind of thing that goes on, right? Is like somebody comes in, just trying to cause trouble, trying to disrupt, and Hassan is using them as a little bit of an object lesson for better understanding the liberal pro-American mindset.
Trump, because Donald Trump was giving arms to Saudi Arabia, so it was fucked up. But when Joe Biden does it, maybe that's not so fucked up. Maybe Joe Biden is bombing Yemen for a good reason.
And this is the problem with liberals, right? After 4 years of the war on terror, 4 years of the Iraq war, right? Was it 5 years of the war on terror, I think? Liberals in America wake up and they say, we don't like what's going on. We don't want the Iraq war to continue, right? And they elect a slate of Democratic representatives to the House. They take over the House. Nancy Pelosi becomes Speaker, right? And then 2 years later, Obama replaces Bush. Done and dusted, right? Wrong. Because they didn't realize that a lot of the interventionist actions undertaken by the U.S., hegemonic apparatus are not good, are not moral, are not right, are not something that we should be a part of. They realized that they didn't like George W. Bush taking us to war. But when Obama wants to send drones to Yemen, somehow it's okay. This is what's wrong with the liberal mindset. This is what's wrong with capitalist realism. This is why liberalism is not enough, right? I would argue that even something slightly stronger than liberalism, people will point to the furthest left government. A lot of times they'll say FDR, right? I will say that FDR was not enough. Why was FDR not enough? Because the reforms that were made under FDR, the crumbs that got thrown to the American people did not last, were recuperated. FDR did not try to end capitalism, as some of the right-wingers were saying. He tried to save capitalism from itself with a kinder, gentler capitalism that doesn't feel as harsh, right? That has a little bit of a social safety net. But how long did that take to dismantle? 1940 whatever till 1980 whatever. 40 years it lasted, right? It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not going to take us where we need to go. Riding with Biden is not enough.
Rather than Donald Trump arming Saudi Arabia to bomb Yemen and force a blockade was for bad reason, right? That's the entire point here. My values did not change. Your values changed. And
they call FDR's era muscular liberalism. I mean, obviously it's preferable to what we got now. Obviously it's preferable in some ways, right? Remember, America was a lot more openly racist back then, and some of these programs were for whites only. So, you know, not exactly, not.
Perhaps maybe you became complacent with American empire. Maybe you started watching people. Yeah, I mean, here's you talking about this. The same shit in 2018 before 821 and when you had sub 200 viewers.
What is he's getting it's not a community note, but it's like that Wikipedia thing. I got this the other day for talking about, if I talk about a certain date in January, you know, a date where the Trump voters took a little bit of a field trip to the Capitol, right? That day. If I talk about that, then I'll get a little Wikipedia in my page explaining what happened that day.
Following my Twitch again.
What is his for though?
Now, of course, they're not identicals.
Hey, do people know the dog in the lower left? Do people know the name of the dog that's in the lower left hand of the screen?
They're not identical situations, but the reason why I'm mentioning this is because
okay, what does it say there? Oh, it's about the 11th of, see, if I say the date, it's about a certain date in September, right? In 2001, right? He's talking about that date, that certain date in September in 2001. And that's why he's got it's not a community note like on Twitter, but it's like a context thing. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it would actually hurt your views, but I'm like super careful about that stuff because I have gotten knocked for misinformation a few times in covering and debunking misinformation, right? YouTube has applied the misinformation, like, you know, punishment to me. So I'm really careful about that stuff now. What is the dog doing? That's a good question, Zara. What's going on? Fish. Yes, we know it's Fish. It's Fish. Fish is best boy. Okay, so people do know. I was just checking, right? I feel like some people think it's Kaya. Some people can't even identify it as a dog.
of 9/11, U.S. imperialism kicked it into overdrive and caused destabilization worldwide, and has made the world overall.
Some people think that fish is an actual fish. I've heard.
A less safe place. The United States, it has caused more global terror than Al-Qaeda could ever imagine.
That is a verbatim, consistent position that I've maintained and wrote about extensively and talked about extensively for the past 10 years.
Fish, the best band. I've heard of this band. What are they, like the Grateful Dead kind of? It's like that kind of band?
So tell me once again, why do you think my values have changed?
And that's the thesis. That's the real tea. And then also,
oh wait, I think Hassan likes them. Doesn't Hassan like Fish?
Not only causing, not only destabilizing entire regions around the world, but also
we got some Fish fans in chat. We got some non-Fish fans in chat. Everybody's got an opinion.
Domestically spying on its own citizens.
I can't say I can remember like a single Fish. You know, I can't identify a Fish song, so I don't know.
Spying on
Hassan doesn't listen to music. Why does he wear T-shirts? Doesn't he wear like a
citizens living here? Patriot Act was pushed. The Department of Homeland Security was created. This only happened for.
How are we going to adapt to the changing landscape? My friend, I had like 35 people watching me at this point in 2018. What do you think? It's not like I arrived at these positions because I was like, this is going to be popping. I'm used to not having a shit ton of followers.
Wait, is that right? Shakespeare, Gym Bros, do Gym Bros not listen to music?
and a shit ton of.
I can't imagine being in the gym without listening. Oh, you know what's the worst though? You know what I fucking hate about like certain American big box gyms? You walk in there and they've already got music playing. And it's like, okay, great. You know? That's why I gotta have my headphones. If I'm going to the gym, which I need to do. I need to get back to the gym, right? I'm a gym rat, if you don't know. I'm a huge gym rat. I love the gym.
Money. I didn't do this because I thought, oh yeah, I'll definitely make a shit ton of money and gain a shit ton
Vosh hates music.
of followers
Vosh hates fun.
if I keep saying these things.
I'm actually kind of scared to go to the gym just with like the rates of COVID that still exist.
Here's the thing.
I had one gym, exactly one gym that had good music. And that was because it was a school gym and I knew the person that sat at the front desk, and the front desk got to play the music for the whole gym. Yeah, how could anybody hate music?
This is the reason why.
Buffy says, I went through a phase where I didn't listen to music very much or didn't listen to music at all. But it was because I was too sad. Yeah, I mean, I get like music's one of the things that keeps me from being too sad. I get depressed if I don't listen to music enough. And sometimes I'm too busy.
This is the reason why I've always laughed at people who say, oh, you're grifting to the left.
Oh, Letterhack, you are so cool. You bought a treadmill. Your home gym is complete. Yo, wait, you bought, okay, so Hassan actually, I don't see him using this. I haven't seen him using this in a while, but he's got a treadmill right at his setup. So sometimes when he's streaming, because like I said, he does 8-hour days. I don't know how he manages that. I guess sometimes like yesterday we did an 8-hour day, but he does it like 6 days a week, right? He has his setup like right in front. He can be on stream and on the treadmill at the same time, and I am so jealous of him for that. I kind of want to get my bike set up like that. It looks super weird. Can you imagine that, chat? I'm like streaming and I'm like riding the bike and I'm huffing and puffing and I'm not able to get a word out. I don't know. That's what you got. You got it in front of the all those gym memberships were putting. Yo, gyms are expensive, especially for the kind of gyms I go to, which yeah. I did have a membership to an MMA gym and I really enjoyed it, right? It was nice. It was way too expensive. It was unsustainable. I could not imagine like that kind of monthly expense. It was ridiculous, right? But basically any day of the week, I could go to the gym. I could take a wrestling class. I could take a jiu-jitsu class. I could take a Muay Thai class. And I could take a boxing class. I mean, obviously I can't take, obviously that would, like, I'd be too tired. But I could pick and choose from those. I could do like 2 of those classes, right? 2 classes a day, that's like doable. And do some sparring too, and I so miss it. But I don't know. Yeah, it's I'm so scared of getting sick, right? Can't afford a gym now anyway, but it's not, yeah, exactly. It is super unsafe, right? Given like how hard you're breathing, given like all the sweat and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just a recipe to get infected. It seems like you can work out working if you have a construction job. That is true. My favorite job that I've ever had. Wait, no. Okay. So my favorite job was teaching wine moms how to kickbox. That was my favorite, right? But second favorite was actually, and this is going to sound weird because I didn't get paid nearly enough to do it, considering that I'm putting my life in danger every day to deliver delicious Mediterranean food to people up and down the hill that I lived on, right? I was a falafel delivery girl, right? Falafel, hummus, shawarma, whatever else they sold. I was delivering it, right? And I remember my boss was always, he'd like look at my, like, he got mad when I would be late because the customer said that their hummus was cold. We put warm hummus on your bike and you gave them cold hummus. why are you so slow? Why are you so slow? And he like looked at my legs. He was like, your legs are like huge. Why? You should be like, you know, I just had a really shitty bike at the time, honestly. Now you want veggie shawarma with saffron rice? Oh, that sounds good. I've got a punching bag, like, you know, outside, but it's I can't use it when it's when it's rainy. It's too muddy out there to really.
There was maybe a short window of time, an opportunity that you could try and grift to the left, right? But that time passed, and every single person, you remember when you made a
Do we want to stop and talk about this? Because this seems important. Like, right, Hassan is like, there was a time that you can grift to the left. Really what he's saying is there was a time when leftist content reacted favorably with the algorithm, and that we're not in it, and we haven't been in it for a while. And like, look, I kind of know this. Like, right, I lived it. I was there when it was popping off, and it seems like now, especially on YouTube Shorts, right? I see so much right-wing shit on Shorts. I see so much, you know, like anti-LGBT shit. I see just like, I see a ton of like anti-feminist. In fact, one genre of YouTube Short seems to be, she thought she was so strong. She was doing those squats. She was so proud of the weight that she was lifting. But look at this. Here's a guy lifting 5 times as much weight. Okay. Thank you for flexing your testosterone. Yeah, that's like, that's great.
graph showing revisionist Marxists and center.
They gotta put that. They gotta put that. You gotta put that proud woman in her place.
You described yourself as in between Bernie and revisionists. Yeah, you're.
You guys are so controlled by this mysterious algorithm. I mean, yeah. Like my ability to connect with an audience, unfortunately, is connected with this algorithm. Hilmandra says, "Don't speak to me about lefty grift, child. I was there when the deep lore was written." Exactly.
What are you talking about? Okay, that's perfect. Yes.
I don't understand how they're not embarrassed with their reactionary hatred of women. I kind of want to watch this thing with you, right? I saw like an interesting, there's a streamer on Twitch, who, I don't really understand this, but she had one of her mods move in with her, and she does content with him, and he's like a character. And one of these pieces of content was that there was a sub goal, and they said if you reach this sub goal, you know, if you support, you know, if you like, just like my sub goals, right? You know, you get more stream if you get more sub goal, right? Her reward for the sub goal was that she was going to kiss this guy, right? And they hit the sub goal, and she was just a little bit grossed out, and she was a little bit shy, and she was like, "Oh, I don't want to." You're like a 6 out of 10, right? And look, I mean, I get it that, like, you know, it's got kind of judgmental, you know, it's kind of, I don't know, like, right? But that's a society that we live in, where people like rate other people and say, "You're a 6 out of 10, you're a 7 out of 10, you're a 4 out of 10, like, right? Everybody's got a number or something like that. And they're okay when it's like guys doing it to girls, but when it was this girl being disgusted by the idea of kissing, like, you know, her, you know, not in a romantic way, but just, you know, to satisfy the chat goal. So they like everybody, including Moist Charlie, including Normie Jesus himself, like, is like, this guy is getting abused by this horrible streamer. She's making fun of him. She's doing deep cuts. She's doing what do you call it? Like harsh cuts, like, you know, like when you're like ripping on somebody. And he needs to step away. And it was so weird because obviously this is content. Obviously this is not real. Obviously she's playing a character. He's playing a character. You don't go up to characters in a TV show and be like, "Why do you let them treat you like that? Why do you let them treat you like that? George Costanza, have some self-respect. Why do you let Elaine treat you like you wouldn't go up to Jason Alexander and ask him why he was like that in Seinfeld, right? Why are they doing it to doing it to streamers? I don't understand. It was like, this was like the worst thing in the world. And granted, yeah, you know, like I don't think anybody should be like objectified or rated like that. I mean, I see what's wrong with that, but I also see that it's absolutely normal. And I see that most guys don't have a problem with it at any other time, but they had a serious problem with it when it was this guy being told that he just was, you know, too gross to want to kiss. And I don't know. It's the weirdest thing in the world to see, you know, Charlie interact with this unreality if it's as if it's reality.
What do you mean? Do you think that changes my position at all? Or do you think you don't understand? What
you were hit by a bus on a bicycle. Look, I've never been hit by a motor vehicle when I'm riding my bike. I did have one incident where I broke my rib, though. It was this weird thing, right? So, if you're used to riding bikes, you know this, right? There's hills, and on a hill, you could use your brake. You could keep your bike going nice and slow. And that's kind of what I do now because of this experience, right? But if you don't use your brake on the hill, then you go flying down the hill. And if you have another hill that you got to go up, it's a lot easier, right? It's way, 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 way easier. And you go faster, right? So like I had this situation where I'm going down this hill and there's like nobody on this road. There's never anybody on this road. Like, right, there's a, you know, hardly, it's like next to a school, right? So there's nobody on this road, right? So I got no problem just going super fast down the hill. And then there's this Y-shaped fork, right? Where I can either go straight or I can go to the left. And then if I go to the left, then I got to merge into like the traffic coming the other way and turning to the right, right? And so I'm so used to like there never being anybody on this road. And I go down the hill and I get to the Y and I turn left like I always do on the Y. I'm not slowing down. I'm not hitting my brake. And I'm not really looking because I'm not really expecting for any car to be there. But then I, you know, because it's smart, I do look. I look to the right and there's an SUV. And he stopped for me. He saw me coming. He saw what I was doing. It was his right of way, but he was nice enough to be like, put on the brakes and let me go, right? Because maybe he's ridden a bike too. Maybe he knows what it's like, right? I wasn't trusting that. I wasn't trusting that this guy was going to stop for me. I was so scared and so surprised to see a car on this road. I fucking crank the brakes, the hand brakes. I just squeeze down on the brakes and I go flying over my handlebars and I land on the road, thud, like a sickening thud, right? And the guy comes over and he's kind of like, you're not gonna sue me, are you? Are you okay? Do you need me to take you to a hospital? And I'm just like, yo, that was my fault. Like, why I wouldn't sue you? You know, what are you talking about? No, that was when you did the right thing. You stopped for me, right? It's not your fault at all. And I felt like okay, right? And I was on my way to go pick up delicious berries because it was berry season and I wanted a big thing of berries and I knew a place where I could get those berries for cheap. So I was heading out to my berries, but I was in pain the whole time. And I was like, God damn, I don't know what I did to myself. Did I bruise my ribs? Did I go to the hospital, right? I'm not going to go to the hospital at first. I'm just like, you know what? Little bruise, it'll be better, right? I go to the hospital and they do tests on me. They have me like put my arms like this and like that. And they press here and they press there. And oh my God, the guy's like, you need an x-ray. And I'm like, no, there's no way. If I broke a rib, I would be like in super pain. And he's like, no, you trust me, you need an x-ray. You probably broke a rib. And yeah, I fractured a rib. And it was my fault. And I got nobody to blame but myself. It's front brakes get a bad rep. What's better? Is it the disc brakes? Is that what you're supposed to get? You could, just pull it slowly and pump. That's what I should have done. I was just too new. I was too new to biking at the time. Doctors, they know stuff. Yeah, they know the test to give you. They know how to assess you, I guess. Like, right? That's the word for it.
Terms mean. Anyway, that's my point. Listen, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. and I'm gonna be as charitable as I possibly can, even though you're very clearly in here to troll, right?
Oh my God, am I even paying attention to this? We're still dealing with Houthis for the win, yeah.
Now, remember and remind yourself, you started out by saying, I'm sad because you've let go of your old values.
No, I'm sorry, it's Houthis for win.
You just saw a video from 2018, probably even before you started watching. Probably before you even started watching, of me saying the exact same things, even before my famous America Deserved 9/11 moment, right? And
yeah, broken ribs are excruciating because of breathing, and also the pain lasts for a really long time. Just like the ad break that's going on right now for 1 minute and 30 seconds for Twitch, that the people that are suffering from that ad break can't even hear me talking about. I'll have to mention that again. I'm not doing my job, chat. I'm not doing my job.
This shows investment, right? This shows a tremendous amount of investment. You put a lot of thought and effort into like trolling me.
Right? They make an alt account. They come in and they troll. Like, this isn't even a streamer they like. They probably like another streamer. They probably like Destiny or something, right? They probably have some other streamer that they're also watching. But they're making an alt. They're coming into Hassan's chat. They're like pretending to be like, I don't know, pro Hassan for long enough so that they can say, your views are dropping. Did you know that? Your views are down. Hassan, I've looked at your analytics today, and I've noticed your views are down. How do you feel about that? Do you feel a little rattled? Do you feel a little worried? Do you feel the world crashing in around you? And it's like, yeah, I feel that. Thanks, chatter. Thanks a lot.
I appreciate that. So I'm trying to help you walk through this really quickly. The fact that you put this much effort into trolling implies that like this is something you care about quite a bit. Okay? That means you're very passionate about this position that I have not maintained my values, right?
Anti-Corpus asked me, who the fuck watches ads on Twitch? I'll tell you who watches ads on Twitch. People who don't know that at the top and bottom of every hour, there's a 1 minute and 30-second ad break. And that if they no longer want to watch those ads, they can actually get out of those ads for free. If they have Prime, they've got a free sub. If they give that sub to me, then not only do they let me know that they really care, because I know they only have one of those subs to give, but they also no longer have to see those ads. They get all the emotes. They get a lot of things, basically fanfare, fireworks, everything, the whole bit, right? They can also get out of the ad break if they pay $5 for a sub to Twitch, or $6 if they're on mobile. And they can also possibly get out of that ad break. Don't count on it, right? But it is possible to get it out of an ad break through the generous donation of another person. There are sometimes people that want to pay it forward and want to gift subs, and you could be the beneficiary of just such a thing. But I will tell you, the secret to being that beneficiary is to be active in chat, because how else are they going to see that you don't have a sub? But that's who watches ads on Twitch.
And the issue is, maybe your values have shifted from a time where, you know, you had a different perspective on American foreign policy. So
Robert says, I'm pretty sure Hassan has made enough money from streaming at this point. Yeah, I mean, he can coast a little bit. I mean, it's not enough money to like live on for the rest of his life. And it depends on how much of a down. So what is Hassan talking about, right? I think he mentioned this earlier, and I was kind of paying attention to I was remembering my bike, or I was remembering delivering shawarma, or I was remembering something, right? And he said that views are down across the board. And that's true. It's really hard to create content right now in an industry that demands constant growth. A lot of people are shrinking. I have been fortunate enough that, you know, my community is supportive enough that I don't feel like I'm shrinking. I'm still in a very precarious situation financially, but I do have at least the you know, growth that I've been experiencing during what's kind of a downturn. So I'm very lucky, and I'm very appreciative of the chat and of all the support that I get for chat, whether that is from super chats, whether that is from super stickers, whether that is from straight up donations, subs on Twitch, gift subs on Twitch, bit donations on Twitch, or even supporting me over on the Patreon. And I am also, I will mention, very supportive of people who cannot do any of those who cannot contribute in any way financially, but do still contribute through pressing that like button that YouTube puts in front of you to let other people know that this is a damn good stream and they should come in and check it out.
Where is this coming from? Are you being fooled?
It's good that he's rich now. Well, who cares? Is the people that hate him, the people that think that he's a terrorist, the people that think that he's irresponsible, the people that think that he should be deplatformed, the people that agree with Destiny, the people that agree with Vosh, right? That's who cares. That they are watching, as Hassan said, they are watching his analytics like harder than he is. Right, and he's the one who has to worry about the financial consequences of his stream growing or shrinking. But yeah, like people are saying, Hassan should be okay. Hassan will be fine. And he said, you know, he did this when he was poor. He's doing this now when he's, got a nice house and in LA and everything, right? And he'll keep on doing it, right? He's okay, I think.
Has your values genuinely shifted, or did someone explain things to you?
So Osman Jaro says that he needs to tune them out, right? And I see the wisdom in that, right? I wouldn't want him to let this guy like get to him, but I think what he's trying to do is use this guy as an example, right? Of somebody that is just wasting their time, wasting their life, feeling hatred towards a streamer because the streamer does not say America good loud enough. The streamer does not support the bombing in Yemen. The streamer had a Yemeni guy on to talk, and they just can't stand it. They just cannot stand it. But yeah, when it comes from like, somebody like Vosh and Destiny, like I do wish that Hassan would tune them out, right? He gave Keffels some free clout just by responding to her ridiculous manifesto. And yes, writing a manifesto about somebody on the internet is a ridiculous activity, right? And the longer that manifesto is, the more ridiculous the person writing the manifesto must be. And with Keffels, at least she's got, like, I don't think she's actually writing the manifesto. I think somebody else is writing it for her. So at least she's got that to fall back on, that she herself is not putting all that effort into making this, like, PowerPoint to say, why is Hassan bad? Because his community, they don't like me. They made fun of me. They were mean to me. They didn't support me when I turned out to be a toxic asshole, right? That's the essence of the Keffels manifesto. And it's not far beyond the essence of most manifestos. It's like a ghostwritten manifesto. Yeah, basically.
You in a very weird slant.
Why would you read a ghostwritten manifesto on stream? Doesn't that seem kind of spooky? Aren't you worried about the paranormal consequences of reading such a ghost-based manifesto? I don't know, I would.
That made a lot of sense for you because it appealed to this inherent fear that everyone has.
Sub-only Twitch channels? Do those exist, James Fox?
Everyone fears change, and everyone fears instability, and everyone fears the unknown. This is at the heart of reactionary politics.
Manifestos are just plain weird? Yeah, I'd say.
And reactionary politics can be everywhere. It can be in a group of individuals that consider themselves to be socialist. Okay? That's the thing.
Especially like when the streamer that they keep on writing manifestos about just keeps growing and growing, like in spite of that, right? I seems like a useless activity, but what do I know? I am just an anarchist cat girl, okay? I am just a random small streamer chick myself. What do I know?
People that personally say that they are socialist.
A lot of big communities use sub-only chats. Oh, for chatting. I see. Yeah, like H3, right? H3's like that.
Can still very much maintain a lot of reactionary opinions when it comes to the issues that I talked about, specifically American foreign policy. Okay? And I think what ended up happening.
This is one thing that people complain about Hassan, is that he says, he kind of says his words slow.
What ended up happening.
We can turn him up, though. We can speed them up if we want.
And for many others, is that a lot of content creators
there we go.
saw a lane, maybe because they organically did not think about it, and were like, oh, I think I like America. I much prefer like America to scary China. Like, what if China takes over, right? And then they're doing scary Chinese things. We don't know. What if they are? They are bad after all. Look at what they did in Xinjiang, right? And I think that that very real fear that a lot of people have causes them to not think clearly about.
Yeah, and get this. It's a fear that other countries will gain power and do in the world what the United States has done in terms of maximizing its interests. That's the fear. That's the fear.
America's actions, and it's a genuine intellectual weakness for many who ostensibly consider themselves to be on the left. This intellectual weakness causes intellectual incuriosity. A terrorism label is a perfect demonstration of that. Okay? Well, you can adapt without changing your views. People have done it in the past. What do you mean? By the way, God damn, I've written so much that I forgot I wrote an article about Yemen in 2016.
Oh, for TYT. Wait, no. What is this on? What is this on? HuffPost. Oh, that's one of those outlets that pays you an exposure, right? You don't get any money for writing an article for HuffPost, but because you're in the HuffPost, people will be like, oh, hey, Hassan Piker is a dude. Let me go check him out. Let me check out his political commentary. And maybe you make some money from your political commentary.
I was talking about this video. Your values did not change. You are still a democratic socialist.
Period. That said, anarchists still count as socialists.
Did Mama Max do a manifesto? I'm trying to remember. Was there like a man? There kind of was, right? There, I mean, like not like so. Usually, what we think of is something that's like written out. It's like written out on Reddit or whatever, right? But sometimes a manifesto is like a stream, right? This is Mama Max called out all of the big channels that wouldn't signal boost his assertion that this weird guy, this like 19-year-old or there was like 18-year-old guy, was running a vampiric werewolf cult that was, you know, supposedly putting minors in danger, right? And that's the Mama Max drama. Hopefully we'll get into that, right? I need to cover. I need to just get this off the board. I don't know. Maybe we'll cover it. We can't cover it tomorrow. Maybe Tuesday.
I'm new, but if you're valid,
do you want to do some Mama Maxing on Tuesday, chat? I don't know if we'll have time today.
They seem to have changed.
It's the Maxifesto. Yeah, basically a Maxifesto calling out, Moist Critical for having COVID, for not responding to him because Charlie had freaking COVID.
No.
I don't get what Reddit is either, Shaxby. I don't understand. I'm not a Reddit gal.
What's going on in Yemen, and why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? October 18, 2016. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault accusations, Hillary Clinton's transcripts that reveal her true positions, and most importantly, Kim Kardashian's recovery after the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris.
So what he's saying is that these are the things that people are paying attention to instead of what the United States was doing in Yemen at the time.
These three headlines dominated news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fired a barrage of cruise missiles at 3 radar sites controlled by rebel Houthis in Yemen.
Molten Panda says there's a vampiric werewolf cult. There's vampiric werewolf cult content, and we're watching this. Yes. What about Verbal Ace?
What's happening? The Navy is.
I will try to get to Verbal Ace today.
Described these strikes as a response to missiles launched by Houthis towards the USS Mason, an American cruiser patrolling the Red Sea. But this retaliation is.
Yeah, supposedly this, not Mama Max, but this. What is his name? Does anybody remember something Cedric? I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy that Mama Max is talking about is like you join his cult and you become a vampiric werewolf. And then next month you become some other kind of cryptid, and it's
looking more and more like a tipping point in the escalation of U.S. involvement in the ongoing civil war in Yemen. To further complicate matters, the Houthis have denied they fired the missiles targeting U.S. warship to begin with. But let's try to break it down. At the top of the hour, there was a 3-minute ad break, and that 3-minute ad break passed, but I'm going to run it now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That is new. That is a thing that has changed, for sure. That much changed. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, though.
Molten Panda says, I'm here for real issues. Not Mama Max. Not Mama Maxon.
The Yemen civil war's starting point can be traced back to a political transition of power between Yemen's longtime authoritarian president, Ali Abdullah Saleh.
Look, I'm going to slow this down because this is the substance, right? And this is what you're not getting in any of the discussion about Yemen. The history. Like, how many people talking about this shit don't know that Yemen has, you know, was undergoing a civil war starting in 2011.
Who resigned after 33 years under pressure from 9 months of deadly Arab Spring protests. He passed on the power to his deputy, Mansour Hadi. You literally are the most consistent content creator.
So you got Salah, who resigns, passes on the power to Hadi.
It's insane as someone who watched a lot of your old stuff and how much you repeat yourself almost word for word. Not parroting, but the same analysis. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, talking to Jewish Currents' senior editor, Noah Colwyn, about Israel's controversial nation-state bill. This was a Facebook stream that I did on the 20th of July. That's so funny.
Look at that, 85 views.
With, again, my friend Noah Colwyn. Some things don't change, ladies and gentlemen. Some things, unfortunately, stay the very same.
Also, North Yemen was a socialist bloc country, the only one in the Middle East.
I think he should put his money where his mouth is and donate some as well to the newly...
No ads for LT9K.
...tourism industry in Yemen. Okay, dude, you don't have to send me, like, an obviously mentally unhinged, mentally ill person probably trying to meme with, like, 30 likes and barely. We're having a much better...
He's trying not to be ableist, chat.
We're having a much better conversation, I think. Now, Houthis for Win has stopped talking because he probably realized that he's in the wrong, and there's also no interest in, like...
I mean, they do tend to stop talking when they realize they've become content.
Re-examining their own personal positions, so they just left. But I think this is good, because I didn't even realize I wrote this. It's been so fucking long.
Some of them realize that. Some of them realize that they're not getting any traction.
Made a video about it. But Hadi struggled to deal with a separatist movement led by forces loyal to Saleh and with the Houthi movement, which champions Yemen's Zaidi Shia population. Aside from the opposition, problems in Yemen, already the poorest country in the Middle East, became unmanageable due to a range of issues, including frequent al-Qaeda attacks, long-standing corruption, persistent unemployment, and food insecurity. The Houthis were largely successful and even imprisoned Hadi in the end, driving him out of the country, which is when the Saudi bombings began. In 2015, Hadi returned to the Yemeni port city of Aden after Saudi-backed government forces recaptured the city.
So there's this Saudi intervention, right?
I guess
Donald Trump.
Yeah, there's the video on it. This is probably one of the cherished memories which has robbed you from your brain rot. Saudi involvement. But why would the Saudis want to get involved in another country's civil war in the first place?
Good question.
Since Saleh's resignation, the Saudi government has been attempting to influence the outcome of the struggle in favor of the internationally recognized Hadi government. In an effort to gain more international support, the kingdom has also branded their efforts as a proxy war between Shias and Sunnis and against Iran. The Saudis claim that this war bred from regional tensions between Sunnis and Shias competing for supremacy across the Middle East. Meanwhile, Iran's Shia government officially recognizes Hadi and has denied arming or supporting the Houthi movement. And even the most exhaustive studies have concluded that Iran's involvement had been minimal and limited to small arms in comparison to the U.S.'s more direct intervention. At the time, this was true.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, we cut off in the middle, didn't we? That's the end of the... Oh, man. See, that's funny. That's funny. Hassanabi industrial complex channels are weird, right? You know what this is? Hassan streams on Twitch. Hassan has, I think, a few channels. I think there's a few channels that are official Hassanabi channels that his editors cut videos on for YouTube, because Twitch is terrible for discoverability, and you gotta as a Twitch streamer you gotta do some YouTube too, right? In fact, I should be cutting videos, right? I should be cutting videos right now, but instead I'm looking at a jackal in a cute dog bed that looks really comfortable and warm. Like, I wouldn't mind a dog bed like that, chat. But yeah, so I mean, you know, these are just people that maybe, you know, a lot of them like are fans of Hassan, maybe not all. You don't have to be a fan. I suppose you could be a fake fan and still have a Hassanabi reaction channel. That's a possibility. And so like they don't necessarily see things like the way I see it. That exposition on the history of Yemen by Hassan was really interesting. And was a lot of what was missing from this debate. Now I could probably go back myself and find the Hassan stream that went out on, and I could cut my own clip. I could have my own Hassanabi Industrial Complex channel if I wanted to, but I'm more than busy enough with my own channel. But so this is you know, it's just like whoever cut this was just like, yeah, you know what, the Yemen stuff, it's dragging, it's not that interesting, I'm gonna cut my video off here. And that's just, you know, that's subjective. That's, you know, some people think some things are interesting, some things are important, some people think that other things are interesting, are important. I think that the jackal that now lives at the Save a Fox Foundation compound, along with Save a Fox Lady, I think the jackal is important. So let's take a look.
Is that a spoiled boy?
Look at this.
Is that just a spoiled boy? Are you so spoiled? Is that bed soft? That bed looks so soft. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's a spoiled boy. Hi.
So from my understanding, Save a Fox rescues animals. I don't know if they're animals that people try to adopt as pets and then stop taking care of or whatever, but you know, they're providing a home for these animals. Foxes mostly, but now she's got a jackal.
Are you so cute? You're so cute. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you, spoiled boy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we can't forget you. Can you smile?
Wait, what are you telling me, Shakespeare? Sebastian Gorka said in his Twitter space that a former politician from New York will be Trump's vice president. Imagine, it's George Santos. Yes, I want it to be Santos. I need it to be Santos. So yeah, isn't this weird? Right? The like, I don't quite understand what's going on. You got a jackal sleeping on top in a comfy doggy bed, sleeping on top of this dog sleeping in a cage. What's going on here?
Well, oh, a bigger smile. Can I see a really big smile?
Let's get that smile. Let's see that smile. Let's see those teeth.
That's a good puppy. Hi. You're a good jackal boy, huh? You're a good jackal boy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Look at those teeth. Look how sharp that is.
I would be afraid. Those are sharp teeth. I would be afraid to boop that snoot.
So a little story time. So I scolded Fauna and put her in her kennel because she was naughty and she had her face in the litter box. Was that you? Did you put your face in the...
What was she doing with her face in the litter box?
Are you ashamed?
What were you doing? Were you looking for something to eat in there? I don't think there's anything to eat in there. So Life says Santos lowered his cameo price to almost one by 2/3. Oh my God, he's not getting enough cameos. What's up, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson? I can have any woman I want. I am the top 1% of men my age. I am the prize. I am the alpha male. Why are you cheering on the most toxic? Oh God, please understand that I am being sincerely unserious, right, about George Santos. George Santos is a scumbag. George Santos is a liar. George Santos is a, from what I can tell, a gay man who supports people that want to take his rights away, right? Yeah, George Santos is a joke, though. George, yeah, I think I'm sorry. I wasn't, sometimes sarcasm isn't clear. And if I wasn't being clear enough with my sarcasm, then that is on me.
Are you ashamed in what you did?
No, we're not actual fans of George Santos. I don't know if there are any actual, I mean, there were people in the GOP that wanted to keep him in just to prevent the possibility of that seat going unfilled or being filled by a Democrat, but...
Yeah? Are you trying to look cute now? Oh, you gonna smile at me? I know, I forgive you, you're out of timeout. So yeah, Fauna put her face in the litter box. She's ashamed that I'm telling you guys. And I sent her to her kennel because that's what I do when she's naughty. And I went to shut the door of the kennel, and Anubis, I don't know where he went now, bit me in the butt, my jackal. Yeah, did your buddy bite me in the butt because I put you away? He didn't like that, did he?
So she gets in trouble. The jackal bites her in the butt.
He did not like that. But he's never bit me in the butt before, and I actually thought it was more cute than I was upset about it. I wasn't even upset about it. I was just like, oh, he's sticking up for his friend. He's like, hey, don't you dare scold my dog and put him away. The one I was speaking of, Anubis. Did you bite me in the butt? You did. You did that. Okay, you can go play. Go on.
Is that jackal? Is that water or coffee? Yeah, the jackal's name is Anubis.
Gross. Please don't peanut. Please don't peanut. Please don't peanut. Oh no.
I mean, he's good. He's being kind of naughty though, with the tissues.
Stop it. No. No. It's okay. You will be put in your kennel.
Cat does not approve.
You touch that cat, you get put in your kennel.
Cat does not approve.
Hey, it's okay.
Oh, is the jackal trying to eat out of the litter box? That's what the cat's mad about. Like, all the dogs and the foxes and the jackals, they're trying to eat out of the litter box. The cats don't like that. The cats are like, leave my litter box alone, please. Cats and jackals were both highly revered in ancient Egypt. Oh, what are you? Are you a fox? You're a fox. You're a jackal.
Hello.
But the real question is like, you know, how tame can a jackal be?
So, I spray this stuff on my bed so that he doesn't pee on it, because he is a wild animal for the most part and will pee wherever he wants. But this actually works, and I'm not being paid to advertise this. That'd be cool if I was. Hopefully they see this and they send me more because I go through so much of this. But it works. It works for him.
I mean, I wonder what's in it, but that's kind of amazing. If I dropped a deuce and someone tried to eat it, I'd be like, what the fuck too? I'd be afraid for the cat's safety. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, she's in a house full of foxes and...
Oh, okay. That's sorry.
Can you imagine, though? Can you imagine trying to sleep? Like, you're trying to sleep and this goes on.
Okay.
Yeah, like for a jackal, like I'm surprised that the jackal is this like chill. What happens when the jackal eats your testicle while you sleep? I mean, I guess she doesn't have to worry about that, but
Oh my goodness, you're just a good boy. I'm money.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Verbal Ace.
Oh my god, it's Verbal Ace! It's Verbal Ace! We're not ready for you, though, Verbal Ace! We're not quite ready for you. I feel like I gotta show you something else. This is Verbal Ace. This is the content creator behind the controversy. Let's show you what the controversy is, though, first. Oh, shit. Moist Charlie.
Right, we'll talk more about Verbal Ace again, I guess. There's just not a whole lot to say. It's just a load of cringe.
Okay, we'll do Verbal Ace, and then we'll get to Deep Fat Fried.
For those that don't know, Verbal Ace is a big YouTuber known for cartoon beat.
If you're here for the Deep Fat Fried, the Deep Fat content, the Deep Fried content, you will be, you know, we're getting to it. We're almost there.
Battles that I'm sure a lot of people are at least loosely familiar with because these are very popular. And a couple days ago, it came out that he commissioned a piece of art, an animation that was a little too spicy to post on his channel, which is clearly family-oriented. And then eventually the video itself leaked, and then like Discord talking about it, And the video is him as a self-insert being stalked and pursued by Charlie from Has Been Hotel. And then it gets into like softcore porn territory where she ties him up and takes his clothes off.
He means corn.
And then it like censors his wiener and stuff. And he paid $50K for it, which apparently like bankrupted his channel.
Yeah, censors his hot dog.
He was apparently asking for money for his channel not too long ago, so people are connecting the dots that he spent way too much money on this animation, and it is dreadfully.
So yeah, this is the thing. As a content creator, right? Times might be good. You might be making money hand over fist. Lord knows I'm not, but things can change. You're you know, everything can change like overnight. And for Verbal Ace, I bet he wishes that he had held on to that $50,000.
Affected.
If it was $50,000, we don't know that for sure, chat.
His channel. Thanks for gift sub, Alabonjo, resubs app. And enjoy the movie, Lucas. And resubs Zavala. But was it worth it? Nope, the animation is, like, it's not bad animation by any means, but he overpaid. We actually talked about it on the podcast today. Apparently, Has Been Hotel, like the actual show, it would have cost him $11,000 to make that animation if he paid the same amount that Has Been Hotel animators are paid, and he paid over 4 times that for this fucking animation, and it is not nearly up to snuff with the official, but it's not bad, but it's not $50K worth. And there's also no titties, there's no nudity at all. It's truly worthless.
He means birds when he says that, like, right? That's he's talking about birds.
And he sunk all of his money into it sounds like. I'll pull up a piece of it. I can't show like the ending here, but I'll at least pull up the beginning where it's still closed.
Okay, so you ready?
Where can I find the full upload? Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. DMCA. I'm not gonna play the music. I'm gonna mute it. Okay, here. Nope, that's not it. What happened? Has he been taking it down? Okay, here it is. Probably has been actually DMCAing it, to be fair, though. Like, bro didn't even get porn. And it just seems like if you're gonna pay $50K for a self-insert
okay, so
fanfic, you might as well go whole hog with it. Nudity, get real deep in it.
You might as well go full hog.
Real into the nitty-gritty. So it's so fucking bad to waste that much money on it for this. And at the cost of his own YouTube channel for it. I guess Schultz. Still a huge waste and it's rough. Thanks to Tier 1 Eric. Glorb is hype, but have you seen Boy What's content? I actually just saw Boy What's content after reading the comments. Boy What has a song called Neon Tide, which is incredible. So yeah, Boy What is fantastic. Even Vibsy Pop saw the animation and became uncomfortable. Yeah, she posted a response saying,
Vibsy Pop is uncomfortable. Wow.
Smiling on the outside, but internally saying, what the fuck? Or something like that.
It takes a lot to make Vivian Medrano uncomfortable.
As someone who does weird art.
Wow. Soul Life, thank you for the gift sub to JC Ramirez. JC Ramirez now has access to weasels. That's right, JC Ramirez. If you're listening in chat, you can post weasels now.
As a side gig, it's possibly paid the artists. Bro, this shit is weird tax. Maybe. That's something we speculated on.
Oh yeah, is there a bro, this shit is weird tax? Do you think that's real? Right, the speculation is that that if you ask for a commission, right? Because like animators want to get paid, and most of the time, if you ask them to draw something, to animate something, you know, you got the money, they'll do it. But if it's under that category of bro, this shit is weird, maybe there's a little tax. Maybe they take a little extra. Maybe they get paid more, right? Because they, you know, then they've got their name on something that's kind of weird. I don't know.
That maybe they just weren't really gung-ho to do this, so they just gave him an outrageous price to take on the work, and he said, bet, I'll do it. And they're like, oh shit, okay, whatever, we'll do it. Thanks to Tier 1 Red Line. Thanks to Membership Arrow. I did not hear about that, Arrow. Thanks to Prime Lava. To be fair, I've seen worse animation ideas. Yeah, but usually they're not that expensive, and they don't have such a detrimental effect on someone's, like, financial well-being. Again, according to what I've read,
That's a lot of money.
It seems that the $50K he spent on that animation has had an impact on what he's able to produce for his channel. Thanks to Prime Single. And yeah, that was the same channel, Boy What. Plan Z comes from Boy What. What if he actually paid for the rights to play the song, which is why it's so expensive? I don't know. So apparently the plan was he was going to release that video on another channel, but it just got too softcore porny, and then I guess just started squatting on it and didn't release it until it eventually leaked like it did. But I guess the plan was to try and make something back off it by posting it. So maybe he paid for the license? I don't really know.
The license for the music, right? There's copyrighted music on the animation, and
the whole thing's so confusing to waste that much money on that.
That would be expensive to license it.
Watch Saberspark's last minutes of his video on it. He got info from an anonymous source that confirms everything, that there were no plans to release. Maybe that's true then, yeah. I would trust his sources. His membership Christian, I'll watch that later, I guess, if there's more and deeper to it. You should get into scam baiting. Nope. I tried doing that in RuneScape once and ended up losing my entire bank. Not letting that happen again. Ooh, that's awesome, J-Lo. Wishing you best of luck with it. I don't know what a good plot point would be, but that sounds hype. Thanks, Resub Frosty. Thanks, membership, Nemesis. And yeah, I saw Nemesis. Oh, I'm sorry, Drew. I don't know what that means, though. I don't want to, like, I don't want to cause a problem. And thanks, Kai. Apparently there are over 400 wild monkeys up in Silver Spring State Park here in Florida. And 25% of them have a strain of herpes fatal to humans.
No.
Really? What?
Nobody wants to get monkey herpes. Wait. How do you get monkey herpes?
Okay. Don't panic. It's extremely, extremely rare for herpes B to spread it from a monkey to a human, but when it does, it can be fatal.
So in other words, don't get too fresh with a monkey. That's
very, very, very rare. Anyone in Silver Springs State Park, maybe just be wary. Stay on your toes, I guess. Favorite sleep token song is Alkaline.
If you hook up with somebody, make sure it's not 3 monkeys in a trench coat pretending to be a human.
Favorite Bad Omen song is Glass Houses. Did you talk to your dad about the jellyfish UFO? No, my dad's been really into pyramids again. Thanks, probably bleep. I went over again tonight and he immediately started talking about the aliens and the pyramids again. So we're gonna have to do something with that. He wants to say his piece on the pyramids. I'm a fan, Butter. But that's just kind of how Twitter goes in a nutshell for anything. Thanks, Resub Rogue.
Okay, I think that's all we're gonna get out of Moist Charlie. He's pretty funny sometimes. Here's Saber Spark.
Well, I did not wake up this morning.
Okay, so there's the animation, right? That's Verbal Ace. That's his avatar. That's, how he appears in his animations, right?
Expecting to talk about this subject, but here we are. Yeah, this entire situation is a complete and utter confusion.
So he basically gets transported to hell by Charlie. This is Charlie. She's the princess of demons in hell, and she wants some Verbal Ace.
Rabbit hole. Look, I just spent the last hour and a half on my Twitch.
Like, she's been watching those beatbox videos, and she's decided that she's a fan.
Trying to decipher and research and investigate what's going on, but it's like super confusing and it just grows more and more confusing. To provide some context, the situation here is about this Hideaway AMV, and let me explain what that is.
So the song is Hideaway.
There's a YouTube channel by the name of Verbalaze. Features this guy who does something called cartoon beatbox battles, and the story goes that he spent $50,000 on essentially an animated Has-Been Hotel AMV. This AMV was around 3 minutes long, almost, 2D animated, and again, allegedly cost $50,000.
So this is why it's disturbing to I guess to Vivzipop, to Vivian, is that's like her character not respecting somebody's boundaries, not taking no for an answer, right? That's kind of
to make. And the weird thing is that, like, a few days ago, this popped up on Twitter. Folks were like, whoa, look at this.
But I mean, this is what Verbal Ace wanted. This is what the content creator wanted the animation to be.
AMV for Has-Been Hotel. And I saw it. I'm like, what's the story behind this? Oh, it's the guy from the Cartoon Beatbox YouTube channel, which again is not a small channel. It's a very popular channel. We'll talk more about that here.
I mean, look, it's a small channel as far as subs, but it's really dropped off in terms of views.
Why is his cartoon avatar running from Charlie? What's going on here? Why is Charlie chasing him down? What's happening here? What was the purpose of this animated shorts? And I'm like, did he put this up on his channel? Because Verbalaze, this YouTube channel, is mostly like a bunch of iconic like characters beatboxing against one another. Groot versus Pennywise, or Thanos versus Patrick. These videos are so, like, I'd say infamous, but popular.
Vegeta versus the Power Rangers? God, here's what I want to know about Vegeta, right? I've got a real question on Vegeta. Do people know who we're talking about? We're talking about Dragon Ball Z. This is a character for Dragon Ball Z. This is Vegeta, right? Vegeta used to be the prince of Saiyans before planet Vegeta was destroyed. His father was killed. He comes to Earth to kill Kakarot, to kill Goku. And, well, it doesn't work out very well for him, right? He's just not as good as Goku, right? But eventually they join forces. Eventually they fight Frieza together. They're on the same team. Right? So Vegeta turns good. And it's like, all right, cool. That's another, like, Prince of the Saiyans that we don't have to worry about coming and trying to kill the characters from the show, right? But then something weird happens to Vegeta, okay? And this really bothers me. Vegeta becomes enchanted by the wizard Babidi, all right? And Babidi puts an M on Vegeta's forehead to show that like he's in control, right? And he gets Vegeta to do whatever he wants, which is like apparently fire a giant laser beam into the crowd at the Budokai. The Budokai is supposed to be a fighting tournament. Chat, imagine if you were going to like an MMA event or something and you got unalived by a giant, you know, death ray, by a giant Gatling gun from Vegeta, right? He just boom, 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 fires into the crowd and like your life ends like that, right? Pretty shitty thing for a character that you thought was your friend to fucking do, right? I'm not okay with this. And I'm not entirely sure that this is all attributable to the wizard Bobbity. I low-key think that Vegeta wanted to shoot that Gatling gun. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know if I can forgive Vegeta. That's what I'm saying, okay? I don't know if I can forgive Vegeta. At least now we know who Vegeta is, right?
What's he doing here with Charlie?
That much is clear.
So I went to go look for it. I couldn't find it anywhere. At least a good copy. I found like this 360p.
Anyway, sorry, chat. I shouldn't get so upset about Dragon Ball Z. It's not really that big of a deal.
It's like, you know, really low quality, and I couldn't find anything anywhere else. It was a complete and utter mystery. So of course I was hooked. I'm like, what happened here? There's got to be a story. And the story goes with quite a few alleged claims. One, that this bankrupt the guy's channel. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean bankrupt? Did he declare bankruptcy? Is that a term that's being loosely thrown around? Let's dig more into that, I said. And I looked, and the most I could figure out is, okay, his channel has been on the decline. He's made videos saying that beatbox battles haven't made it.
So this is what happens. Like, people are really hot for certain kind of content. If you remember epic rap battles of history, that was so popular for a few years, right? They would do these rap battles where, like, imagine Abraham Lincoln rap battles against, I don't know, who was, I don't remember who, Washington or something. I don't remember, but it's like somebody famous from history rap battling. Like there was one that was like one of the most infamous one was Darth Vader versus Adolf Hitler, right? And rap battle, right? That's like, and it was really, really popular. It was like the most popular thing on YouTube. And then people got tired of it. People didn't want to watch it anymore. And yeah, I don't know if what was it, the Fine Brothers? No, it's not the Fine Brothers, is it? Who does epic rap? It's Epic Lloyd and Nice Peter that do rap battle of history. And I don't know if they moved on and you know, adapted, right? Because that's kind of what you have to do. You got to go where there's an audience, right? You got to go, you can't produce content that people don't like and then complain that people don't like it. That's a waste of everybody's time.
Much money and haven't had as many views as they once had, because this guy's channel made like over 100 million views with his highest performing video, and then a bunch under that are like 50 million, 30 million, 20 million, 20 million. So like, look,
if Vegeta wanted to fucking have I've got to say, I'm sorry, Chad, I'm still mad about this, okay? If Vegeta wanted to have a go at Goku and shoot the Gatling gun, then they could have had a battle, right? That would have been okay. But when Vegeta starts firing into the crowd, that I cannot forgive. And that I will not forgive.
He bats pretty high. He's got a pretty big like viewer threshold as far as how many views he gets on these episodes. However, said views have dropped as of late. Look, I think he's starting to get a dose of reality. And we can only say that, okay? He's made a video saying, hey, we're not getting as many views as we once were, and we're in trouble, and I need support on Patreon, and I need your support here and there through, you know, hey, we're doing a contest, for example, and you can do 10 seconds of animation, and I might choose you, and I might use it for a video, which is not for his main series, but some like standalone video, but still we'll talk more about that here in a bit. But as far as us saying, like, is he bankrupt? Depends. Did he spend $50,000 on this AMV?
And there's another aspect, right? I mean, look, I don't know, like with a successful channel, with a large channel, you should be paying for the contributions people are making to the channel. It sounded like he just wanted free content or something.
And all we have to go off of are screen capped Discord messages, which, you know, I'm trying to use a critical lens here. I don't want to take anything for just 100% face value, okay? Because that leads to misinformation, potentially, and Discord messages can be easily forged. So, yes, we've got these Discord message screen caps where you got Verbal A saying, yeah, I spent $47,000.
Okay, so $47,000 is not quite 50K. It's damn close, though. But like Saber Spark's saying, you know, these things can be faked, you know, I don't know.
on this Hassan Hotel AMV. It's based off this music video, which unfortunately for the person who made that music, that song, Hideaway, I think it's called like Snidsum or something like that. Hold on, I got it written down. Snapson. Man, I feel
Snapson.
Bad for you. Your music video and your song has been completely commandeered. It's gone. You will no longer have this song for yourself. And now,
if that got licensed, you got to feel bad about that.
The people and the internet, apparently. The messages go that he made this, not for his main channel, because it might get tagged by YouTube. And again, this is around 2021 is when these messages say they were typed. So 3 years back or so. I will say that there's some timing here that looks rough on his end because his rhetoric of like things getting worse on his channel started about 3 years ago. He had a video not too long ago where he also said like, yo, we're not doing so well. We're not getting our views as high as they once were, aka lower viewership equals less money. Apparently these episodes cost $20,000 to $30,000 each for the actual.
Yeah, lower viewership equals less money, so adapt.
Official episodes.
Change your content. Produce something that people like.
Battles of the
if you were able to produce something people like once, you could probably find something else that people like. Okay?
Battles on his channel. So that means 3 years ago, in theory, according to these Discord messages, he decided to drop an alleged $47,000 on this standalone project that wasn't going to be on his main channel. I think he realizes it wouldn't work on his main channel, that he was going to do it on a second channel.
It wouldn't work on his main channel. That would make him a laughingstock to put it on his main channel. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Side hustle that I guess it was uploaded to that channel, then removed.
Did Vegeta ever try to fight the wizard? That sounds like a good idea. If I was giving advice to Vegeta, that is the advice I would say. I would say that maybe this wizard is your problem. Maybe that's where you should be directing your Gatling gun. Because I think if you get the M off of your forehead if you defeat the wizard, I think that's all you got to do. It shouldn't be that hard, should it?
It became a bit of lost media. Some people on Discord claimed that they had the video, shared it, uploaded it.
I mean, by that time, Vegeta had gone Super Saiyan. It shouldn't be that hard, right?
And that now it's the cat's out of the bag. Pandora's box has been open because we're all looking at this going, what was the point? Why did you make this? Was this just—
This smells like a tax avoidance scheme. It could be.
For you? Was this for viewers? What was the objective here?
It's a scam. No one pays for that. No one pays. Yeah, you would not think that. Like, it's just such a waste of money to like blow 50K on fucking fan art of yourself with Charlie from Hasbin Hotel.
So there's a lot of fog of war here. We're not really sure. Apparently, also a 15-year-old allegedly animated this.
Wait. Oh.
I don't know if I believe that 100%.
Okay, so that's another iffy thing, right? Did a 15-year-old animate this, right? Should a 15-year-old be working on a project like this? Probably not.
Because like the animation itself—
Vegeta sounds like a disease you get from eating too much pastrami. Could be.
Poorly done. It's not bad. It's competent. And to have a 15-year-old do this alone, that's a high order. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe someone young worked on it. And because we don't know anything about the folks who, like, who's Chase? What's this watermark?
But in actuality, Vegeta is a disease that you get from having a blown up ego. Okay, that's the real affliction that Vegeta suffers from.
How many folks
were overinflated ego
involved in this? Was it 1, 2?
An unhealthy sense of self.
Was it a larger production? Who made this? I respect, they want to remain anonymous, but at this point, we don't know. We know so little. But that being said, let's get this straight out the gate. If he did go to folks who are less than 18 to make this, yeah, not a good idea. It's never a good idea. I stand by that for like basically anything. Discord servers, no minors allowed. Projects, no minors allowed. It's just you're asking for trouble. And there's even like some Discord message from like the server he had.
Yeah, I mean, like I hate to gatekeep my content, but yeah, my Discord server, my content, like on, at least when I can put like a age restriction on it on Twitch, like it's 18 plus, right? Just to not have to deal with it, not have any questions. It's over 9,000.
It's going viral and we're trying to ban it and keep it out of the server.
That's right. It is over 9,000, right? I don't know. Maybe that makes some people jealous.
Because it's kind of inappropriate and we've got children on our server. And it's like...
I just think it's really fucking cool.
The guy who made the server and the kids who joined your server, do you see the connection here? Like maybe he shouldn't have made...
I mean, that is Vegeta's like, fatal, tragic flaw is jealousy.
Maybe this was not the best optics. And that's what I'm getting at, is that like the entire...
And also not understanding where true power comes from, right? Like my power comes from my connections to others. And those have been some lessons that I've really had to learn in terms of treating other people right and not pushing people away.
Optics of this project seem quite...
Anyway.
Where it's like, I don't think you quite knew what you were doing here. Because at the end of the day, if this is just you dropping a big bag to make a self-serving, self-insert video that kind of hits
They
your
changed it to Happy Hotel. That's hilarious.
equations. Okay,
Welcome to the Happy Hotel.
but putting it up on YouTube.
Wait, maybe it said. Wait, was that what happened? Did it say Happy Hotel at first, and then Oz like zapped it and made it changed it into Has Been?
Or trying to get any kind of return on investment. Didn't work, dude. It really backfired. Hey, by the way, mad props to the animation folks and the artists who got paid.
I mean, I guess.
Props to you. I think that's awesome. I will always be.
Look, I feel like the animation creators suffered greatly. That's like I sympathize with them.
15-year-old who made this. All right. Again, there's some problems there, but like, can you imagine being 15?
Oh no, there's a big problem there. There's a huge problem there.
$50,000 given to you in theory.
Okay, that is kind of cool.
Here's the thing. Let's say we cut it down to 1/10. Let's say.
I would have wasted 50,000. Yo, don't give 15-year-old me $50,000. It's a bad idea. I would waste it. I would spend it on something ridiculous.
It was just 1/10 of 50,000. That's still
what would I spend it on?
That's not a small amount. What I'm getting at here is the money that was spent didn't really provide the did not yield the results to justify its creation. Especially when you've got videos where you're like, we're on the
close.
We're getting blacklisted. The YouTube
definitely close.
We're going to start having animators submit their own animated 10 seconds worth of animation for a project that might get picked. And if we do pick it, 1 out of 9 people might get a plushie. No. That's not cool. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work that way. There's collaborations. Like I do a lot of reanimation projects, or I've done one and I'm currently working on another. You've got to have good optics for that. That it's a rising tide lifting all boats. That it's non-profits. But to do it where it's like, this is obviously folks submitting a lot of animation to your channel and to claim it's a community.
Yeah, you got to treat other people right, especially if they're willing to do stuff for you.
It feels
again something that I've had to learn.
I was in the wrong way because you're asking people to give you free work essentially for exposure, and I do find it ironic that you're like, my channel's dying. No one's watching my videos. We only got 1.4 million.
Do not disrespect 15-year-old artists with a pirated copy of Flash from 2002.
Views compared to the nearly 5.5 million on my channel for subscribers. We're dying here. However, I'll pay you an exposure if you help me out. Again, bad optics.
Oh, Verbal Aces and Andrew Tate. Oh no, I don't want to think that. Oh no.
Looking for 9 animators and content creators to help create a segment in Luigi's Beatbox. Luigi's Beatbox has been divided into 9 different parts, with each part consisting of 10 seconds, which means you guys, whoever you are, will have 10 seconds to animate or create their portion of the video. It'll help you win the contest. Yes, contest. Out of the 9 people chosen, one of you will win a sum.
And don't forget, we're gonna check out Deep Fat Fried versus Dylan Burns after that. This content is coming to you.
It's a win-win situation. I can't put out videos if they aren't being watched by anyone. My last video of Pikachu versus Groot doesn't even match the amount of subscribers I have.
So yeah, it's a lot of Discord screen caps, a lot of hearsay. We can't 100% confirm it, but like, let's say if we work off of a worst case scenario here, like it looks pretty bad. You spent a lot of money for money that you probably shouldn't have spent. You should have been saving it for your actual projects, and you wasted a lot of money on something that didn't really give you a return on investment.
Some YouTubers do not have that business savvy. I'll be honest.
For this project,
including myself.
I'm still working on it, and I might end up scrapping it, but I accept that loss. And I look at the product and I go, hey, it's still a really cool final result with Moses rapping. That's fine. It's not going to bankrupt me. However,
I didn't know that Saberspark did animations. Look what I found, though. Look what I found. Okay.
Beatbox battles.
Speaking of Vegeta,
a place where we take 2 cartoon characters from 2 different shows
and take it off screen.
Did we go down on YouTube?
Yep.
We got verbal aced. We got verbal aced. Chat. Let me know when I come back. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't even let you know how the freaking battle ended. I know that Vegeta goes Super Saiyan. That's pretty cool. See, I told you he could go Super Saiyan. I think Vegeta can beat Xanderhal. I don't know if that's what happened though. Wait, it doesn't tell us who won. Okay, anyway, we'll never know. Let me know what. Thank you, Zara. Thank you, Zara.
Yeah, I know it's a time-sensitive matter.
Yeah, it is. It is very much so. It is very much a time-sensitive matter. But thank you for,
I'm still waiting for it to come back.
Rip stream. Are we coming back yet?
I'm not seeing it back yet. Should I refresh?
Yeah, try it. We'll go and we got verbal ace, chat.
Hold on. It says stream unavailable for policy violations.
Yipes.
Does it say any sort of notification for you?
Let's check and find out.
You may also want to like pull the whole like video down so they don't see it. I think, right?
I don't know. Streams are interrupted when copyright content is detected. Let's get that copyright content right off my stream.
We're back on YouTube.
We're back on YouTube.
That's so beautiful. Back.
Okay, that's good to know that, wow. Wow. Chat, we got verbal aced.
Maybe we should...
We got verbal aced.
I will let you go.
Thank you so much, though, for letting me know. I was jamming out. I was jamming out, chat. Like, the beats were good. Honestly, Vegeta's a talented beatboxer. All right? I will not take that away from Vegeta. I think that Vegeta has talent. I think that Vegeta, you know... I think Vegeta's a pretty good beatboxer. Right? But you gotta adapt. You gotta adapt. And you gotta realize that there's some content that people like, there's some content that people don't like, and those are the parameters that we all deal with, okay? That's so we're good. Thank you for hanging out in there, chat. Yeah, we got verbal aced. In case you were wondering what happened, right? We got verbal aced. We got temporarily verbal aced. Is there any way we can let people know? So chat, type this in chat. Let people know that if you got to refresh, right? Anybody who can't see it, right? Is that what you had to do? You had to refresh? I'm sorry, it was just such a, like, I gotta say, Verbal Ace is a talented beatboxer. Vegeta is a talented beatboxer. My vote, I don't know what you think, chat, but I thought that Vegeta's, like, I was jamming a lot harder to Vegeta's than to Xanderhall's, all right? So I will give Vegeta that. You're better than Xanderhall. Congratulations. Now if I play the Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and I play congratulations, right? Didn't have to, it just came back. Oh, good. Okay, so maybe it just comes back for people. Yeah, that was dicey. We've had that happen before, but yeah, there's some things that YouTube just doesn't want you to play. Usually it's a larger content creators content that they don't want. We're gonna have to cut that off the stream. I'm keeping track though that we're at 3 minutes and 3 hours and 36 seconds right now, and that and so I gotta keep this under 6 hours. Are we skibbity bop bop bop? Yes, good. Anyone's content, doesn't matter who it is or what it is. I mean, that's not true. I can watch Xanderhall's content. I just can't watch Vegeta's content, apparently, because Vegeta's actually pretty good. I feel like if Vegeta was like less about his ego, I feel like Vegeta would be just fine. Just get yourself free from Bobbity, okay? Get yourself free from Bobbity. That's what's holding you back. If you want to know, if you want my opinion as a random small streamer chick, okay? Skibbity is so Swahili, it makes me happy to hear this. Skibbity bop bop, yes. Let's do the deep fried fat. I don't know. Well, I mean, like, look, we gotta God, I got verbal aced. That was wild. Has not happened in a while. I don't know. It's content. Me getting taken down by verbal ace is freaking content. I should go on Twitter and complain about it and be like, what the fuck, verbal ace? First thing, you're commissioning weird fan art of yourself. Second thing, you're taking down random small streamer chicks just for jamming out to your beats. I was enjoying your shit, verbal ace. I was dancing. You made me dance. So whatever you want to say about Verbal Ace, you can't say that Verbal Ace hasn't got talent, and you can't say that Vegeta hasn't got talent. I would never take that away from you, Vegeta. I would never take that away from you. It'd be silly. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna address things with we're gonna play more Verbal Ace. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna do more Verbal Ace.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Verbal Ace.
So yeah, like Verbal Ace, I've given you a lot of shit for commissioning that fan art of yourself. I gave Vegeta a lot of shit. I'm giving everybody a lot of shit. But, you know, we wish you the well. We wish you the well. Right? All of my mod team, everybody here, all of chat. Can we say that we wish you the well? We wish you the well, right? I mean, this is cringy. This is weird, but whatever. Look at that. There's like a Vegeta in the background. Do you see that shit? He's got Vegeta in the background. It's Super Saiyan God Vegeta. So just in case you want to know where Vegeta's story goes, it doesn't end. It doesn't end with the Majin Buu arc, right? It goes on, right? Vegeta does free himself. And like, look, that's hope for all of us, right? You can change the way you live, okay? Anyway.
Oh my gosh, it's been a very crazy time of year. I've been getting a lot of emails that got me emotional, but not in the way you think.
Some people are saying that this is Aquarius, right? We're in Aquarius right now, are we not? We're in Aquarius. This is the... I don't understand astrology. Part of me thinks it's all a bunch of bullshit. But, you know, that's because I am apparently the most philosophical of all signs, right? Wait, I'm a Sagittarius, right? December.
It's a lot of people coming out to support me during these difficult times with all the slander.
Wait, what even am I? Let me check. I'll tell you what I am.
Being made against me. I was expecting everybody to like just believe in everything they read online, but instead a lot of people were emailing me saying that they still support me. And that honestly made me want to cry. And it also made me want to make this video for everybody that's still
Capricorn.
First off, I want to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation.
Why did I think I was Sag?
For still supporting me. And second off, I want to sincerely apologize for my statements made.
I'm a Capricorn.
About my opinions with
I
something
forgot.
Going on out there, but I realized my opinions was based on a broad perspective because I've been watching other YouTube channels.
What are we talking about, Verbal Ace?
You know, talk about stuff going on in Hollywood, and that kind of influenced my own state of mind when I started making these comments out there. I'm like, wait,
Andrea Rovinsky hates astrology. I feel like it's complicated. Do you know about real astrology? It's not just your sign, because your sign is your sun sign, and there's a sun sign, there's a moon sign, there's a rising sign, there's a sign for every freaking like planet out there, right? Your planets are in different places, and it's like, if you really want to know, like, you know, your fate or whatever in astrology, you got to get this thing called an ephemeris. You got to know the time, the exact longitude and latitude. You got to know everything about where you were born, and then only then do you find out your true you could like a full-on thing, right? So it's really complicated. It may not be science, it may be pseudo-scientific. Like I said, it may be a bunch of bullshit, but it is very complicated, whatever it is.
Buddhist, I believe everybody should be at peace with each other.
Okay.
Focusing on
yeah, that sounds good. Everybody should be at peace with each other. Doesn't that make sense, right?
Similarities. I was focusing.
Can we do that? Can we do that? Could we have everybody be at peace with each other?
Which caused me to make those statements out there. And
just get those egos under control a little bit. Just
that is not how I should be behaving as a person.
Because look, I believe that it is actually Vegeta's ego that allows him to be manipulated by the wizard Bobbity. All right? Think about that.
We're all here for a reason. I myself was bullied in high school just for being myself. I was a nerd, a geeky kid. I didn't walk, talk, and act like all the other kids. And I got bullied and picked on for that. And it's kind of weird that I didn't find the similarity in what other people out there may be going through just because you're not acting how somebody else thinks you should act, because I went through that. But I got influenced through...
Wait, do I know Adrian Vixen? Yes, Adrian Vixen is cool.
You know, social media, articles and different videos out there instead of thinking with my own authentic mind.
Wait, it wasn't NCC was who Adrian was talking about?
And I really do apologize for that because
I don't know.
Kind of person. I've never been that person in my past videos on YouTube and everything like that. So, but I am a human being. Just because I'm an influencer doesn't mean I'm not going to make mistakes.
Yeah, I've talked to Andrea and I've talked to Adrian as well.
But I am taking this whole...
I think they're both pretty cool.
...experience to learn from it and grow from it.
Anti-corporatist says I'm a vegetarian.
I'm not going to take it as somebody going to be defeated. Like, why would you let an experience defeat you? You should let it make you grow.
Exactly, exactly.
That's what I'm going to do. From now on, instead of focusing on our natural differences, I'm going to focus on our similarities. That's what I'm going to focus on from now on.
Wait, how is this? Okay, the one thing that I'm really confused about is how is this addressing things one day ago? How does this have to do with the 50K dropped on the fan art? How does this?
This actually was started in 2021 by a company called Cough or something, and it was finished in 2022. I was tinkering with the notion back then of making a separate YouTube channel that was intended for a more mature, older audience. So when the video was completed in 2022, I made a separate YouTube channel, marked the video as not made for kids. You have to be 18 older and up to watch it for obvious reasons. I think the video was even unlisted. After it was up for a while, I was like, I don't know if I really want to do this because I still want to focus on the other stuff. So I deleted the video and deleted the channel. Little did I know, somebody saw the video and downloaded it and re-uploaded it and made it.
Well, look, I mean, obviously that video is not for kids. Like, you didn't see the rest of the video chat, but Charlie catches up to Verbal-Ace, and Charlie like ties Verbal-Ace up on a bed and makes Verbal-Ace's clothes come off, and then there's like emoji over the sensitive anatomical parts, and yeah, it's not for kids. It's definitely not for kids. But was this the problem with Verbal-Ace's content? I thought the problem was that it was cringe and that it's really embarrassing to spend so much money that you don't really have, money that you shouldn't be spending, given the fact that, our fortunes can change overnight as content creators, right? And you got to be ready for that, right? So, and it's not even like on that level. Like, I'm not laughing at, Verbal-Ace for, being in a financial bind, right? I would never laugh about something like that. It's
public on my birthday and decided to tag me in the video. But again, this video was intended for a mature audience, and I wanted to just like put some different type of content out there separate from my YouTube channel. Videos out there, judge how you will, but I'm still going to be making cartoon beatbox battles, puppet beatbox battles. There's still going to be Five Nights at Freddy's videos. My main YouTube channels is always going to be featured cartoon beatbox animation, puppet beatbox animation, or me doing no, all that stuff. So, but yeah,
but yeah, apparently if I want to watch that, I gotta enjoy it by myself. I can no longer. So Verbal-Ace, here's my apology for you. Okay, I did not treat your musical talent, which beatboxing is a musical talent, as like a real thing. Like if it was a song by a famous artist, I obviously would not play on my stream. I'm very, I'm very aware that music is a serious thing and is treated different than other content. And it's not like just reacting to a Vosh video or a Xander Hall video or a whatever video or a Deep Fat Fried video, chat. I don't think I'm going to get taken down for watching Deep Fat Fried. I think we'll be okay. I think that TJ, I think that Paul's Ego, I think that Scotty will be okay with me watching and responding to their video. I think they'll be okay. But yeah, you're right. This was music. I shouldn't treat your music different than other music just because it's beatbox. I mean, you're a musician. That's your musical instrument. You have talent, and I respect that. And I apologize, Verbal-Ace, if you see this, if you're tempted to come after my channel and take me down. Understand that any making fun of you that we were doing, I was mainly making fun of Vegeta. Okay. And I still got love for Vegeta. All right, I still got love for Vegeta. Just get that freaking thing off your forehead, okay? You don't know how ridiculous you look with that M on your forehead. You don't know how ridiculous you look going around doing everything that Bobbity tells you to do, right? Bobbity doesn't know. Why would you trust Bobbity?
I'm going to be moving on.
One of the 5 foundation. I know what I disrespected that. I deserve to get my stream temporarily taken down. I absolutely deserve that. Okay, I accept that. All right, I accept responsibility for that.
From this, I'm just going to keep uploading. Everything's a learning experience. I know everything happens for a reason, so everything that happened within the last week is meant to teach me a lesson. I'm supposed to grow from this. I'm not supposed to be defeated. We're not supposed to be defeated from anything that happens to us. So you can best believe I am 100%.
You can take your lumps, you can get defeated, and you can get back up again, okay? That's the truth.
Cartoon beatbox battles, puppet beatbox battles, everything. There's Verbal Ace is not done. I'm sure people out there want me to be canceled and quit, but you know, the only way we can truly be defeated is from ourselves if we decide to quit ourselves. And I'm not doing that. So sorry to disappoint the haters, but I'm going to keep going. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. Sorry about all the craziness that's going on, but I am human. I'm going to make mistakes, but I'm going to learn from the mistakes.
Okay, now, realistically speaking, I don't understand this apology. Right? I mean, who did Verbal Ace need to apologize to? I didn't get a good sense of like whether there was like a situation where he was taking advantage of people like submitting fan stuff and then, you know, trying to use that as the content. But obviously, you know, if you're a big YouTube channel, you need to pay them in more than exposure, right? So, I mean, maybe there's an apology that needs to be made. You know, if that video went out to underage fans, there's an apology that needs to be made. But other than that, like, it's like, you know, apologize to yourself, have some dignity. Don't spend $50,000 on your ego. Come on.
You will not see me repeat the same mistakes. If I do, one of those. But yeah, I love you guys.
Okay.
So much, and
I don't get it. I don't get it. But you know what I do get? I do get that we got to get to the content, right? You came here for one thing and one thing only, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you came here for a few things. Maybe you came here for me. If you did come here for me, thank you so much. I survive on the support of my audience and everybody who supports me, whether it is in a monetary way, like super chats, like super stickers, like memberships, like gifting memberships to other people, like doing the same kind of thing on YouTube with subs and gift subs and bits, and everybody that supports me that way. You're the reason that I'm coming back to you and everyone else, right? Including the people who do not have the financial means to be able to support me like that and are just supporting me with their thumbs. That actually means a lot to me. That's important too. And if that's, you know, all you can do for me, just trust that I appreciate it. All right. I appreciate, I appreciate all the support. So anyway, let's do the deep fried fats. Sorry, deep fat fried. Deep fat fried.
You know what? I mean, like at the end of the day.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God, Morbius Dragon, thank you once again for Clint Commander. Yo, I feel like I mentioned the Clint Commander recently. Deep fried pastrami. Yeah, Clint Commander was just gifted a membership by Morbius Dragon. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody who's supporting me, right? I appreciate you all.
If I've said something incorrect and you can tell me the correct thing and demonstrate it, then as far as I'm concerned, you're awesome.
Okay, so they like to be goofy. Tyranno Juggernautus, Satan, and Hippie, right? Let me tell you who these are, because I know these guys, right? Paul's Ego, Scotty, and TJ Kirk, aka the Amazing Atheist, who you may or may not remember, depending on how long you've been on this platform. But I'm aware of all internet traditions. I'm aware of the Amazing Atheist, right? Let's see what they've got to say, right? Let's see what Dylan had to say. Dylan Burns' audience hates you. Yeah, they hate me too, so we're in good company. That's okay.
Thank you.
That's okay.
For helping me understand things better.
Onion nuggets. We got the onion nuggets. What the hell? Is that a dog eating onion nuggets? Is that okay?
Are our first thing we're gonna
You can't feed your dog. Like, what is it? Like, there's something chocolate. You can't feed your dog chocolate. Can you feed your dog onions? Is that okay?
do is we're gonna look at some comments. So I don't know if you guys know this. I think Paul, I want to say this to
There
Paul
he is. That's the dude.
Me and you. It even says this in the title, reacting to Paul's ego and TJ Kirk's negotiate with Russia segment. And I think that Dylan Burns is kind of in love with us.
Do you think so?
What is
well,
Luke?
he kind of told
Okay. Okay.
Big fan in the DP days
I'm listening.
and stuff.
Yeah, and
So he's a fan of the content. Drunken Peasants.
it's like we cannot do a segment talking about him.
Onion and garlic are both off limits. Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah. Yeah, there's some human foods that your dog can have. There's some human foods that your dog should not have.
Without him responding back. And it's like
no onions for dogs. Okay.
I think it's kind of neat to know that it's kind of locked in. Like if we talk about him, he's talking about us. Now, as much as I would love to sit here and watch his 55-minute and 39-second video, I'm not going to.
Atticus Among Us tells me onions are bad for doggies. Oh, Addie loves salmon. Salmon is good. Salmon is okay.
Watched it.
Oh, you saw it. Okay. So what was your, I did not actually see it. So what did you think of his video? What did he say?
I mean,
Dylan grew a beard too. Now it's the battle of the white beards. Yes.
Basically the same shit that we talked about when he came on.
Ooh, also corn and cornflower. That's it. I didn't know that. Corn and cornflower has a fungus that kills dogs, but is harmless for us. So dogs can't have corn. Important to know. Never trusted this dude. Whenever I clicked a video, my thumbs immediately moved to the back button. I thought you were gonna say your thumbs moved to the down button. That's the fatty skin of the. So they can have the fatty skin. They can't have the onions.
With regards to Ukraine, we're actually at the very beginning of it. It's kind of funny. I don't think it's us that he's in love with. I think it's you.
Oh, okay.
Because he was like,
amazing atheist.
You know, I always love TJ, but Paul in particular
is a piece of shit.
Why does everybody go like this on Paul? What is the deal with Paul? Is Paul hard to get along with?
Really fucking off his gourd here, and we're gonna talk about why, blah blah blah. But then he ends up going after you way more. So I think it's you that he's in love with.
Is Paul on the bad person list along with NCC? Is that right?
Oh yeah, I mean that makes sense. I am, amazing and stuff.
Does Paul have folders? I want to know, chat.
Yeah, I mean it's right there in the name.
Yeah, I mean it's right there in the title.
What are you gonna do?
But you got you're Paul's ego, so you got a huge ego. But
I do, yeah. Ginormous.
I mean, we're both egomaniacal pieces of shit. So that's true. Scotty's the only one on this show with any humility at all, right?
Scotty don't know.
Of course.
I like how you just agreed to that.
Aflatoxin.
Even
it's a lovely word, but apparently very bad for dogs.
No, it's bullshit. Okay. Anyway,
wait, if I eat like corn all the time, can that be bad for me? Like, do I need to watch out? Or if I'm like, I don't know, Chad, if I'm like part dog, could I?
I'm not going to respond to Dylan Burns's thing. Now, look, I've told Dylan.
If I'm like half my mom and half the sneaky neighbor dog from next door, am I?
Dylan, I look forward to speaking to you again. I don't want you to feel like it's any disrespect to you, because I actually do respect you.
So in other words, not hating, just saying.
But when we talk to you again, I want it to be after some time has passed and some of these some of the shit we've talked has been resolved in terms of how things turn out, because we had a long discussion on our show about Ukraine. And, a year from now or 2 years from now or whatever it might be, a lot of that stuff is going to be resolved one way or the other. A lot of it's going to be decided by history. Who was right, who was wrong. And
has Amazing Atheist fully left the anti-SJW crowd, or is he problematic but doesn't want to be associated? I don't know the most about TJ Kirk, Amazing Atheist. I get the feeling that of all the former anti-SJWs, he's the one. He's one person that has distanced himself from most of those. But I'm not an expert. Okay, I'm not a super expert. I'm not old school. I'm aware that this guy's been famous for a really long time, but I'm just not real super familiar. Like I never I wasn't really around for the Amazing Atheist days for the anti-SJW.
So peaceful up here.
But now they're freaking communists invading radicals, invading into my chat. Wow. Thank you and welcome. Welcome.
A little longer than
I mean, maybe it'll take longer than that. That's true. But one way or another, eventually we're going to know.
If you have as much dog DNA as human, you might get red eye. Oh no.
And when that day comes, I'd love.
Wait, just pull up my dossier. I would, but it's like holding my microphone cord in place, unfortunately.
To revisit this topic with you. If you have some other topic you want to discuss in the meantime, that's fine. I'd love to have you again for that. But as far as this topic goes, I would like to wait until
I would like to wait until the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds, actually slightly less than 1 minute and 30 seconds. That means that you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to use possibly a Prime sub to get out of that ad break, to push that off, to get beyond that ad break, and to start to see emotes and to start to see, you know, all kinds of nice things, right? If you sub to me on Twitch for no cost to yourself, if you have that Prime sub, right? If you don't have a Prime sub, that's okay too. You can still pay $5 to get out of the ad break, a pretty decent price. If you want a ad-free viewing experience of Twitch, it kind of makes sense. You could also possibly get out of that ad break if you are lucky enough to be the beneficiary of a gift sub given by a very generous person in chat. But again, that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. There we go. I actually read it in time this time.
We know who was right, who was wrong. And you know what? If it turns out that a number of things that we said on the show turned out to be absolutely stupid and wrong, I have no problem whatsoever coming to you and saying I was wrong, because I never was that invested. My ego was never invested to begin with. I speak my mind. I tell my truth as it is.
It's all about egos today, right? There's like a lesson that we can learn here, right? I feel like there's a lesson.
But I recognize that I'm a flawed human being.
A lesson for somebody out there.
I understand every goddamn variable that goes into the making of this world, so I could easily be wrong about shit. But as far as I'm concerned, we've talked about where we stand on this as it stands now, and nothing huge has changed in that time. I think a few predictions that me and Paul made have kind of come to pass, but not enough for me to even gloat at this point. I mean, a little maybe.
Yeah, I could gloat a little, to be honest. I could always gloat though.
But not the big gloat. We haven't, no. It's not like, oh, we were right about the big shit. Now, if Ukraine...
Oh no, somebody's sending me this about Verbal Ace. Verbal Ace was transphobic on Discord? Oh no, I need to check on this.
Signs a deal with Russia that cedes territory to Russia, then me and Paul are going to gloat like you've never seen before.
Yeah.
It's going to be we're going to like dance around you while you weep, okay? That's going to be what happens. But
I mean, that's basically. Look, based on those polls we just saw, though, for that to happen, it's a Russian victory.
But I mean, in fairness, if Ukraine repels Russia completely and Russia gets nothing out of this whole affair, you're gonna dance around our corpse too and be like, well, I was right and you were wrong. And
yeah, of course, yeah,
absolutely.
Naturally.
But like until that day comes, we don't really know. We've both had it. We've both said our piece. Whatever.
Hello, this is.
I mean, I hope we're gonna learn something. We're talking about Ukraine here. This is a active issue. There is a bill in the United States. Is it in the Senate, or I feel like it's in the House, right? There's a bill in the House that is tying the Biden's border cave-in with aid to Ukraine, and it looks like it might not be going anywhere. If we listen to Dan Crenshaw, the Republicans aren't going to support it. I guess if a few Republicans support it and the Democrats support it and Mike Johnson actually brings it up, then maybe it might go on. So, you know, this is an active issue. The United States is considering more military aid to Ukraine, but it's iffy on whether it's going to pass or not. That they're talking though about negotiations, potential negotiations, right? This war's been going on for a long time. A lot of people have been impacted negatively. A lot of people have lost their lives. A lot of people have been injured. Like, right, there's a lot of, you know, obviously it's a war, bad things happen, right? And they are thinking that based on the current, what a lot of people see as a stalemate in Ukraine, right? And I'm not an expert on this. I'm not your military, you know, gal, right? I can't tell you, like, you know, the forces in the South are going up here and the forces in the North are going to go down here, and then the like, right? I don't know military stuff, right? I'm not Dylan Burns, okay? I'm not Dylan Burns. I haven't touched the hardware, right? Like Dylan has, but I don't like I do want people in Ukraine to live violence free. And, you know, with a stalemate, like what they're asking is like, you know, what should be done, right? Should the war continue indefinitely, or should some sort of settlement, you know, some sort of compromise go on? Like right now, like I'm obviously not a Russia stan. I don't believe that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine, and it's yeah, but you know, at the same time, I'm realistic about how most wars are solved, and most wars are solved with negotiations, right? So, you know, the question I think they're asking is, what is the time for negotiation? Maybe somebody like Dylan would say, no. Like Dylan might have a different opinion about this, right? And I'm like I said, I'm no expert, right? Maybe Dylan's right. Like they're saying, you know, maybe you know, Ukraine will eject Russia from their country, and not, you know, the negotiations will go on in those terms, or maybe we're going to be in a stalemate and more people are going to die, and more civilians are going to die, like what happened today in Donetsk. Fog of war, so we don't know, but supposedly it was Ukrainians firing on civilians this time, right? So, you know, that's the question. But yeah, good question. Is this gossip? Does this feel like gossip? No, not exactly. I mean, there's some personalities involved. That's what keeps people watching, but it's not, never get me started on Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson's ridiculous, isn't he? Yeah, I better not joke around and be like, I love Mike Johnson. I don't know. I feel like I'm just not good at signaling irony sometimes. Like, right, Chad? I'm a little bit neurodivergent myself, and maybe I don't always let people know in the best way. Ukraine is gonna soak up weapons for ages.
ITJ here to tell you that you must comply.
Oh wait,
with the following
what is this?
You must join the pessimist production.
Oh, they want you to join their Patreon. Chat, did you know that I have a Patreon too, and then you could support me over there on Patreon? Oh my god, the one thing that I don't know is, did I actually put the link in, you know, because I always forget to do this. Did I put the link to the Patreon? No, I didn't. Chad. I effed up. Let me see here. It should always be in the description. Apparently this time it was not, though. But yeah, check out the description if you want to. And if you want to, you can go and support me on Patreon. You can also support me in all those other ways too, on both YouTube or Twitch. And it helps me out a lot, even if it's just a like, right? Even if all you can help me out with is a like. That's a like that I appreciate.
Patreon. You may believe in your naivety that this action is optional. It is not. You have no choice but to watch.
There's the onion nuggets. I don't know if I would actually like onion nuggets. Like, they seem like a meme food. Like, wait a minute. No, I like onion rings. Why would I not like onion nuggets? Maybe I would like onion nuggets. It's just like, they're cooked onions, right? So if you dip them in some kind of sauce, they could be lovely.
New live streams of onion nuggets every week. You are powerless to avoid all.
DFF, if you end up seeing this, do you mind me dipping your onion nuggets in some sauce? Is that all right? I don't know.
Of our other shows like The Grease Trap, Abandon Hope.
They got The Grease Trap.
Ideology.
Wow, it's all themed, right?
Fighting Boys and more.
Oh, I get it. Deep fat fried. And then what can be deep fat fried? Onion nuggets can be deep fat fried.
The link is below. You know what you must do. Click it.
Okay, yes. Your voice commands me, TJ. I must do what Amazing Atheist says to do. I must go over to nocommentchick's Patreon and subscribe.
Click it, for I cannot.
So I'm not here to argue with Dylan, but I am here to talk about his audience, okay?
This is great. We're not gonna light up Dylan. We're gonna light up his audience. Okay.
Oh, man, they hate us over there.
Oh, dude, they don't.
Like I said, they hate me too.
Like us at all.
Not at all.
I'm sure some of them still like me.
They think we're the dumbest
in existence. Okay,
maybe we are.
I mean, I don't care if we are. That's the thing. Is like, okay, maybe we're the dumbest fucks in existence. You got us. Okay,
you got us.
One of those polls you guys were big on. The DFF guys want Ukraine to capitulate to fascist Russia in the name of peace. Then there's people in that country that also want the same.
Onion nuggets are just Indian onion bhaji or bhaji. Oh, okay. So this is a real dish.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I thought it was a meme.
Make any ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think that peace is preferable to war. And I think that there's a lot of, I mean, like, it seems to me like a lot of people think that hundreds of thousands.
Oh, is that true?
So that you can make.
Soul Life is telling me, want to hear something sick? Members of Congress bought prosthetic stocks before the war. And it happened to be stocks that service, like, for prosthetics, right?
Maintain some little pride is worth it. And as far as my moral calculus goes, no.
No,
that's
really
me.
isn't.
That's me. Okay.
Well, it's easy for someone. It's easy for someone far removed from that conflict to say, "Well, this should happen and that should happen." You know,
fair enough.
I kind of feel like if your ass isn't on the line, I don't really know how much say you should really have.
And to give credit to Dylan Burns, his ass is often on the line because he's over there in Ukraine a lot of the time.
Russia should take over whatever country they want. Yep, that's the position. Yep, you're so right.
I mean, like, can you please, like,
do you see the false dichotomy?
Fine when you disagree with me, but can you please disagree with me in a way that does not?
Yeah, that's my position.
They're not going. They're not going to like that.
Yeah, no, that's my position. I want Russia to take over every country. I actually want Russia just to be the only country that exists in the world. You're right.
I know that I know that the position of Paul.
You see how ridiculous this is, right? You gotta fully, support like a war for however freaking long, or else you're Vladimir Putin's best friend.
Stuff is like these people who say this kind of shit, and I can totally get that. But like at the end of the day, like I really don't want you guys to have that stupid position where you're just strawmanning.
Well, my understanding is this, right? That Dylan has some respect for TJ. I don't know how Dylan feels about Scotty, but apparently like Paul's ego is on blast. Like, I don't know, they hate Paul's ego. Maybe it's for that debate with Vosh.
If you want to disagree with me, I love it. I'm here for it. But do it substantively. Don't strawman me. Don't assign me some dumb fuck position.
And don't like force some, artificial don't force some false dichotomy down my throat, right?
I love
if you're gonna force anything down my throat, it better be deep fat fried, right?
When people have
and it better be damn tasty.
Sensitive critiques or want to have a clarification or whatever the fuck. But this like total dismissal of my argument in favor of just clowning or whatever the fuck. I don't, I don't, if you're doing that, you're scum to me. Like you're just like picking up the conversation for other people.
I kind of agree with you, but I also think like I want to tell these people like, hey, you can hold yourself to a higher standard. You don't have to be this strawmanning dipshit. You can actually use your brain power to come up with a real counter argument if you want to. But anyway,
I don't know that a lot of them want to, unfortunately.
I mean, you're probably right, but
hummus or berries get forced down your throat. Yeah, but probably not hummus and berries, right? Because I feel like that's a weird combination. I feel like that might be difficult for your digestive system. I mean, maybe it depends on what kind of berries.
I want to.
Fast food is cheaper than groceries. It used to be. Taco Bell used to be cheaper than groceries. I'm mad that they raised the prices.
Be the optimistic one on this, I guess. But anyway, let's talk about some of these comments. So, sure. This is from Robin Lesueur. Says, sure. Russia is so reasonable and willing to stick to treaties. They definitely won't break any agreement as soon as it's convenient.
It's so weird. It's so weird. You got this the thing of like, like XYZ is the baddies. Therefore, you can never sign a treaty with them because they're untrustworthy, right? You can never, you can never find a political solution, right? As in a ceasefire for what's going on in Gaza to end the conflict with Yemen because you can't trust the Houthis. They're baddies, right? It's not a productive way of thinking, especially about diplomacy. We're talking about diplomacy here.
For them.
I mean, a fair point.
Like, I get that there's certain diplomatic, appeasement that you don't want to do. You don't want to appease, you don't want to pull a Chamberlain and appease Hitler, right? But,
They would.
I mean, Russia's pulled out a number of treaties, of course.
I mean, I don't know when we said that Russia was some kind of.
When you say, can you guys even cook? Do you mean can Americans even cook, or do you mean can people in chat even cook?
Like,
or can deep fat fried even cook?
The United States though too.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was gonna. I hate the
ooh, fast food at home. That sounds good though. I could make a TikTok out of that.
When you fucking bring that up to these people, they fall back on this. Oh, America bad. Oh, both sides. Blah blah blah.
I'm so sick of hearing America bad. Are you, chat? Anybody else? One in chat if you're sick of hearing America bad. Soul Life says, I went to McDonald's, the app was down, so I went to Taco Bell and got a Supreme box. What else in a Supreme box? $5. $5 is not bad for a meal. I didn't realize you could still get a meal at Taco Bell for $5 though. You used to be able to get a meal for like less than $5. Like, I remember buying 2 bean burritos at kind of plain, but you can put some sauce on them, right? You get 2 bean burritos at Taco Bell and it was like less than $2.
What about America doing this? What about Russia doing this? Yeah, we get in this cycle of just nothing. I'm just saying, at the point of fact. Well, if you broach that subject to that same person and said the United States violated every treaty we made with Native Americans, they wouldn't go, no, they didn't.
Yeah, there we go. By that logic, you can't sign a treaty with the United States. Do you see what you're doing? The United States is dishonest. The United States has broken treaties when it could, right? Especially with First Nations, right? And so I guess we can't trust the United States.
Well, yeah, but they're just gonna say like, oh, well, that's besides the point or something. So, but here's
when it speaks to the character of a nation, I don't really think it is besides.
But me and Paul have never claimed in any of our rhetoric that Russia is some sort of like trustworthy state that you can just take at its word.
If Dylan wants to bring more American awareness to the situation in Ukraine, all he has to do is call the USA Republicans and white Americans racist for providing aid to Israel to torture brown people. Oh my God, let me read the second half of your statement. Sorry, the chat's moving so fast, but that's a good thing. I appreciate it. That's support, chat. That means a lot to me that the chat moves too fast for me to read. To torture brown people, but not to Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia. But yeah, that's a great argument. That's a great argument. I don't look, chat. I haven't kept like, obviously me and Dylan had, our disagreements, but it was years ago. I don't hold a grudge. I'm obviously like wary of him and his community, right? But I haven't kept up with his every take, right? I see once in a while, I saw a little bit of the hippy dippy. I don't see everything that Dylan, I hear things that Dylan does, and sometimes it's whatever. It's whatever, right? But yeah, I'm not your Dylan Burns expert at this point, right?
Like that's never been a position that me or Paul have ever taken.
In fact, we've done really nothing but heavily criticize Russia for its war crimes.
No one had that position about any major geopolitical power in this world.
When I think, when I think about Russia,
wait, 2 McDoubles for $3 or the $5 crispy chicken meal. Wait, is this at McDonald's? But wait, what did you tell me what's in a? I really want to know what is in. You have to have the fast food. Oh yeah, you got to have the mobile apps. Well, wait, went to McDonald's. Oh my God, wait, Supreme box. What's in the Supreme box? I need to know. What do you get in a Supreme box? I always just assumed that I'm better off like, buying groceries from
their invasion of Ukraine.
It's a thing at it's like a meal at Taco Bell.
Closest analogy that comes to mind.
What's in the box, right?
Me is America, and it's
and also what's left of the box.
Iraq.
That would be Sandy, correct?
Yeah.
So I have nothing. I have no love. I mean, and just as I was hugely opposed to the American invasion of Iraq, I'm hugely opposed to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
And I've seen so many people in this Dylan Burns audience try.
Oh, you get to build a Taco Bell box. You got chalupa, five. Okay, one chalupa. Wait, no, one order of chalupa. Wait. a 5-layer burrito. That's cheesy potatoes and a Baja Blast. Yeah, no, that's a serious meal. That's a serious meal. I didn't realize you could get a serious meal at Taco Bell for $5. Anyway, Chad, I'm not sponsored by Taco Bell. I am sponsored by HelloFresh. I need to get start putting out videos and start putting the commercials for HelloFresh on those videos. I haven't really gotten around to that, but if you need well, anyway, we'll have to talk about that later on a less controversial stream. I don't think they want me talking about their product on a stream about, contentious, controversial, international questions.
That was a little harsh, but
Yo, that girl's the Vegeta again. No, we don't want to watch that. We know what happens when you get verbal aced.
Claim that we're pro-Russia or something.
I got verbal aced right off the air.
Which is like insane to me. Obviously, I am not pro any sort of imperialism or invasion. That's insane.
And it's honestly only thanks to my mods that we got back on. I was just dancing. I was like, I'll just keep on dancing.
That's like madness. But
isn't the counter to that just simply that you're not willing to do anything about it? Like, yeah, you say that, but the words are empty because Russia's still invading, and you want to basically cede territory, in which it will only further embolden Russia. And lead to greater conflict.
I don't want Ukraine to cede territory, but what I would say is I would rather they cede territory than lose hundreds of thousands of human lives that are not
priorities
replaceable.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not worth it. It's not
never play anything copyrighted on YouTube, especially music.
This price
and yes, beatboxing is music. I respect that now.
Seem to be willing to pay for it.
I was way too nice to. I was apparently way too nice to verbal ace. Though we're gonna get into we're gonna find out what's up with verbal ace and transphobia after this.
Blood. Like, I don't see, like, at least with Dylan Burns, he's put his ass on the line, so I can't disrespect him on this.
I mean, that's
but
true.
Is Robin
two naan and lamb curry for $10, the equivalent of $10. I mean, yeah, that's a nice meal, and it's cheaper than most nice meals in the U.S. And that's London. And from what I've seen, like, is London kind of expensive? I know Paris is expensive. Paris is way expensive.
You're putting his ass on the line. Is he willing to pay in his?
Although here's my hack for France, right? I always get falafel. I feel like you can get a falafel for pretty cheap.
Blood for Ukrainian freedom?
I mean, I doubt it. I won't say definitively, but I doubt it.
I mean, if Vladimir Putin came to him and said, hey, you, Robin Lessieur, if you were willing to die right here, right now, I will give up my ambitions to...
Stupid expensive in London, but we cook too.
For Ukraine. Would Robin Lessieur do it? I mean, I can't know for sure, but I don't think so.
I cook like all of my food, but I don't think I'm good at it. I mean, it's not exactly struggle food, but I generally just take rice, a vegetable, some mushrooms, and cook it in a rice cooker. Like maybe some beans, some beans in there too, right? And then I throw some sauce on top of it. It's not anything that great.
I doubt it. Very significantly doubt it.
I don't think most people want to be honest.
It's easier to armchair quarterback a war than to participate in it, and that's part of the problem. Is that the suffering of the people that are going through this war on both sides of it, pointless and needless as it is, often gets just muted or.
Mentally says, "I get what DFF are saying." Let me read the rest of this. I get what DFF are saying, but I have a feeling that Ukrainians don't feel the same way. If Ukrainians knew anything about racism in the USA, they should have realized that the USA won't get involved in a white versus white fight. Well, I mean, they did get involved, but yeah, it's like, will they? At this point, it's kind of, the Democrats are wanting to send the aid, but the Republicans, it depends on whether they're like MAGA aligned or whether they're more like OG Republicans. If they're it's kind of like the neocons versus MAGA at this point, as far as in fact, as far as even like, because MAGAs love Putin because Putin says nice things about Trump.
Lionized as some sort of great,
they're heroes. They're bravely sacrificing
protect their country or whatever the You know what I mean? And ultimately, what's left behind after one of these soldiers is killed in battle is just a horrible, destroyed family who, you know, like has nothing left of them anymore and would have given anything for them to be back.
I want to make it clear too.
I mean, that's real.
That
that's real.
I despise what Russia is doing in Ukraine, but do I think that every Russian soldier is some frothing at the mouth evil entity that deserves death?
Clearly not.
I don't believe that.
No,
just like I don't believe that American soldiers even though I disagree with what happened in Iraq, I don't think that American soldiers that went to Iraq are morally accountable in the same way that the United States government is. So I think it's kind of hideous to just glibly dismiss the deaths of Russian soldiers because they happen to be in the country that's doing the bad thing. They happen to be
make okra. My grandmom was all about okra. She used to pickle it, and it's really good. It's really good that way, and fried. Right? There's a lot of different ways to make okra. Wait, Bosnian genocide, or are white Muslims not white? Whiteness is a strange thing. Okay, because it is a culture. It is a social construction on top of a social construction. And it is changed over time, and it you know changes depending on where you are and who you ask, right? In essence, the essence of whiteness is it's defined by that which is not considered it, right? So it's literally it's a pretty fucked up social construction that allows a lot of discrimination.
Soldiers of the
So
bad
much as we
guy.
read up Putin and his cohorts, I mean, that seems like a massive escalation, unless there was like an internal political change within Russia itself.
So the next,
yeah, for example, like Hassan considers himself white because he's taken as white in most places. He's read as white, like most people, you know, see him as white, whereas his uncle Jinkuger is not considered. Right, so it's a strange thing.
Next comment is just that I'm beyond delusional these days. Okay,
I mean that's true.
I mean I'm not the one simping for an American proxy war. Okay,
I mean you are pretty delusional, though, CJ.
I mean, look, as far as I mean I don't know. I think every human being is probably delusional about some things, but as far as this issue goes, I don't really see. I mean, like it's another example of something that's just being stated without any sort of backing. Like,
well,
what am I delusional about?
Right.
What am I delusional about? What have I said that's delusional? What have I said that's just demonstrably wrong?
And if I said it's a comment shitting on you, they're not going to give you context.
If I've said something like that, I would love to know. I would honestly love for you to correct me.
White people need to stop saying Muslims when they really mean brown Swanas and Southeast Asians. White Muslims don't get targeted by Islamophobes unless they are a white woman wearing a hijab. Swanas are considered white by the U.S. Census, but not socially. Yeah, it's a strange and nonsensical thing.
Same.
Because you know what? I mean, like at the end of the day,
I don't want to be wrong.
Right. I like to be correct about things. I don't like to be incorrect about things. So if I have said something that's wrong, if I've said something incorrect and you can tell me the correct thing and demonstrate it, then as far as I'm concerned, you're awesome. Thank you for helping me understand things better. But that's not what's happening there. It's just you're wrong and I won't explain.
So you're trying to skip to the end where you've proved wrong, but you don't list anything for me to go look into myself. You don't make any argument. You just smugly talk about how wrong I am. Like
LMAO proxy war. I mean, what do you think it is?
Yeah, what is it to you?
I mean, like when the United States arms a nation that's fighting against a geopolitical enemy, what do you call that other than a proxy war?
I wouldn't wait around.
Here's the Washington Post. I read about there's no ironclad definition of a proxy war, but in essence, it's when a powerful state uses a foreign military force. It can be another country's military, but it can also be a militia or warlord to achieve its own battlefield aims without directly waging war itself. Okay, I mean, some definitions say the powerful state
pretty well, but I mean,
must also instigate the fighting, but that's not universally accepted. The two most important concepts here are the purpose and the avoidance of direct involvement in the fighting. One reason.
Oh wait, like Israel in terms of what a proxy war is.
And the quote proxy war doesn't apply here. Is that the core of U.S. objective is helping Ukraine achieve a goal it's set for itself, defend off the expanded Russia invasion.
Oh, so we're being good guys this time, so it's not a proxy war. Got it.
Here's another quote. It's when the purpose is not about the proxy itself. Daniel Byman, a senior fellow at Brookings Institution and Georgetown University professor, told the day.
It's not the same thing as curiosity to learn. That's like, I like the credit or merit that comes with being right or being correct.
The Daily 202. If the U.S. goal in Ukraine really wasn't about Ukraine, but about hurting Russia, and this was an opportunity to do so.
I mean, usually a proxy war is, it is. I think, right? That does fit, right? In terms of you've got examples of Joe Biden, the current president, in the 1980s, saying that if Israel did not exist where it exists, the United States would have to invent it, in that it serves a purpose militarily for the United States. So yeah, there definitely are movers and shakers in the U.S. government that treat the that treat Israel and its what it's doing in Palestine as a proxy war, and they definitely support it with military and other aid.
Could be a proxy war, but this is about a U.S. Desire to help Ukraine defend itself.
So this guy is just inferring what the U.S. means.
Yeah, like he understands the motives behind
I'm at least trying to give you a person that's putting forth an argument.
Okay, I mean that's fair, but I mean that's
my problem with that counter argument, is that he's just claiming to have some sort of insider knowledge of why the U.S.
and whether the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Palestine is something that the United States wants or benefits, it's definitely culpable for aiding and abetting that ethnic cleansing.
An entity is involved in Ukraine, and I think that there's ample evidence to show that the U.S. has financial interests in Ukraine.
I mean,
and selling weapons.
If the United States of America went around the world just standing up to any dictator trying to take more territory than what they're owed, then we could say like, okay, well, obviously this is like a moral issue for the United States, but like we back so many dictators. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to say like, oh, well, it's dictatorship we have a problem with.
So here's another quote from Norman Naimark, a Stanford University professor of Eastern European Studies and senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. A classic proxy war is where there are two proxies fighting to begin with, he said. There are two sides where two big powers who don't want to fight each other then use smaller groups to fight each other. The Ukraine, and that's the quote, so no one give me shit about that case, strikes me as particularly inappropriate.
What'd you say, Sky? About
this is, I'm quoting someone else. This is Russia's war.
You're quoting someone else, so that's an excuse to just
on the one side.
Ukraine as the
he's about
Ukraine.
The Ukraine case. He's not talking about the state of Ukraine.
Oh, okay, I see.
This is Russia's war on one side. This is Ukraine's war on the other side.
Okay,
we're doing what we can to make it a fair fight, but calling it a proxy war is the ultimate insult to what the Ukrainians are doing.
Okay, that's fine, Sky. But I have one follow-up question to you.
This is someone.
Wait, I mean, like, I guess there's probably like a really technical definition to proxy war, what is and is not a proxy war. But in terms of the United States having a strategic goal to deplete Russia of, its armed forces, then yeah, it's the I mean, the United States didn't, Russia started the war. Let's be really clear. Like Vladimir Putin invaded and he was not justified in that invasion. Let me just be real clear. I don't have a Z on my forehead. I don't have an M on my forehead either. I've actually got no strings and it feels really nice, but it's a proxy war in the sense that it's serving United States strategic objective to deplete but it's kind of because Russia invaded.
Quote, so you can't.
No, I'm Scotty, but that's fine. That's fine. It's another person's quote. I understand, Scotty. I understand. But I just have a question for you, Scotty. So,
On a level from like 1 to 10, what would
I wonder how DFF would feel about supporting Ukraine if the USA didn't support Israel. I don't know.
you say is like the saltiness level of Vladimir Putin's dick in your mouth?
Yeah, just cut me, just clip chimp me so that I'm saying, yeah, what Molten Panda said. Oh my God, yeah, they.
Solid 7.
Yeah, what is your comment on this, NCC?
Just curious.
Paul and Vladimir Putin stan.
People like Paul and TJ. We must let people like Paul and TJ fall into obscurity. Engaging with those types of losers is unproductive.
Wait,
God, dude.
Is this freaking Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get this at first. They're reading. Sorry, chat. I was like paying attention to way too many things at once. This is the Dylan Burns video responding to DFF on Ukraine, and this is Dylan's community. This is, I mean, not like us. There are people in the comments of Dylan's video, so more or less Dylan's community. That's what they're saying.
No, not obscurity.
Not the dreaded obscurity. Anything but that.
Last stop obscurity. You couple of.
They're wishing obscurity on you. That's That's the worst thing a social media creator could experience.
Let me ask you. I'm curious, Paul, because I have my own. I'm curious about your interpretation of this. They said this got 27 upvotes, so like people have seen this and like this.
Yeah.
TJ and Paul. Paul and TJ are the last people to speak about who someone's going to be in 10 years.
Oh yeah.
So.
Why is that?
I'm trying to figure it out myself.
You guys.
So I'm trying to figure that. So here's my two different ideas about how I can interpret that. So either he's saying
like we're fat,
I think
we don't got no way to.
Either we, as we are now, would be disappointments to ourselves 10 years ago.
Oh,
or he's saying that. Like,
okay, well they got me there.
He's saying that in 10 years we're gonna be so pathetic that it's like it's not.
I'm curious, what do you want from me in terms of Tuesday? Right, that's the next time I'm going to be streaming. There is going to be a primary going on in New Hampshire. Would you like me to cover the horse race? Right there, it's potentially a competitive primary. Right, there is some chance. It's a decent chance that Nikki Haley could win the primary. Don't let that trick you into thinking that she's got a decent chance to win the overall primary, right? Because she's gonna lose again in South Carolina most likely, but she might win New Hampshire. That might happen.
Not even funny, or like we'll be dead because we're so fat or whatever. I think it's something like that. So like
I think that me 10 years ago when he saw me
in my area, Dems crossed the line. So what Teddy Cool is talking about here is a phenomenon in some states where they don't have any real they don't enforce like credentials that you have to sort of prove that you have been a Democrat or a Republican for so long, and so when there's no competitive primary on the Dem side, the Democratic voters might cross over and vote for a candidate, and the candidate might not be the candidate they object to the least, but rather a candidate they think has the least chance of winning. And a lot of people, including I think Hillary Clinton, thought that Donald Trump had no chance of winning in a general election.
Now making more money than I ever have in my life, owning my own business, and
that sounds nice.
Job would hate me, dude.
That sounds nice.
Damn, man, I'm glad.
Goals.
I wish that motherfucker was still suffering like he did his whole life.
Oh, when you're that school district job, if you'd seen that, you would right now go back and beg.
Oh man, I'd give anything right now to go back to fucking schlepping around 20-year-old Mac computers every day of my life.
I mean, of course, obviously.
As soon as America, this is from Catalan 8241. As soon as America takes incoherent positions on two issues, these people are forced to take two equally incoherent positions just because they have to adhere to their dogmatic America bad premise.
Yeah, that's right, Variant. That's what they called it. They called it the Pied Piper strategy. Hillary and her team are guilty as fuck for that. Yo, Hillary's got no... What I hate is when Hillary supporters come and they try to dig up like the Bernie-Hillary beef, and they say, if Bernie had just dropped out, if Bernie had just supported Hillary more, if Bernie hadn't run, then Hillary would have won. Bull fucking shit. You got one person and one person only to blame for the 2016 election, for the general election, for the election of Donald Trump, and that is Hillary Clinton. All right. Yes, she won the popular vote, right? But she was her own worst enemy in so many ways. And also, she's just not a popular politician. She had the institution of the Democratic Party on her side, though. Like, a lot of people felt that she was owed the nomination based on the fact that she was seen as inevitable in 2008 and did not get the nomination because kind of a I'm not gonna let me use a different term for Obama. Obama is a once-in-a-lifetime politician. There's not a lot of politicians that are as good at making speeches, as inspiring people, as getting people to really think that they're going to do something meaningful to change things for the better in their life as Barack Obama. Like, right, Barack Obama was, you know, an unforeseen event, right? Had it not been for somebody like Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton likely would have won in 2008. And so a lot of people felt like Hillary Clinton had next, right? That attitude, where you've got an order of institutional candidates that, like, you know, okay, if it's not, you know, if it's not Hillary, it's Obama. If it's not Obama, it's Biden, right? That is giving away the game to in a lot of cases, right? That's a bad thing.
They have completely contradictory views on Ukraine and Gaza.
Right, but your whole argument, the argument that Scotty...
Molten Pennant says, as far as Tuesday, I would like you to cover if there's any update on the ICJ hearing or Red Sea activity. I don't think covering the primaries is valuable. Yeah, some people don't like, and like generally, like I have a hard time covering, because there's gonna be a lot of big, you know, obviously, you know, like you're aware of the big streamers and the big you know, YouTube accounts that are gonna be covering the primary, right? And sometimes I have a real tough time getting traction on that, even streaming while that's going on, right?
Redis was just like, oh, the reason this isn't a proxy war is because America's a...
Donald James X says, democracy might be totally dead now. Trump will kill it for good if he gets reelected. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that Project 2025 is ready to go into effect, whether it's Trump. I mean, DeSantis has dropped out, but I mean, I'm sure I'm sure they'll get in with Nikki Haley too, right? I think if any Republican is elected, but definitely with Trump. Like, Trump is 100% ready to do it, right?
Intentions in this case, good.
Those accounts are catering to libs. You are a real leftist.
And it's just like,
that's the other thing that's weird about like electoral politics. Like, you know, I know a lot about it. I understand how it works, I think, pretty well, but I do not think that it's a smart strategy to put all your eggs in the basket of electoral politics. In fact, as far as the real change that we need, that we want, it's not going to come from that kind of agitation, even, you know,
good. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. So what about your dogmatic America good policy?
Right? Nobody ever asks.
Where you just like absolutely uncritically buy the idea that America's only involved in this.
Nobody ever asks about America good.
Ukraine war shit. Like, not to weaken a
misogyny and sexism was the real reason why Hillary Clinton lost the 2016. Yes, she is problematic, but white complicity was the reason why she lost the election. Well, I mean, like, even her own you know, record on calling like black kids super predators and stuff like that is like Donald Trump actually used that. Like, that's how effed up is that has an effect, but it does when somebody has as bad of a track record and as, you know, little business, you know, being in that position as Hillary Clinton, it, you know, that's what you get.
Thin out the
still waiting to decide. Wait, isn't Dean Phillips like super conservative? Isn't he like
money,
like Joe Manchin level conservative? Yeah, I don't think he's progressive enough either.
Russia has to spend on its own defense, but like, yeah, America just cares a whole ton about the sovereignty.
I mean,
and
like,
democracy.
Here's the thing: at the end of the day,
give me a break. They don't care.
I mean, like, dude, at the end of the day, like, you can say, I mean, like, I think America bad or America good are both obviously oversimplifications, but like,
good point, Molten Panda. Bigotry is the real reason Republicans win any elections. True.
America bad, I feel like, has a lot more evidence behind it than America good. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, there's a fucking, because I can point to a whole lot of things that demonstrate America bad.
Yes.
And only like a handful of things that demonstrate America good. I mean, and when we're talking about
Dogmatic thinking right there, TJ. Dogmatic thinking.
I mean, like
proved it.
like I said, I think either one is an oversimplification, but I mean, like when it comes to America's geopolitical strategies, like, I mean, Henry Kissinger, a major architect of American foreign policy, said America does not have friends, it only has interests. And if Ukraine thinks it's a friend and not an interest, then it's
America is transactional. Absolutely.
Delusional. Way more delusional than me, by the way. All right. So Huel 92. You basically called me woke, quoting me, I think. Dylan, please, for the love of Victoria and Ukraine, never stop referring to them as hippies, especially add a little bit of derision to the tone to really annoy them.
Yeah, like, how is this any different than something that you would read in a right-wing comment section at this point?
That
would get up votes. What is this like among the left now? Like the hippies are bad?
It's literally hippie punching. There's a name for the strategy. This is a Nixon strategy. Richard Nixon got a lot of traction off of what's called hippie punching, right? And I mean, like, Democratic candidates do it too. And yeah, like, this is literally keep calling them hippies. Keep calling them a bunch of goddamn hippies.
So the people that showed up in mass for the civil rights movement and to end the Vietnam War are now somehow bad?
Yeah, that's right.
Like, what is this right wing?
That is messed up. That is so messed up, right? Because the United States as a country, I mean, particularly the left, right? But yeah, everybody except the far right, or, you know, people that were like into POW MIA conspiracies, or they thought that somehow we just didn't fight hard enough, or that we should have nuked Saigon. Most people between the 70s and the 80s decided that the Vietnam War was a mistake. That's where you get what we call Vietnam syndrome, which is what George H.W., the dad of W, right? W's dad, called it. And in a lot of ways, the the establishment, on both sides was thinking of the Gulf War as the good war to exercise this Vietnam syndrome. Vietnam syndrome is Americans not wanting to go to war, not wanting to do intervention, right? That's called Vietnam syndrome. That's considered a problem because it gets in the way of profits.
Utopia over here? Like, what is this? You'd read that on a right-wing comment section.
I mean, yeah, look,
it's really getting under their skin calling them hippies.
I personally do not identify as a hippie, but I mean, Paul does, even as it is a screen name right now. But if you want to call me a hippie, I am certainly not offended by that.
Far out, man.
Call me a hippie all you
Far out.
Say it whatever tone you want. I'm fine with it. I watched The Amazing Atheist and his podcast for years. I was a huge fan as a kid. Over the years,
this is another one of these lost respect comments, isn't it?
Yeah.
When will you guys realize we don't give a fuck whether or not you respect us or don't?
I mean, at the end of the day,
your personal respect is not even a consideration that ever comes into my mind.
Look, at the end of the day,
you have no need to let me know that you've lost it for me. I didn't care when you had it.
I mean, at the end of the day, for me, I would rather be respected by you than not. But do I think your respect is more important than me telling the truth as I see it? No.
Your respect isn't even a consideration.
Well, number one, we don't know if
I
their
don't want to
claim
be
is true.
respected. I don't care about being respected.
Oh, hey, Teddy Cool is talking about Ben Glebe lost his, is it pronounced Glebe? Lost his mind this past Friday on the main show. Are you talking about the, debate between Jink Uger and Ben, right? That's what we're talking about? I should probably watch that. I don't know if I mean, it's 30 minutes. I don't know if we'll have time for it tonight. Look, if we hit that sub goal, I'll try to squeeze it in, right? I gotta stop it at 6 hours because we're an hour and 15 minutes away from that, and you know how I get through content. But yeah, that debate. Okay, so yeah, if we hit this, how far away are we from the sub goal? Oh my god, Chad, I don't even have the. Bing. I don't know where that went, but yeah. we're a little ways away. We're a little ways away from hitting it, but I would love to cover it tonight, just because it's gonna be a long time to the long time. It's gonna be a whole day until Tuesday. So
I would love to be respected because I think that there are a lot of benefits that go with that. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you're not willing
the
to
debate is uber cringe.
Respect me for me, then you don't really respect me.
Does it make Jink look good? If Jink sets a new precedent in courts for natural, he is trying to, yeah, but he got rejected in Nevada, right? And I expect he would get rejected elsewhere. If Jink does set a new precedent in the courts for naturalized citizenship, then his campaign is a success, in your opinion, yeah.
You basically what you want to respect is
me as long as you agree with me.
Look, I mean, I have massive disagreements with Jink Uyghur. I have massive disagreements with the way that TYT is going. And I have enormous disagreements with the way that the mods were treated. The way that the TYT mods were treated. That's, you know. But I do agree that pushing Biden out of the way is maybe the only chance that the Democrats have. Now, they don't have, like, I don't think that Jink Uyghur is necessarily like a strong candidate. I don't think that Jink thinks he's a strong candidate, right? But his stated goal is you know, he is to either you know, get Biden to reconsider running, or to embolden somebody else by getting enough, you know, votes, by getting enough attention, where somebody who can possibly win jumps into the race, right? But I don't know who that would be. I mean, like, obviously Marianne is making a play for it. You know, she's announced the UBI policy today, so but I just don't see I don't see her doing it. I would pay money to see Anna versus Ben Glebe. Is it Glebe or Glebe? I feel like I'm mispronouncing Ben's name.
Capitulatory figure that just tells you what you want to hear.
They have conditional.
That.
They have conditional respect, which, you know, many people do. So
I mean, it's not really at that point. It's not really respect for me. It's respect for the me that's willing to lie to you and tell you that I believe something I don't believe. Like, if your respect is contingent upon my capitulation to a particular ideology, then no, I'm not interested in it.
But even so, let's say this person's telling the truth. They have been a long time figures. Over the years, I became a little more educated on topics they discussed, and I fell out. So basically, the implication here is the minute and I've seen this over and over again, the minute they learned anything, that you just realize these guys know nothing. And sometimes that's true.
It's Glebe, like Dweeb. Okay, thank you.
I mean,
Glebe.
once again, I mean, it'd be a lot more impactful if they actually told me what they learned that made them fall out.
And then it just goes to basically ad hominem territory. The problem is they practically embody teenage arrogance and its maker cringe. So,
Ben Glebe is a Muppet.
We're teenagers. I love this. I love that I'm at a point where a bunch of teenagers are calling me a teenager.
What Muppet would Ben Glebe be?
It's so weird.
That is weird. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak to who Dylan's audience are. I suspect it's not just teenagers, but yeah, that is it's funny that they're calling DFF teenagers.
It's kind of a cell phone, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, because then, like, if you're a teenager yourself, then how the f do you know? Because
I don't know that they're a teenager. Maybe they're not, but
well, I'm just saying, if you are a teenager, you make a statement, and you're like, you're a child.
I got like, I won't get the opposite of fan mail from some of Dylan's fans, and like the feeling I got was that they were like 40-year-old like wrestling fans or something. Like I don't know. I feel like Dylan's got his audience isn't just like one age group.
Teenager, it's like, well, that's pretty much what you are. So if you're saying that my mental
Muppet means idiot in English,
matches that, then you're saying it, basically the current state you are. You don't.
I thought it meant like a fluffy velvet puppet.
Oh shit!
So the problem is, yes, we Ukrainians want peace, but we want actual lasting peace and not a time for Russia to rearm like it was with Chechnya. I mean,
a valid concern. I mean, we've seen numerous times throughout history.
Well, I mean,
that has happened.
Me and Paul have both said that the moment this conflict is over, the United States should fast track Ukraine into NATO.
Yes.
No, I agree.
Which would
I think they should have done it prior to this invasion.
Right.
I mean, it should have happened in the 90s. It should have happened in the 90s.
I mean, it probably would have prevented this in the first place, but obviously we can't go back and change the past. But look,
In England, when you call somebody a Muppet, you're calling them a fool?
I think that, yeah, the second that Ukraine and Russia come to some sort of terms, whatever is left of Ukraine territory should immediately be brought into the fold with NATO so that Russia cannot do this again without risking a much higher.
But so Donald James says, I never subscribed to Dylan or even been in an entire live stream of his. I have no problem with him. My problems with Dylan are probably similar to, my disagreement, areas of disagreement with Dylan are probably similar to my areas of disagreement with Vosh. She is part of that White Leaf Network.
Political price.
Absolutely.
This is NATO build nonsense, says Molten Panda.
Ultimately, that would save lives.
Yes.
And that's my main concern here.
Now we've left the base discussion.
I mean, whatever you want to say, I get the idea that Ukraine is being invaded and this is a horrible thing. And obviously I do not side with Russia in any way, shape, or form. But here's the thing for me. When I hear that hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives over this conflict, I mean, I'm not able to look at that as just a number. To me, every single one of those 100,000, 300,000 Russians, or however many hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, like every single one of those represents to me a person who is no longer able to give me shit or disagree with me or like me or hate me or feel anything about me or feel anything about anything. They're no longer able to watch their favorite TV show, read their favorite book.
When you call somebody a pony, you're saying that calling what they are saying crap. Pony and track equals crap.
Watch their favorite play their favorite video game. None of that stuff is available to them anymore because they're dead.
Listen,
and interestingly, we can't.
Osman Jaro, you could make something up and tell me that it is British slang, and I would probably believe you, because British slang is pretty strange. And even though we share a language in common, the slang is very different in the U.S. versus the UK. Whenever I use like a slang word, I always find myself to a British person, I always find myself having to be like, just I'm not sure if this means the same thing for you as it does for me.
Can't pull them on how they feel about the conflict and whether they would rather not died or not.
I'm sorry, but like, I am never going to just cavalierly be like, well, that's an acceptable loss of human life, because that's hideous. That to me is deranged beyond belief that you would ever get hundreds of thousands of death and just be like, okay, yeah, whatever, that's fine. That's the price of doing business. Like, if that's how you feel. Their positions have all the depth of baby's first geopolitical event. Cool. This is my favorite one. Warmongering, in quotes. Our boy TJ Kirk up in here channeling his inner Grima worm tongue.
What does that mean? Oh, wait. Is that the person from Lord of the Rings? Like the consultant for the king of, oh my god, is it Minas Tirith? Do I even remember this, chat? Is that who Wormtongue is? Grima Wormtongue? Like somebody giving the king just like the worst possible advice.
Ally against invasion.
Yeah. You saying that you'd rather people not fight and you would rather Ukraine maybe give up a strip of land so that people could go on with their lives is basically being Grima Wormtongue.
I mean, like, f me, man.
It's being Grima Wormtongue, TJ.
I don't even know. Wow, nice straw man, TJ. What did I do?
Pony and trap is also used as Cockney rhyming slang for crap, meaning nonsense or rubbish. Kind of like saying pork pies. Because I learned that one. I couldn't remember it, though. I think there was a video with me being like, selling those things. What are they called? What are they, like a porky pie? Like, I couldn't remember what it was called.
If I straw man, I'm sorry. Let me know.
These dumb motherfuckers, like these chat dude, they're just in it to poke. They don't even have an argument.
Yeah, I wish they did, because I'd love it.
Ultimately, when I see a lot of these arguments talking about how wrong I am, but never elucidating why I'm incorrect.
I mean, I just wish they would.
I mean, like, well, no, the reason they don't is because they can't. It's
I mean,
cope.
I feel
it's them
like
going like, right, guys, we're the right ones, and they're so wrong, right, guys? And they get a bunch of upvotes, and they go like, yeah, wow. It's cope. It's 100% coping with the fact that the world is not shaping up to what your ideology has prescribed.
I mean, I just wish that they would come up with something, because I feel like if they really actually tried, they could, but they can't. So I don't know. Very sad. You ignore the ones that elucidate and hyperfixate on the weakest arguments. Well, dude, I was responding to the top arguments on the page. I mean, Homo sapiens, I was literally responding to all of the top.
Wait, was I right about that? Is that who Warm Tongue is? Did I get that right?
Like, we went through the top comments on the page. Like, you didn't see me skip past any and ignore them and be like, oh.
Yeah, it seems like Ring of Power would be, is that who, did I get that right at all? Is it minus Tirith and Worm Tongue are the.
We're going to skip that because it's make us an actual argument. I'm just going to respond to the superficial shit.
Yeah.
I responded to all the top ones.
Worm Tongue is the guy who whispered, yes, I remember it. I remember it. God damn.
So how can you possibly say that? I just feel like that's wrong.
Because if that's true, then he can dismiss everything that you've said. And
it's Theoden, King of Rohan. Wait, so is it not minus the tier? Is Rohan the country and minus Tirith is like the at the behest of Saruman? Yeah, to get him to like it's supposed to be like Neville Chamberlain, right? Well, I mean, obviously, wait, no, it was written after. It was written after Neville.
Meantime, because you carefully crafted why it looks like you're right on this subject.
Alcoholic TJ. I mean, I did drink a lot of wine tonight, but it's the first time I've drank in like.
Rohan is just the human kingdom.
So.
You've been guzzling that wine tonight, dude.
Dude, when I drink, I drink. Okay, I'm not drinking to get like a little drunk. I'm drinking to get f***ed up. But like honestly,
a head change, dude. That's all I need anymore.
I drank like a bottle and a half of wine, and I don't have really any more wine to drink. So wherever I'm at now is as far as I can go down that path.
Damn.
Unless I want to drink white wine, which I don't.
Ew.
You know what's weird? Like I would think that like I don't know. I have this problem where I don't know alcohol, and I don't really enjoy alcohol that much, especially like alone. I gotta be with friends, and I gotta have a friend who knows alcohol and can be like, you got to try this, right? One of those friends who knows alcohol and they can recommend a good drink. Because honestly, I don't know. And there are some really not so great drinks that are pretty expensive. And there are some really delicious and lovely drinks that are cheap. So like, I literally have to have somebody else like advise me in order to, TJ got flicked up. And that's, but like, you just like I would think that I would like white wine because it seems like I don't know, maybe it's because I like Corona or like a beer that's not super dark and heavy. I like those better when it comes to beers, and that I don't, and so I would think, but it turns out actually I like red wines better. It turns out that I'm not actually a fan of white wines. They're not, they look delicious. They don't really suit me. I had a cold cocktail in Mexico. It was a glass shaped like a bird. You drink out of the beak? That sounds awesome. You shall not pass. Once you drink alone, you'll never drink recreationally again. It's so good. I don't know. For me, it's just like, okay, so chat, the last time I drank, I think was on stream. Yeah? I think it was on stream. I don't know. Maybe I drank since this, but it's embarrassing. It was in the middle of everybody hating on me. Like everybody in Twitch politics just taking a massive shit on me, okay? And it was in the middle of that. And I was, pissed off. And I was like, hey, I'm going to drink tonight and I'm going to play Rocket League, right? And yeah, the drinking didn't exactly help my play in Rocket League. And I was saying ridiculous things. Like, I was like, okay, listen, if I'm going to be canceled, why don't I just get it over with, get my punishment over with, we'll just get Vosh and ContraPoints to spank me, okay? Just get the the big leftist content creators should just come and spank me, physically spank me, and then you can be like, you're uncanceled now, you're okay, like, like, we'll stop harassing her. That's not how it works. That's not at all how it works. But I was like saying this ridiculous stuff on stream, and I was on a trampoline, and I remember like almost falling off of the trampoline. Like, right, you probably shouldn't be on a trampoline when you're because I got a bottle of wine, and it actually was it was good wine. I was enjoying, and I don't get good wine very often. Like, right, I don't know good wine. And so yeah, it was embarrassing, chat. It was a huge embarrassment. I went on a bender at the beginning of COVID and then got over it. And that's when you spilled the wine all over your dossiers. And why you don't have them anymore? Yeah, they kind of became useless, right? I was ready to cancel everybody. I was ready to I had the dirt, I had the nukes. I was ready to nuke everybody from orbit, but yeah. Sadly, I spilled the wine.
TJ.
Oh, there's the nuggets. There's the nuggets and the dog that should not have the nuggets, okay? I learned this. This is new to me. So I don't even know. Maybe it was this was the stream that they were
Biden administration officials also are worried that you
Oh, they're watching Kyle. Maybe I don't know, chat. Maybe this is the stream that Dylan was responding to. They're talking about Ukraine-Russia peace deal. This is 2 months ago. I don't know. It could be. Dylan looks so weird with the American flag on his face. The zombies! This is the Dylan Burns. Okay, I got the thumbnail now. Dylan Burns, 1776, commands the army of zombies to attack DFF. That's what's going on. That's what we're dealing with. Okay, so I see that we have potentially 1 hour left. That sounds like it might be, if I go through it quick, enough time to watch Jink versus Ben Glebe. We're not quite at the we're not quite at the I mean, we're a ways away from the sub goal, let's just say. Should I? Oh, wait, well, yeah, let's give it a little bit longer because Sarah sent me this. This is a record of apparently Verbal Ace's Discord transphobia. Now, you got to be careful about Discord, okay? And this is probably true for a lot of platforms. It's easy to fake logs, and I have seen fake logs before, okay? I've dealt with logs that were faked. And so you gotta keep that in mind. In general, I don't know. Verbal Ace got himself commissioned this. Okay, so it got taken down from Twitter. This was the oh wait, let me here. I don't think you can even see it. Let's move it in. Let's move it in so you can see it. But just, yeah, keep that in mind. Keep some healthy skepticism as far as these go. These are Discord logs, supposedly from Verbal Ace. That's the Monopoly guy with a get woke, go broke. Get woke, go broke. Oh no, is that what we're dealing with? Are we dealing with some get woke, go broke? Yeah, we'll go through these, okay? And if some miracle happens and we hit the sub goal by then, I will do a very hurried reaction to Ben Glebe versus Jink Uger. So if anybody really wants that to happen, make it so, right? Otherwise, we'll just get to it on Tuesday. You'll still see it. Okay, so get woke, go broke. So yeah, don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I don't know what that means. I think they're just trying to show us the get woke, go broke. It truly has. Search verbal ace official. Verbal okay, verbal ace. Official. That's the Discord, I guess. When I went to Disneyland in 2018, it was so cool to be there. I was showing Elsa and all the other characters to my voice impressions. Oh, I'm sure those Disneyland workers love to hear your vocal impressions, right? There was no preaching about gender and gay stuff. What? What is there now? Does Elsa tell you like that trans women are women if you go to Disneyland now? What are you talking about? Okay. Anyway, no preaching about gender and gay stuff. Nothing. It was literally family friendly place. Okay, so gay people not family friendly. We're getting worse. Even if the lines weren't long, they ruined Magical Kingdom. What? If I was a parent, I would never take my kids here. Showing a picture of, I don't know. A lot of parents are very upset with Disney. This is a person who said they identify as female. You can see why a lot of people have, what are they like working as a, are they like a character? Are they like an actor in the part? Is it like, what's going on? What's going on? I don't understand. You can see why a lot of people have a problem with this. It's like you keep your personal beliefs to yourself and don't confuse the kids who just are trying to be normal. That's right, because trans people aren't normal, apparently, according to Verbal Ace. Even if the kid likes a lot of boy stuff, still let them be normal. What? This isn't a thong picture, but I don't want to post it here. Thank you. I would not be able to look at that if it was. Batman, what the fuck? Okay. But yeah, don't expect everybody to agree with your personal choices, your lifestyle choices. Is that what we're talking about? That goes with anything. Religion, politics, sports teams, etc. Keep your politics out of Disney World. Okay, that's Disneyland. I'm sorry. Disneyland in Anaheim. Yes. Let's see what this is. Oh no, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate says leave the kids alone. Oh no. It's adult material, but it's true. Don't force your views on people, especially kids. Everybody has the right to pick what they want to be. So if there are people out there that want to pretend to be girls, that's how Verbal Ace sees trans women. That's fine, but don't expect everybody to believe in what you believe or to get gender correctly, I guess, right? That's not what he says, but I'm reading that into it, and I feel confident in doing so. Even play along with what you decide to do, because some people would just find that stuff really weird and they're entitled to it. Oh my god. Wow. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to Shani. Shani, who will now be able to post all the weasels that you want. Thank you. Thank you for being the hero. For Shani. All right. Let's see here. What do we got? Yeah, Andrew Tate, leave the kids alone. Okay, it's getting worse and worse, right? If somebody was a cross-dresser, they were a cross-dresser. If somebody was gay, they were gay. If somebody was straight, they were straight. Nobody had to come out and say they identified as something. It's freaking stupid. Okay, so not a big fan of trans people. Great. Nice to know, Verbal Ace. It's the whole identify thing. I was way too charitable with this fucker. I was way too charitable, you know, just because I was enamored by the beatboxing skills. Wow. Lexical. Thank you for the gift membership to Cinotar Rubber Skunk. You just got weaseled. You just got weaseled by Lexical. So if it's the whole identity thing, if that needs to be gone entirely. When I grew up back in the day, nobody ever had, look, God, nobody ever had to state what they identify as because it was just blatantly obvious as long as they don't try. Yeah, back in the day, you take somebody, you look at somebody and you unconsciously judge them by like a series of signifiers that come to signify, you know, girl or boy or man or woman or whatever. and you just kind of like, okay, well, you add up the points, the feminine points, and you add up the masculine points, and whichever ones are bigger, that's what you call you know, you he or she the person based on that, right? That's what people did back in the day. I don't know if we want to make that argument to tradition, though. That's kind of fucked up, right? As long as they don't try to force their views on me, we'll always be friends. Yeah, we will never be friends, Verbal Ace. I'm so sorry. I have friends who are gay, trans, etc. I don't know, do you? You say that. You say that you have friends who are gay, trans, etc. But do you? Yo, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to XZ. Signs and signifiers, yeah. Like, I love this, like, people that are just normal. They don't identify as anything. They don't have to have pronouns. Nobody had pronouns back in the day. Come on. Like I said, role-playing is fine, but when you take that role-playing seriously and literally and think you are a girl in real life and try to mentally portray yourself that way. Mentally portray yourself? What does this mean? Like, you know, talk using a stereotypically female inflection? What does that mean? Resonance and I don't know. Anyway, you're only going to end up hurting yourself in the long run because you're lying to yourself about who you are. My dogs are goth. Thank you for the gift membership to Sarah Layla. Sarah Layla, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled by my dogs are Garth. Garth? Dogs are not Garth. The dogs are goth. Let's keep that straight, okay? Dogs are not Garth, Brooks, or otherwise. Dogs... Anyway, chat, I'm pronouncing things weird, aren't I? I know how to pronounce goth. I know all about goth. Okay, there's a lot of parents out there who respectfully want to keep the stuff away from their kids, but it's being forced on the kids. The kids aren't even thinking about that stuff. They just want to be a regular kid. What about fucking trans kids? Like, I guess they're not regular kids. That's like, they don't count. They don't count. Like, right? You're not thinking of them. All right. They just want to be regular. Like, look, I was a trans kid, okay? Like, right? I knew from a very early age, okay? And even if it took me longer to figure out, like, right? Anyway. People are trying to confuse them by saying, hey, if you like this color, that's not true. That's gender essentialism. That's bullshit. That's not how that worked. This is literally the Samir video. Remember, Donald James X, thank you for the gift membership to Annabeth. Annabeth, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled by Donald James X. Well, that's the thing. When you bring up real facts and scientific proof, you don't know the science. You fucking layperson. Anyway, and yes, I did just degender layman. Well, that's the thing. When you bring up real science, scientific proof, it helps prove the point. These people don't want to hear it because they would rather keep themselves in their mental state that they have put themselves in. You mean like a functional mental state where they're able to deal with the world because the way they're being treated by other people matches how they feel inside? You mean that kind of mental state? What? These people are assholes. This is terrible. It's almost like when somebody is making a point in an argument, you talk over them because you don't want to hear the truth come out. I don't think a man should get into a fist fight with a woman just because he says he identifies as a girl and ends up killing her. That is effed up. The world is all jacked up. I don't think a man should go to a female public bathroom just because he says he identifies as a girl. Oh my god, this is getting worse and worse. This is getting worse and worse. How many more of these do we have? Okay. Jesus Christ. Ugh. A few more. I'm a feminist. Sure you are. I believe in equal rights. You like Andrew Tate. What kind of fucking feminist are you, jackass? Okay, but in the way it's respectful for both. I gotta hurry up because it looks like it looks like chat might just get me to cover the Ben Glebe thing, and I want to make sure that I'm still able to edit the freaking Verbal Ace out of my stream so I don't get demonetized for that, right? I take things that never happened for 400 billion, says Lexical. Yes, yes. Oh my God, we're like 2 memberships away. This might actually happen. This might actually happen. Okay, we'll see. So he's a feminist. I don't believe men should be in the female Olympics. Yeah, I'm sorry, the International Olympic Committee doesn't know what it's fucking talking about, I guess. I guess we should take Verbal Ace's opinion over the IOC, right? In fact, I think that's disrespecting women, in my opinion. That's because even though they say they identify as female, they're still 100% male, so their DNA and body structure... Yo, now we're 1 away. Lexical, with the gift membership to Kimmy. Kimmy, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. You got so weaseled. And it's a good thing. That sounds bad, but it's actually a good thing. That's because even though they say they identify, oh my God, I can't take this. So if you have a bulked up male competing in women's, these people's ideas of trans athletes are off the freaking wall. Okay, competing in the in women's Olympics just because he says he identifies as female. How is it fair to a biological woman? Oh my God. I want to be, okay, this is going to be on the next page. Oh my God. No, wait, it's on this. Sorry, I gotta read this. I want to be a girl. So you want to have children as a girl? You know that's literally impossible for now, right? Other way around. I want to be a man. So you want to go to the, what are they gonna say? No, you want to go to the urinal? Is that what he's gonna say? Yeah, you should scroll up and see what I said earlier. It was so good. I'm so glad that I read that. All right. Everyone has the right to choose who they want to be. So, but you also need to accept who you are as far as your gender goes. Okay, you gotta accept. That's right. As far as your gender goes. He thinks that gender is fucking biological. Fuck you. Okay, when you are born a baby, you're not angry. You even know what you are, or even know what you are. That's what you need the doctor to tell you based on your genitalia size, right? And you should pretend that intersex people don't exist. Whatever. There was a video I saw on the internet saying that a baby is not born racist, prejudiced, gay, straight, etc. Whatever the baby learns in its environment through friends, family, etc. influences on mind. So, oh my God. So what if you raise your child right, your child would be straight? Is that what you're getting at? Oh my God. We got some homophobia mixed in here, maybe. I don't know. Even if the baby was born a girl but likes boy stuff, that's 100% fine. There's a lot of girls who like boy stuff. But yeah, that's true. You can be a girl and like boy stuff and still be a girl. That's absolutely true. Gender essentialism is bullshit, right? But still accept themselves as a girl and gets married to a guy and have, but see, it's all about like, what are you on the inside? How are you? Who are you? What is your subjective experience? That's where gender lives. That's where gender lives, on the inside, right? And where do we find out somebody's gender? By asking them. Because they're the only ones living inside themselves, all right? That's the only person you can consult. That's the only expert. Only them. Them and only them. There's a lot of girls who like boy stuff, but still accept themselves as girls, blah, 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 blah. Vice versa. There's a guy who might like girl stuff. Yo, I love this fucking rant. Hell, one of my favorite movies growing up was The Little Mermaid, the original, but I still like girls. What? What? Now we're bringing in sexuality. I still like girls, okay. Still like girls, and not going to let other people influence me on what I am just because I like something that may be intended for girls. Look at the Barbie movie. That movie made $1 billion. The movie was specifically for girls. There's a lot of straight guys who like the movie. Yes, you can like the movie as a straight guy. Fine. Because it's a good movie. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see it, so I can't speak, but whatever. But when you let other people influence you and tell you, that's not what's happening. You're the one who's supporting other people influencing you and telling you what you fucking are based on your sex assigned at birth, because you like this, you identify. Oh my god. Okay. We're still going. Okay. Like, I don't like people pretending to be girls when they're not. If it's like a role-playing thing, it's still weird but understandable. I think it was I think if it was just joking around, it's just fine. When you try to pretend to be another person in real life, that's when there's a deep-rooted issue that needs to get resolved. Oh, yeah, you conversion therapy. That's deep-rooted issue that needs to get resolved. I don't know what you mean other than conversion therapy. Wow, you should never hate what you're born as. You should never hate who you are. You cannot force your opinion on other people. Not everyone is going to agree with your personal choice, and it's best to keep the conversation neutral. If somebody says something that you don't agree with, you can respectfully... Oh my God. Oh my God! Just keep everything positive. Exactly. Some people. So we're not reading. These are back and forth, right? These are just Verbal Ace's comments. We're not reading what Verbal Ace is responding to. Keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that like Discord logs, I guess, can be faked. If it was faked, you'd expect Verbal Ace to maybe have said, "Hey, that's not what I said. That's not what I believe. Trans women are women, right? I don't think that exists. So you gotta kind of argument for taking this at face value." I grew up differently. I understand that not everybody's going to think like me. I accept that the world is a lot of people judge you for having a different opinion, different belief, and then when you have a different opinion or belief, they expect you to join a certain group of people. So you go blah 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 blah. Wait, what is this? It's in quotes. I'm a tomboy, so I guess that means I have to change my gender and everything. No, you don't. You don't. If you are, you can if you feel like a girl and you want to act what stereotypically masculine, then do that. Do you. That's what gender self-identification is all about, right? Do you, boo. Okay, no, the fuck you don't. Just be happy with who you are. Don't change. This person is really mad at trans people, really mad at the existence of trans people. Change because other people are telling you to do it. Don't be influenced by other people. Okay, then I won't be influenced by you. Thank you. Problem solved, Verbal Ace. Problem solved. Do we have one? Oh, no, we do. We have more. We have more. People who treat you in a certain way cannot be said to be your real friends. Real friends will be your friends no matter what your personality is. But if you feel like you have to change in order to attract certain people in your life, you're still going to end up lying to yourself and getting hurt. You should never have to change who you are mentally, except accepting who you are as a person. And where people get confused, Lamau and just hydro, unless it was hydro. Okay, that's not. Now, if people feel like they want to be gay, straight, whatever, that's their own personal choice, but you should never try to pretend to be something they are not identifying as. A toaster or an alien from outer space or a half dog, half girl, or, because the role-playing is fine, but you actually taking the role-playing seriously can make people question the person's sanity. Thanks. Oh my God, I'm born African American. I'm proud to be what I am. Oh my God, now we're bringing transracialism into it. That's like, proud to be who I am. If for a moment I feel like I wish to be someone else, something else, I'm trying to escape my own personal life. It's a mental illness to wish to not be yourself. You don't get to choose who you get to be when you're born, and that's your fortune. Say fortune because everyone is born unique. Everyone has uniqueness. The only alone can tell. Oh my God, nobody can be us. Then why would we try to be somebody else? We lose our self-value or self-worth, self-respect. Okay. So I'll say it again. If you wish to be a girl, but you were born a boy, you should make peace with that. But if you try to lie and say you would identify as something else, pretend to be someone else, so you're lying to yourself and those around you. If you accept who you are but feel different, that's fine, but don't lie to yourself, and that's going to... There we go. So yeah, there we go. Verbal Ace, transphobic, and a little bit homophobic. Wait, straight up Boosie? What is this? What, straight up... Is this just some MLP reference that I don't get? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's not... Let's do the... Wait, how close are we? Oh my God. Wait. Yeah, we're literally one membership away from doing Glebe versus Jink. What time are we at? 30 minutes. Do we want to do this, chat? Do we want to do this, or do we want to save this for Tuesday? I think it's a 28-minute video. If I speed it up, I think it's possible. It could be a challenge. If you want me to take that challenge, you want me to take that challenge. You clearly want me to take that challenge. Wait. This is how Trump won in 2016? Oh my God. Crushing it, chat. Crushing it. Babo was gifted a membership by Donald James. Wait, is that right? No. Andy Mayer was gifted a membership by Donald James. Babo was gifted a membership by Lexical. Babo, Andy Mayer, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. Nev Brown, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. Morbius Dragon has weaseled you, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, regardless of how it sounds, right? It's a good thing. Now transphobes ruined the terms transracial for... Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, right? Transracial actually does mean something. Not yikes, not like some TikTok on racial change to another, whatever the hell that TikTok tag is, right? Transracial for adoptees. Transracial was a term that came from adoptees to describe adoptees who are different race from their parents. Yeah. So it does mean something, and it got pirated by transphobes and maybe to a lesser extent weirdos on TikTok. So yeah, that's we're gonna do this. I gotta do this fast. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this fast. We gotta make it work. We gotta go fast. Chat, just like Sonic, I gotta go fast. There it is. TYT tempers flare. Let's make them flare more.
Pretty harsh pushback in Israel this morning after Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's call for a separate Palestinian state. Blinken explained this was key to ensuring regional support for Israel's security and Iran's isolation. The Israeli
So yeah, no, Blinken, Saudi Arabia, like, right, a lot of people, in fact, a lot of people are calling for this now, right?
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
said this is a no-go.
Pretty much flat out rejected that idea.
The state of Israel must control the security of all the land which is west of the Jordan River. That is a truth that I'm saying to our friends.
Let's make this happen.
And I've also blocked an attempt to force upon us a reality which will hurt the security of Israel. Prime Minister in Israel must be able to say no, even to the closest of our friends.
That's Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu forcefully rejecting the Biden administration's push for a two-state solution following the end of this war, whenever that will be. The U.S. is saying, however, that is not the final word, citing that they've been able to change previous hardline positions from the Netanyahu government even during this war. The tense back and forth reflected what has become a wide rift between the two allies over the scope of Israel's war and its plan.
So yeah, supposedly Biden hasn't talked to Netanyahu since December 23rd, right? I don't know if that's true. I've heard that. Supposedly there is a gulf between them. Like they and Blinken's, stating it.
For the future of the beleaguered territory. We obviously see it different. White House National Security spokesperson John Kirk.
How are we doing? We can do this. We can do this.
Blinken said Israel would never have genuine security without a pathway toward Palestinian independence. Earlier this week, the White House announced that this was the right time for Israel.
Let's make this happen.
Devastating military offensive in Gaza. In a nationally televised news conference, Netanyahu struck a defiant tone, repeatedly saying Israel would not halt its offensive until it realizes its goals of destroying Gaza's Hamas militant group and bringing home all remaining hostages held by Hamas. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister said the kingdom is ready to establish full relations with Israel as part of a larger political agreement. Quote, but that can only happen through peace for the Palestinians, through a Palestinian state, he said. More on the story in a minute, but I'd like to check in and get your initial thoughts, Jake.
Yeah.
So this was something that was promised a long time ago. There's something called the Roadmap for Peace. It was supposed to be setting goals and making progress towards, like a state for Palestinians, and it never went anywhere.
So first on Netanyahu, I was led to believe that from the river to the sea was a genocidal phrase. In fact, I've condemned that phrase. I condemned it when Palestinians use it. I'm now going to condemn it when apparently the terrorist Netanyahu uses it, saying that he's going to do a genocide and ethnic cleansing from the river to the sea. That's my understanding of the phrase, from the river to the sea. You just heard it with your own eyes and your own ears. You heard him, okay, and you saw him. So now it's not just him. Ben Gvir, the national security minister, says that they're going to drive the Gazans out. Now it all makes sense, actually. Why did they start in the north? What led them to believe there was more Hamas in the north? And what I said on the first day, which is, why wouldn't they just go to the south? They've got tunnels. They just go. So what's the point of destroying the north? You destroy the north first. You push them into the south. Now they're destroying the south. They haven't slowed down at all. Biden asked them to slow down. Biden's the weakest man in the world. We'll get to that in a second. So now their new plan is, driving to the Sinai Desert. And now he's making it clear, and he says two-state solution, no way. And so there'll be no.
Jink it 2 times.
That's not a partner for peace. That's not an ally. He says we get to say no. That's true. They're an independent country. They can say anything they like, right? We also get to say no. It's unconscionable to send them any money. $3.8 billion so that you could do Genocide and ethnic cleansing? No, hell no. I mean, look, if they start driving them into the desert, I'm considering stopping paying taxes. I don't want my money going to ethnically cleanse people. Well, I thought we said never again. What is this? Total, utter monster, okay? It's unconscionable to send them any money. None. Zero, zero, zero. But look at the pathetic Joe Biden. He's we're still trying to convince him. What, by asking pretty please? Is that your strategy? That's the strategy you use with Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin slapped him around like this. And now Netanyahu's slapping him around. Anybody can slap. I'll slap Biden around. You loser. You're at 33%. You're going to lose to Trump too. Watch when he starts to slap you around. I don't want that to happen. But the guy's the weakest person in America. So what are you going to do? He just told you. I'm not going to do a goddamn thing you say. I'm not going to do the two-state solution. And I'm going to drive into the desert.
Yeah. So like I said, Jink isn't great. You know that he's also saying like, you know, he thinks that from the river to the sea is like, you know, horrible thing for people to say in support of Palestine. But then he's turning around and saying, well, you're just saying that in the other direction. And so he's not on board with that too. He definitely, you know, argues and butts heads with people who are supporting, you know, the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
Now what are you gonna do, Joe? And just like, pretty. Shut up. Do something.
This is a challenge, chat. Can I do it in time? It's like a race against the clock.
There's no defense for any of this. And so, but we'll
racing the clock.
We won't do anything to oppose Netanyahu. I don't know what happens when they actually. I mean, look, the United Nations says the starvation has begun. 85% of Gazans are already displaced.
Yeah, it would.
And 75% of them are starving.
Are you surprised?
So America has blood all over its hands. It's because of Joe Biden. It's because of all the politicians in Washington.
But the complicity has allowed this to happen.
Jesus, are we really going to support the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, led by Jamie Raskin and Ayanna Pressley? Bless their hearts. At least there's a pulse there, but the rest is unconscionable. Ramesh.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree more with many of the things you just said there, Cenk. But I think
this is too fast.
First and foremost, I just want to express how
1 in chat if it's too fast, 2 in chat if it's just right.
About this disastrous situation and the sanctity and sacredness of all life, including our brothers and sisters in Gaza right now, and our brothers and sisters in the West Bank who are also being terrorized through a settler colonial project that has existed for 80 plus years. I think the question is if you kind of look around the world at different countries, the vast majority of countries around the world, the vast majority of Americans, believe it or not, just the vast majority of all of us want this to end, want a ceasefire now. But if you look at how popular that opinion is versus who actually has the actual leverage to stop this.
Too fast?
I mean, it's really just one administration from all I could glean, which is President
2 votes for too fast.
I mean, we are enabling and are complicit.
4 votes for too fast. If I get one more, I'm going to slow it down.
When you unconditionally back a genocide occurring to the poor Gazan people, and you're not doing anything about it. So actions speak louder than words, right? I mean, I'm not talking about, I totally
taking away the moments that make up the dull day.
I just want to ask that question, and Ben, I want to hear your thoughts on this. What is Biden's vision?
Britter and race, the hours and off fan way.
Any of us could have of a two-state solution when one part of the two states has been utterly destroyed.
I'm going to slow it down.
People increasingly are being displaced, and well over 10,000 children have been murdered, or killed.
Can we do 1.75?
I think it's self-defense. It's deeply disproportionate. So it's sort of like if it's our country and our leadership.
1 in chat if it's still too fast.
Why is it that they're so insistent on continuing to unconditionally support this genocide, yet state they want a two-state vision? So it's sort of like I have to question whether they want a two-state vision, and if so, what would that look like? I'd be happy to answer that.
Kicking around on a piece of ground in your hometown.
All of them. First of all, Ramesh, you just said you understand in certain ways the
waiting for someone and someone thing to take you away.
Policy and as the way to resist and get the change they want, rape and shoot nails into the vaginas of women and take women and babies.
Yo!
Sure, I'll respond to that. Sure. So in some ways, you see the illegitimacy. I would say in every damn way possible, you should see the illegitimacy. You both called it a genocide. It is not a genocide. The International Criminal Court will decide officially whether they think it is or not. It's a sham accusation. It's ridiculous because it is Israel defending itself. I got back yesterday from Israel. I was there for 10 days. During the 10 days that I was there were approximately 170 missiles launched at Israel. There were 9 on the ground.
Every year is getting shorter. Never seem to find the time.
Near where I was, I didn't have to seek shelter because it wasn't the exact part of Tel Aviv I was in, but friends of mine did. If you are at the mercy of a terrorist organization.
At the mercy?
You mean the IDF is the terrorist organization? No, I do not mean the IDF as a terrorist organization. The IDF is defending itself against
these
monsters, these genocidal monsters.
Right.
It's well documented, and everybody understands that it's an incredibly difficult situation with an incredibly unique set of circumstances of how densely populated it is.
Damn, I didn't realize.
By putting all we're still using that because it's a fact, Cenk. What you're still using is genocide and ethnic cleansing, neither of which make any sense or hold the muster of fact.
It's absurd.
It is not ethnic cleansing because if you've ever been to Israel, have you been to Israel?
Why would I go to a barbarous country that imprisons 5 million Palestinians and never lets them go and brutalizes them, murders them at every turn? So why would I go to that country? Are you insane? No one go to Israel. You should never go to Israel until they end the occupation, and then we love them and we go back.
It's an incredible nation, and it's the only democracy in the Middle East that
democracy.
And you all the time use that as the example of why they should be held to a different standard than Hamas. You talk out of both sides of your mouth on this issue constantly.
It's not even a secular state. How the fuck is it?
I call it a democracy, and you laugh mockingly at the only democracy that is our allies in that region. It's so ridiculous and egregious. And despite all of the evidence shown and all of the tactics that the IDF takes under the advisement of what it needs to do to try to attain its objectives militarily, it does a litany of things that no other nation does. It's an average of 2.5 civilians killed to military combatants compared to a typical ratio of other wars that it's much higher. Compared to American wars, that's 10 to 1, 12 to 1. Yet those numbers do not bother you. You say
what
that
do you mean, don't bother me? I did a decade of shows against
those don't bother you? What are you talking? Have you been listening to this content?
Also, just make up that they're clearly trying to get the Gazan people into Egypt and displace them when that is not true. There have been some insane statements from some elements in the Israeli government that are not the official position of the government.
No, Netanyahu.
He said from the river to the sea, they need to have control.
Is it still too loud? Is it still too fast?
It's political. But when it's a Muslim,
exactly
genocide, they didn't actually do it. When it's Israel, when they're actually doing the genocide, no. From the river to the sea, as they're in the middle of the genocide.
You say, no big deal. That is such an ignorant statement.
Is it still too fast? Do I need to slow it down again? I feel like I do.
I don't know what they're saying.
Because
this monster is actually killing them, butchering them.
That's why you've condemned the statement.
You've got a theoretical statement on one side and on the other side of actually butchering.
So why did you condemn the statement? Because you know that.
Oh my God.
Why don't you condemn
Okay, 1.5.
Because he's not saying that they need to displace
get out
the
of here, Ben. You're the most biased man in America.
And I do.
Damn.
Can't say it. But the Israelis can say it all.
Damn.
They're murdering Palestinians as we speak.
They need to disavow
the most biased man in America. Why does he work for you then?
Belief that wants to kill all Jews as a disease and not allow them to live.
That's a weird thing to say to a dude that you're platforming on your network.
But it does bother me as an Israeli Jew.
That's such a weak excuse. I'll tell you why.
My people,
yes, I'll tell you why.
Please.
Because you always hide, like as if Israel's a tiny little country.
It is.
And they're so defenseless. They're so, oh my God, they can't do anything against the all-powerful Palestinians.
We're into the small bean discourse.
Who they imprison and take away their water, power, electricity, murder them at all terms, etc. No. If someone was actually trying to kill the Jews, Ben, I would line up in the front line with you. Are you crazy?
They just did that on October 7th.
Exactly. So you go
and they just did it when I was there. They just killed a bunch of people.
So why don't you care about Palestinian lives, Ben?
Of course I do.
24,000
Of course I do.
God damn, this is an intense debate already, and now it's 1.5 speed.
Of course
you don't care about them.
You
don't care about them at all.
Jake, you can shout all you like, but you are the one condemning them to murder. So why don't you care about their lives?
Condemning them to murder?
You're condemning them to a never-ending cycle. Palestinians.
It's being made.
Palestinians. You are condemning Palestinians to murder. Because every time I suggest that you put any pressure or the world puts any pressure on Hamas to stop, you say they're terrorists. You can't ever tell them to stop. So you can only tell Israel to stop. Which
somebody shove that graph in his face. Show him the ratio of Israelis dying in this conflict versus Palestinians.
For a goddamn fact means that this war will end, Hamas will regroup, they will kill more Israelis, and Israel will kill more Palestinians. And
that's what justifies the slaughter of civilians. That's what's justifying in your mind the slaughter of civilians.
Insane, Ben.
That's exactly what you're asking.
I want a two-state solution where you actually have peace.
So do I.
But not Netanyahu.
That's a horrible statement he makes, and that should not be the position.
Terrorist, right?
But you add, no, not terrorist.
Of course he's a terrorist. He just said from the river to the sea, and he's actually doing it. He's 20 times saying terrorist than Hamas is.
I will be with you if he actually encourages.
He's doing it, Ben. What more do you need? 48.
He'll be with you right after they're fucking pushed out of Palestine. Yeah, sure. God damn.
It's squished into a little corner where they're being bombed.
That's what you're saying he's doing. Why doesn't Egypt allow any refugees?
Because that's the displacement.
No, voluntary displacement, like happens in every war.
Voluntary when you're fucking torturing they're living in an open air prison to begin with, and you put them in a situation where there's no food and water, and you bomb the fuck out of them. That's fucking voluntary. What the fuck do you think that means, Ben?
At the beginning of
voluntary. Oh my God.
What was? The possibility of going into Egypt would be voluntary. Like in the first month of the Ukraine-Russia war, 5.9 million people were allowed in, but for some reason, the Gazan people's neighbors, their fellow Muslims, don't allow them in. Not one person. They condemn them to death.
That's the ethnic cleansing when you drive them from their homes
during war.
That's it. Like if Jinx started kicking you out the fucking door and said, "Yeah, he left voluntarily." What the fuck are you talking about?
One thing. So Ben, you and I agree that we have no support of, or we agree that the Netanyahu government is extremist and is disproportionately violent. Do you agree with that?
I agree they are extremists, and I agree they are not a partner for peace, and I do not agree they're disproportionately. Okay, I agree with that.
No, let's
but proportion is not a standard used in war. You try to win a war.
Voluntary displacement.
No, it's not.
I'm curious how there can be a future with a government that has absolutely no interest in a two-state
solution. There needs to be an election. There can't be. There can't be.
But how can that future even come to be when both the U.S. is unconditionally backing and the Netanyahu government, because it has so much leverage, because we're not doing anything, is doubling down on its extremist policy.
Blinken is saying there needs to be two states.
Action. Show one piece of action.
One piece of action. They convinced Netanyahu's government to do a temporary ceasefire, to release Palestinian prisoners for hostages. Those were positions he was not into agreeing to, and they convinced him.
How long did that ceasefire even last?
They convinced him to do. So you can yell all you want, Jank, and you can sweat about it all you want.
Netanyahu wasn't even going to do that deal where they released their own hostages.
That's my understanding. That's correct.
Netanyahu is such a terrorist monster. He wasn't even going to release the Israeli hostages. We had to talk him into it.
No,
we had to talk him into releasing his own hostages, getting his hostages back. Congratulations to us. We convinced Israel to get their hostages back.
But we have to understand that people in Gaza are trapped there. They have no basic services, and they're just being attacked.
Yeah.
So how do you suggest Hamas gets removed from power? What do you suggest?
Hold on. Before I have no defense of Hamas, but I do want to understand in context.
But your solution is fucking ethnic cleansing and possibly like a word that's a little bit stronger.
how they came to be. We do know they were democratically elected.
Oh my God.
So then do the people have any responsibility for that? If they're
Do the Israeli people have responsibility? Are you in favor of terrorism? Are you saying because Israel's a democracy, they're responsible for the terrorist Netanyahu and they should be attacked?
But most people in Hamas
civilians have no responsibility. Yes, I want them to vote the right way, both in Gaza and in Israel. But if you start saying the civilians have responsibility, you're saying terrorism is okay.
Every nation bears some degree of responsibility for its leaders.
But that's what Hamas says, Ben. Be careful.
Cenk and Ben, half the population in Gaza was not even born when these folks were elected. Sure. All they've known is a world of cages and deprivation.
And education that makes them want to kill Jews as well.
I don't know how much
What
of this
cages?
is
What
education.
cages?
Gaza is an open-air prison, right? You wouldn't agree with that? No, I mean, it's blockaded. I mean, it was next to impossible in the times I've spent. I've been in the Sinai, so not in
I
Israel.
mean, I think we can do this, Morbius.
Invited in there many times.
Oh no, I was
I
invited.
think we can get through this.
We can all read. We all have eyes.
I have no. It's not about that. It's about trying to understand the situation and condition within which Palestinians are.
I'm sorry I got heated.
Sort of have some compassion for that. I'm not calling. No, I'm not calling you anything. If you've noticed.
I appreciate it. Nor am I.
Donald's right. They played the long.
I'm trying to explain forever these terms that get thrown around, despite as many times as you and I debate about this, Cenk, and you don't have an answer to this. And the next time on, you still say ethnic cleansing. It is not ethnic cleansing if the 2 million Arab Palestinians in Israel proper are treated with full rights. It is simply the coming from the government of the people in Gaza. If you can't separate that, you can't.
We've got some Palestinians that were not ethnic cleansing, therefore it's not ethnic cleansing on the ones that we
ever have an intelligent conversation about it that's going to ever evolve.
Okay, hold on. He's addressing. So, Ben, look, we've yelled at each other. We've said nasty things about each other, including in this segment. But let's be clear, okay? So when you say that it's not ethnic cleansing to drive 85% of the people of Gaza out of their home, that sounds ludicrous. You might think it sounds fine, and Israeli supporters might think, oh yeah, I got 100 talking points, and it sounds great to us. But the rest of the world, I know you don't believe me, but the rest of the world goes, that's not ethnic cleansing? What the hell is ethnic cleansing? If driving 85% of people out of their homes, destroying 70% of the buildings.
I mean, he's trying to talk about Palestinians in Israel proper as if that like negates what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank.
And now destroying the graves, which is the next story we're going to get to. So if that's not ethnic cleansing, I don't know what your definition of ethnic cleansing
is. It is while trying to remove Hamas, who you will admit fortifies itself in every bit of buildings. I was just there. I spoke off the record for over an hour to battalion commanders who explained that in 80% of homes they go into, there are weapons found, there are Hamas properties found there, tunnels under all kinds of homes.
Did you get to speak to Gazans who are suffering?
No, I wasn't able to get into Gaza.
Yeah, I know.
I did go to the West Bank.
Listen, if I lived there too, I would have a weapon.
I did go to the West Bank. I did go to the battalion commanders would have killed you, just like they killed Israeli hostages. And you're walking around in Gaza. I accidentally killed 24,000 people.
Does that not prove the fact that they've also killed their own people? Does that not prove that it's just the incredibly dense facts of this area?
You want to talk about killing their own people? You want to tell that to those 3 hostages that are dead?
If they're so able to
it proves
intentionally
the exact
do it,
opposite. No, they're not even asking. They're not even asking, who are you? What are you a threat? No, just kill on oh, damn it, it was Israelis. We meant to murder Muslims. God damn it, we made a mistake.
I'm so happy for you that you've never been in war and never had to deal with the decision of in the moment trying to decide.
In the moment against shirtless guys, cowards, terrorists.
Shirtless guys, they asked them to take their shirts off to make sure they did.
What happened to going into Gaza to rescue the hostages?
The Israeli
suicide belts on them.
The hostages fucking came to you, and they were still shot.
They had no shirts. They had a white flag, and the IDF murdered them because they thought, oh, good Muslims, let's kill them. And oh, damn it, it was Jews. We didn't mean to kill you guys. We only meant to murder Muslims.
And I just visited wounded troops in a hospital in Israel, a hospital that is still treating Palestinians who are wounded as well, as they always do, because Israel actually acts with morality in what it does. And even when trying to take precautions.
Morality.
This young man was shot, 2 that I spoke with, shot in both legs while his commander was murdered, sitting there in the field when they're trying to go.
He was a commander in the battle. He died in battle.
Right.
Okay, now is that terrorism too?
Being what?
He killed in battle?
Is being killed in battle terrorism?
Like you were saying he was murdered, he was killed in battle, right?
Well, which terms are you going to use? Because you're calling it murder on one side, so I'm going to call it murder on the other side.
No, murder is civilians. When you murder civilians, right? Not when you kill soldiers.
Sure.
Okay, anyway, it's a small point. Keep going.
Sure. So these people are trying to stop an existential threat that has continued forever. Do you think that only the Israeli people should suffer in fear forever?
No,
do you think
the existence of the people who have lived there for years and years is an existential threat? Their lives, their existences are an existential threat.
Why do you laugh at that? There were 9 terrorist attacks while I was there. That's okay with you?
You're literally looking at civilians as terrorists.
So how does it stop?
I'm going to tell you in a second, but Ramesh, you go and then I got to tell her how it actually stops.
Look, I understand, and I understand where you're coming from, Ben. I mean, and I also don't.
Yeah, that's right, God. They leveled all the hospitals within Gaza.
The specific knowledge of being there, but I do think it's important we understand where Hamas came from and how these sets of actions are creating Hamases, more and more Hamases, so to speak, and the recognition that there has been a calculation made by the IDF and or the Israeli leadership that it's worth.
David Ayos has been brought up lies from it's not real. The NGOs from 3 months ago. Which things?
Going after this densely populated area, killing now 24,000 plus people, 10,000.
Of which 9,000 are Hamas fighters.
Sure. So the calculation was that
That I'm gonna call bullshit on that number. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
But that's what you cite all the time. You cite it all the time.
Terrorist numbers.
But no, according to you, no Hamas people like this to me during a debate. No Hamas has been killed. How many? None?
Guys,
I don't know. The number is 9,000. No, it's not. So you accept numbers from the
9,000 is like the number of males over 18 that like, right? You see what who they're calling hostages, or sorry, who they're calling terrorists.
And you also, wait, hold on. Very important for the record, you also say the world agrees. The world does not agree.
Or maybe over 16.
Who I had coffee with just 3 weeks ago. Also, as I agree with what he's now putting up to make sure that Gazans do not get displaced, he also refused to sign a ceasefire.
God damn, I hope that was some good coffee, Ben.
Only agreement that didn't call for the release of hostages, and the entire European Union just passed a non-binding resolution 312 to 131. That's all they can pass is non-binding. It's not their country to make sure that a permanent ceasefire happens only with the immediate unconditional release of all hostages and Hamas surrendering. So a big part of the world agrees the only way to end this cycle of violence is for Hamas to stop. Yet no one puts pressure. Nobody puts pressure on the terrorists, only on the people being attacked over and over and over again.
I just submit to you that the acts that the IDF have committed are also terrorist acts, and I also submit to you that there's been a calculation made that it's worth killing this many civilians to get this many Hamas members, whether it's your stats or Cenk's stats.
War is terrible,
no. But the war could be stopped right now if Israel made a decision. But what does it mean? But what does it mean for Hamas to surrender? They're never going to surrender because they've been emboldened by all the things that Israel has done.
Their people are being killed and they have no chance to win. So why would they not surrender? Why would they not surrender?
And most countries in the world support a permanent ceasefire.
Guys, there's
and
only
the release of hostages.
Exactly. That's what I support. That's what I support.
Guys, let me give you the actual.
I'm fine with all that, except I don't think the Hamas surrender thing.
Yeah, you're talking about hostages while the entire population, the entire civilian population of Palestine are being treated as hostages to bring about some kind of surrender, right?
Nonsense. They should be allowed to kill Israelis forever, and then Israel
just let me say what the damn answer is.
Right, go ahead.
Okay, look, guys, there's only one way that this ends. Number one, America has to put tremendous pressure on Israel. Take all the money away instantly. Number two, the Israeli people, I believe in their morality and their decency. Please, I'm begging you, Israeli people, okay? Vote Netanyahu and the right-wing government now. Put in Benny Gantz or whoever it is, and go towards a two-state solution. So now how do you get the two-state solution so that Israel can be safe and can live in peace? The whole point of Israel was for the Jews to be safe because they've been slaughtered across the world for time immemorial. It was supposed to be a safe haven. Absolutely. So how do you do it? You get somebody, whether it's Benny Gantz or not, to go and work with the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority, at that point, putting pressure on Palestinians, not Hamas, because Hamas is never going to bend to pressure, but Palestinian Authority can. That is a reasonable way to go. You get the entire Arab world and America to put pressure on.
If they're not considered to be collaborators, yeah. If they're not.
Palestinian Authority to do a peace deal with the Israeli government, and that's a two-state solution. Then you take the Palestinian Authority and you put them in Gaza and say, "Hey, they just got you a state."
The problem is many Gazans don't respect the Palestinians.
I know. Hold on. Hamas
will throw them off rooftops.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Oh my God.
Who's going to fight Palestinian Authority? That gives you a sense that maybe you could do a deal with the Palestinian Authority. And so will they try to throw them off rooftops? Of course, but that's why the Saudis, the Jordanians, the Americans all have to help the Palestinian Authority establish that authority in Gaza. And to your point, Ramesh, will they have credibility going in? No, because right now they look like they work with the occupiers in the West Bank.
Exactly.
Able to deliver a Palestinian state, then they would have the credibility to be able to do the deal.
Live in dignity, in peace, with medical care, with health care. Of course they do.
So
every human being should have that right?
Yeah,
that's what we should protect. Not the killing of people.
Ben, it's not a question. I'm just saying one last thing. Okay, look, Ben. Do not misinterpret all the yelling back. I'm irate over the deaths of those Palestinians and how they have greatly suffered. I was irate over October 7th, and now I'm irate over this. And yes, this is 20 times the numbers, etc. But Ben, we are not. The number one reason I'm angry at Israel is not just because they're, brutalizing the Palestinians, but because they're going further away from peace and security. Because this is going to just lead to more war and more anger and more terrorism and more violence. It's never going to.
It's not making anybody safer.
Make a deal. And if you say, hey, they blew it in the past, and we've had that debate, I got you. Today's a new day. Go to the Palestinian Authority now.
Hamas has no power.
That argument is bullshit too.
So the problem there being, you can't make a peace deal with people who aren't in power. You need to remove Hamas from power.
We never said power.
The Palestinian Authority has no respect or even any standing in the polls. It's true.
It could be any.
You don't want to deal there.
No, I do. But the only way this works is you remove the Netanyahu government with elections and you remove Hamas. You must do both. You must do both. That's why the European Union agrees with.
No.
You guys decide what you think is realistic. We'll be right back.
Oh my God. Okay. I don't know what to say, chat. That was intense. That was really, really intense. Ben shaking his head, no. Ramesh, voice of reason, yeah. Yeah, the U.S. and a lot of countries would not take Jewish people in after. This guy cannot see past his racism. I'm sure Ben is an expert on the minds of Palestinians. PLO are a bunch of collaborators loathed by the Palestinians in the West. I mean, that... What's up, Vitingale? Yes, TYT mod squid. That's like, that was a good decision. That was a very good decision. And it's weird that that Ben Glebe has the ability to like make Jink Uger look kind of good. Like in comparison, obviously, there's a lot wrong with his perspective too. Why is Why is that in the members only videos? What the fuck? Okay, I'm getting off of this. No, I didn't even notice that. Thanks for pointing that out. Jesus Christ, I didn't mean to leave it on Nick, fucking slippery Nick. Destiny's chickens and waffles BFF, Nick Fuentes. We didn't get to Mama Max. I thought we would. Damn. And I mean, like, also Ron DeSantis. I think we covered Ron DeSantis dropping out, but god damn. We made it. We 7 minutes to spare. It's a members only video. It's for members only. It's like that's what you get with your TYT membership. You get to see Nicholas Fuentes giving a freaking Nazi salute. Yeah, DeSantis dropped out. You didn't know that? Yeah, no, he did. So he dropped out ahead of New Hampshire. Now, he endorsed Donald Trump, but there's some thought that him getting out of the race this early might actually be to the benefit, or at least that's my thought, right? That it might actually be to the benefit of Nikki Haley. I don't know. We'll see. Trump and Nikki Haley, in some polls that I've seen, are neck and neck, right? So I think there's a chance that either Trump or Nikki Haley could win New Hampshire. Regardless of that, though, it doesn't look like Nikki Haley has a chance, a snowball's chance in Florida. You see what I did there? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, snowball's chance in Florida of winning the nomination. So Donald Trump's got this wrapped, most likely. We'll see who wins New Hampshire on Tuesday, right? So do I have a consensus? People don't want President Sunday did a debate with a Keffels fan on Keffels' donation grift. Yeah, I'd like to know more about that because I haven't really followed the whole story. Yeah, Puddin' Ron, that's right. We'll miss that beautiful smile. We'll miss all the pudding that he's got all over his fingers. Oh my god. You know he's gonna have the pudding underneath the fingernails too, right? If he Nikki Haley versus Trump, that's what we got on Tuesday. Yeah, do you like? Do people want me to cover that? Do people want